Chapter 1774. Leaving a series of exclamations, Fang Chen entered the crying snow peak. Everyone in the square looked at each other. Especially the senior members of the Zhou family, their faces were very gloomy. They thought that Zhou Lei would definitely pass this level with the Hellfire armor, the most precious treasure of the Zhou family. However, this guy from the Xingsun sect actually entered the crying snow peak with his own strength. Impossible, absolutely impossible! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. However, most of them remained silent. The impossible had become possible. Although they didn't want to believe it, the truth was right in front of them. Seeing was believing. They saw Fang Chen enter the crying snow peak with their own eyes. How could it be fake? In other words, the annihilation cold water was fake. It was impossible. The crying snow peak was very spacious and snowflakes were falling from the sky. It's so cold. The immortal flame was dancing on his body, but Fang Chen felt very cold. Be careful. As long as you don't touch the annihilation cold water, you should be fine. Fang Chen thought to himself. He looked around to see where the ice snow water god's pearl was. Boss! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang appeared. As a member of the royal ant family who might become the new queen ant in the future, he was very reluctant to be called Xiao Huang. However, he gradually accepted this title. Yes. Fang Chen looked at Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. It was understandable that they could resist the cold air. The former was the unique sky-devouring divine rat in the universe, while the latter was a member of the royal ant family. The annihilation cold water is very powerful. If you're not careful, your primordial spirit will be frozen, Little Mouse said. I know. However, you don't have to worry, boss. Xiao Huang has a way to help you get the ice snow water god's pearl, Little Mouse said with a smile. You won. What? Fang Chen was shocked and hurriedly looked at Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang could speak now. Boss, the Imperial Ant Clan is naturally unafraid of ultimate water. Although the annihilation frigid water is very powerful, I can easily deal with it, Xiao Huang said. Fang Chen widened his eyes, his heart filled with shock. Fang Chen was shocked that the Imperial Ants could resist the cold air of the annihilation frigid water. Boss, you have to believe me. As far as I know, the Imperial Ant Clan usually drinks frigid ice heavenly water. Although this annihilation frigid water is very powerful, it is only the bathwater of the royal ant tribe. The little mouse grinned. Although it was a heaven-devouring divine rat, it was very unique. However, he couldn't help but admire the Imperial Ant Clan for this. This mystical race actually used the annihilation frigid water as bathing water. Seeing Fang Chen's shock, Xiao Huang personally said, Boss, only underage royal ants can drink frigid heavenly water. After reaching adulthood, the Imperial Ant tribe would use the annihilation frigid water to cultivate. If there comes a day when I can become the new Imperial Ant, I won't be afraid of the annihilation frigid water. After Xiao Huang's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. It turned out that it wasn't that difficult to obtain the ice snow water god pearl. Boss, I've already discovered the annihilation frigid water. Follow me. Xiao Huang took the lead. Fang Chen and the little mouse followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived in front of a frigid lake. As soon as they approached, Fang Chen felt his essence soul about to be frozen. The throbbing from the depths of his essence soul made his golden heart beat rapidly. Golden liquid. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the golden liquid could resist the corrosion of the annihilation frigid water. Whoosh! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the frigid lake from afar. Boss, this is the annihilation frigid water, Xiao Huang said as he pointed at the frigid lake. Fang Chen nodded heavily. In the past, he had only seen the introduction of the annihilation frigid water in book. Today, he finally saw it with his own eyes. From the outside, the annihilation frigid water looked almost the same as ordinary water. However, the annihilation frigid water contained several types of laws related to ice and snow. This made the annihilation frigid water extremely cold. As expected of something that even heavenly gods are afraid of. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had the golden heart and Xiao Huang's help. Only then could he stand here from afar. You too, if it were anyone else, their essence soul would have been frozen long ago. Boss, set up the universe array and hide in it. I'll help you get the ice snow water god pearl, Xiao Huang said. Fang Chen nodded. To be safe, he set up a 3-layered array and hid in it. Xiao Huang, it's up to you, the little mouse said. Brother Mouse, don't worry. Splash. Xiao Huang's petite body jumped into the frigid lake, causing some splashes. Soon, the frigid lake returned to its calm state. This was the first time he was working for Fang Chen. Xiao Huang worked very hard to show off. He kept swimming in the frigid lake. Time passed. In the 3-layered array, Fang Chen was a little anxious. Xiao Huang will be fine, right? Fang Chen asked. Boss, Xiao Huang is from the royal ant clan. He should be fine, the little mouse said. On the Weeping Peak, besides Fang Chen, Zhou Lei, who was wearing the karmic fire armor, was also there. Zhou Lei was relying on the karmic fire armor to search for the ice snow water god pearl. Zhou Lei clenched his fists and cursed angrily. Damn it. Is there no ice snow water god pearl other than the annihilation frigid water? Although he was wearing the karmic fire armor, he didn't dare to get close to the annihilation frigid water. He knew very well that he was only able to step onto the Weeping Peak because of the karmic fire armor. The karmic fire armor couldn't withstand the annihilation frigid water for long. Continue searching. I don't believe that I can't find it. Zhou Lei continued searching. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. As they waited anxiously, a ripple finally appeared on the surface of the frigid pond. Xiao Huang. With a whoosh, Xiao Huang leaped out of the frigid pond. Are you all right? Fang Chen looked at Xiao Huang and asked. As soon as he asked that question, Fang Chen felt the changes in Xiao Huang's body. His face was filled with joy. You've broken through, Lil Huang. You 3 Xiao Huang nodded. He was also very happy. Boss, I absorbed some annihilation frigid water and my body's strength increased. I unknowingly broke through, Xiao Huang said. That's really amazing. You can actually rely on the annihilation frigid water to cultivate. The little mouse was also very envious. Right, did you find the ice snow water god pearl? The ice snow water god pearl was what Fang Chen cared about the most. Found it. Crash. Xiao Huang opened his mouth and immediately spat out a snow-white pearl from his stomach. Fang Chen held the snow-white pearl excitedly. So this is the ice snow water god pearl? Fang Chen carefully observed it. Traces of coldness attacked him. Boss, this ice snow water god pearl is very special. If you can refine enough of it, you'll be immune to the coldness of the annihilation frigid water, Xiao Huang said. It's already not easy to get one. How can you get so many? Fang Chen put away the pearl and shook his head. Xiao Huang chuckled and then opened his mouth again. Crash. One snow-white pearl after another continuously fell out of his mouth. This, Fang Chen and the little mouse were completely shocked. After a while, Fang Chen came back to his senses. There was a large pile of snow-white pearls on the ground. It was a very spectacular sight. Are these all ice snow water god pearls? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the snow-white pearls. Boss, the annihilation frigid water here is rather dense. That's why there are so many ice snow water god pearls. Since I had nothing to do, I brought them all back, Xiao Huang said. Boss, you only need 1 ice snow water god pearl to pass. You can refine the remaining pearls. That way, you won't have to fear the annihilation frigid water. You can even enter the annihilation frigid water to cultivate. That's right, boss. Hurry up and refine the ice snow water god pearls. I'm also very curious about the world inside the annihilation frigid water. The little mouse was eager to see the world plunged into chaos. Seeing Fang Chen hesitate, Xiao Huang said, Boss, cultivating in the annihilation frigid water can greatly increase your comprehension of ice-related laws. It'll be very beneficial to you. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment before finally nodding. There was still some time until the final deadline. Furthermore, who would complain about comprehending too many laws? Fang Chen wasn't stupid. If he could really cultivate in the annihilation frigid water, he might be able to gain some miraculous benefit. How do I refine these ice-snow water god pearls? Asked Fang Chen. Chapter 1775. Since there was still a lot of time, Fang Chen did not plan to go out now. At the very least, he wanted to refine the ice-snow water god pearl and comprehend the ice-type nomological laws. He sat cross-legged on the ground with the little mouse guarding him. As for Xiao Huang, he tossed the ice-snow water god pearl to Fang Chen and continued to enter the frost pond. To the Ant Royal tribe, the annihilation frost water was definitely a very attractive cultivation resource. Ice-snow water god pearl. Fang Chen muttered as the snow-white ice-snow water god pearl lay in his palm. Suddenly, a cold aura invaded his body. Buzz. The undying flames spread out and barely blocked the cold aura. Dong. The golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chen closed his eyes and started to comprehend. It was very difficult for ordinary gods to refine the ice-snow water god pearl. However, with the assistance of ice-type nomological laws, it would be much easier to refine it. Among the nomological laws that Fang Chen had mastered, only the ice and water nomological laws were ice-type nomological laws. Rumble. The power of the two nomological laws spread out and wrapped around the ice-snow water god pearl. As expected of the ice-snow water god pearl, Fang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. Just by comprehending it slightly, he felt that he had benefited greatly. Just like that, Fang Chen refined the ice-snow water god pearl while comprehending the two nomological laws. Unknowingly, the golden liquid that emerged from the golden heart entered the ice-snow water god pearl. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the ice-snow water god pearl, which was originally very difficult to refine, was actually gradually melting. This, in a few breaths' time, the ice-snow water god pearl in Fang Chen's palm disappeared. What replaced it was an extremely cold aura that surged in Fang Chen's body. Splash! Fang Chen was overjoyed. He discovered that his ice nomological laws had reached the 5-star realm. Continue. With this shocking discovery, Fang Chen started to refine it crazily. The golden liquid seemed to be able to melt everything. Even the ice-snow water god pearl could not resist it. Yu 1. After refining 2 ice-snow water god pearls, his ice nomological laws reached the 7-star realm. After that, he used the same method to refine 3 ice-snow water god pearls and reached the 7-star realm. While he refined snow water god pearl, Fang Chen, he easily comprehended the ice nomological laws. Using the same method, the ice nomological laws of snow water god pearl. With the help of the golden heart, the ice snow water god pearl, Fang Chen had comprehended 9 types of ice-type laws, and all of them had been raised to the perfected 7-star realm. If I'm not mistaken, there are a total of 36 types of ice laws. The ice snow water was to ice snow ice laws' laws. In the history of the god realm, there was not a single person who was able to completely cultivate a major category of laws. Up until now, there were only 27 types of ice-type laws recorded. Was to test ice water's snow ice snow ice pearl of the ice snow water in any case. He had an endless supply of ice snow water god pearls. He didn't need to worry at all. He only needed to focus on refining them. Plus, with the help of the golden heart, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. When there were 3 days left before the deadline, Fang Chen's aura fluctuated. He slowly opened his eyes, and his body emitted an extremely cold aura. I didn't expect to refine over 100 ice snow water god pearls in a dozen days, Fang Chen said. It would be very difficult for an ordinary person to refine even one pearl. But he had easily refined over 100. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. The golden heart is really mysterious. Up until now, Fang Chen only knew that the owner of the golden heart should be a supreme expert of the sword Dao. He didn't know anything else. Who cares? As long as it's beneficial to me, Fang Chen said with a smile after thinking for a moment. Boss, how is it? Little Mouse saw Fang Chen stand up and hurriedly asked. Voila! With a thought from Fang Chen, he immediately emitted many kinds of law energy. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. This, Little Mouse opened his eyes wide in excitement. You too, boss, you actually comprehended 28 types of ice snow laws. Doesn't that mean you broke the record of the deity world? Before this, the highest record for ice snow laws was 27 types comprehended by the same person. On the other hand, Fang Chen had raised this record by 1, reaching 28 types. Fang Chen nodded. He wasn't too happy about breaking the record. Fang Chen was looking forward to comprehending 36 types of nomological powers. It's already very difficult to comprehend the remaining 8 types of nomological powers just by refining the ice snow water god pearls. Fang Chen said, if I could enter the annihilation frigid water to cultivate, I would definitely gain something. Unfortunately, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. After all, Xiao Huang was able to resist the annihilation frigid water because Xiao Huang was from the Ant Emperor clan. But he was only a human. His primordial spirit wasn't enough to resist the annihilation frigid water. Voila! At this moment, Xiao Huang appeared. Boss, I got a lot more ice snow water god pearls. As Xiao Huang spoke, he handed a spatial ring to Fang Chen. Xiao Huang, if you do this, won't you take all of the ice snow water god pearls? Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang smiled and said, I won't. The ice snow water god pearls are products of the annihilation frigid water. As long as the annihilation frigid water exists, there will be an endless supply of ice snow water god pearls. Fang Chen and Little Mouse nodded. So that's how it was. Xiao Huang, boss, has comprehended 28 types of ice snow laws. He won't be able to succeed in the rest by refining the ice snow water god pearls. Do you have a way to let boss enter the annihilation frigid water to cultivate? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen's gaze also fell on Xiao Huang. Perhaps Xiao Huang really did have a way. Hearing this, Goldie fell into deep thought. After a long while, Xiao Huang said, with boss's current strength, it's impossible for him to enter the annihilation frigid water to cultivate. However, I do have an idea. What idea? Hurry up and tell us. Little Mouse was even more anxious than Fang Chen. I'll absorb a small portion of the annihilation frigid water into my stomach. After purifying it, the annihilation frigid water's power will be greatly reduced. Perhaps boss will be able to withstand it, Xiao Huang said. Fang Chen and Little Mouse's eyes lit up and they nodded at the same time. Xiao Huang returned a few minutes after entering the frigid pond. Boss, I'll release a portion of it first. If you feel that you can withstand it, tell me. I'll increase it, Xiao Huang said carefully. Don't worry. Whoosh, Xiao Huang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of frigid water. UU3, space itself was about to freeze. How is it? Xiao Huang asked. Fang Chen's palm gently touched the frigid water, and a cold aura invaded his body. Its power is about the same as the ice snow water god pearl, Fang Chen said. It can still be increased. Xiao Huang nodded and continued to increase the power of the annihilation frigid water. Boss, don't force yourself. If you can't withstand it, you must tell me, Xiao Huang exhorted. Just like that, Xiao Huang continued to increase the power of the annihilation frigid water. Until a certain moment, Fang Chen called Xiao Huang his master. So powerful! The cold aura emitted by the annihilation frigid water is making my essence soul tremble. It seems to have reached its limit, Fang Chen thought to himself. Around his primordial spirit was a vast expanse of whiteness, covered in ice and snow. Boss, I've only released 1/10 of the annihilation frigid water. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard that. Just 1/10 was already so powerful. What about all of it? Fang Chen closed his eyes, and the power of 28 laws instantly surged out. He carefully absorbed the annihilation frigid water into his body, and the golden liquid immediately wrapped around him. While Fang Chen was cultivating with the annihilation frigid water, Zhou Lei also encountered quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, he had the karmic fire armor, which turned the misfortune into a blessing. So far, he had not suffered any major injuries. However, he still had not seen the Ice Snow Water God Pearl. Damn it, where is the Ice Snow Water God Pearl? Zhou Lei clenched his fists and cursed. However, at this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed. Zhou Lei turned his head and saw something. On the snow-white ground not far away, there was a shiny pearl. What's this? Zhou Lei walked over and picked up the pearl. Immediately, cold aura invaded. A wild smile appeared on Zhou Lei's face. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. I, Zhou Lei, have finally obtained the Ice Snow Water God Pearl. Chapter 1776. The effect of cultivating with the annihilation frost water was immediate. After a short while, Fang Chen comprehended a type of ice law, which made him very excited. As expected of the annihilation frost water. It's really powerful. Then, Fang Chen continued to immerse himself in the cultivation of the annihilation frost water. However, the 1-month deadline passed in the blink of an eye. It felt like the final deadline had arrived in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Boss, how's it going? Little Mouse asked. I've comprehended 5 types of laws. There are only 3 left, Fang Chen said. In a month's time, he had forcibly raised the record of the God Realm's ice and snow laws to 33 type. Just this point alone was enough to shock the world. Boss, Xiao Wang has a lot of annihilation frost water in his stomach anyway. It won't take long for you to comprehend the remaining 3, Little Mouse said with a smile. Xiao Wang also laughed with Little Mouse. All right, let's go out. Lotus Flower Mountain, Plaza. All the disciples of the sect were paying attention to every movement on the Weeping Snow Peak. 3 days ago, Zhou Lei of the Zhou clan successfully came out of the Weeping Snow Peak. He had obtained the Frost Water God's Pearl, which caused a commotion. As for the other 3, they all shook their heads. Although they had support behind them, there was nothing they could do. The Weeping Snow Peak was not a place anyone could set foot on. Humph, the time is up. That kid is definitely dead, Zhou Lei said coldly. Zhou Lei turned his head and looked at the other 3. A thought appeared in his mind. His luck was pretty good. Not long after obtaining the first Frost Water God's Pearl, he obtained another 3. This way, he would obtain 4 pearls alone. Capricorn Sect's He Xie, Taihua Dynasty's Hua Feilong, and Lone Ranger Gu Sen were unable to enter the Weeping Snow Peak. Naturally, they would not be able to obtain the Frost Water God's Pearl. This way, the 3 of them would definitely be eliminated. Even if they pass this stage, I'm not afraid. Zhou Lei was very confident in himself. He had thought of a brilliant idea. Since I can't refine the Ice Snow Water Divine Pearls myself, I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to sell all 3 of them. I think I should be able to get a good price for them, Zhou Lei said with a chuckle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Lei walked up to the 3 of them. Gentlemen, I obtained more than 1 Ice Snow Water God's Pearl in the Weeping Snow Peak by chance. As soon as Zhou Lei finished speaking, there was an uproar among the crowd. What? He actually obtained several Ice Snow Water God Pearls? Even the 3 of them, who had been silent all this while, had an almost imperceptible change on their faces. I am willing to trade 3 of the Frost Water God's Pearls to the 3 of you. However, the prerequisite is that you must pay a sufficient price, said Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei's words gave the three of them a glimmer of hope. Zhou Lei, my Capricorn sect has a good relationship with your Zhou clan. Would you be willing to part with one? Sect Master Capricorn was the first to speak. Haha, since Sect Master Emojia has spoken, how could I, Zhou Lei, refuse? Zhou Lei said straightforwardly. Sect Master Emojia was inwardly delighted. What do you want, Zhou Lei? Sect Master Emojia, do you remember our previous negotiations with you? Suddenly, one of the Zhou clan's higher-ups spoke up. Sect Master Emojia's expression changed. If you want the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl, that's fine. All you need to do is agree to our agreement, said the Zhou clan's higher-ups. Everyone was guessing just what kind of agreement it was. Sect Master Emojia said, Elder Zhou, it's just one Ice Snow Water God's Pearl. Isn't your Zhou clan's asking price too high? It's not high at all. You should know that with just one Ice Snow Water God's Pearl, you'll be able to participate in the next trial. In the end, perhaps your sect's Black Scorpion will be able to obtain the beauty. The Zhou clan's higher-ups laughed. At that time, you won't feel that our Zhou clan's asking price is too high. Sect Master Emojia sank into contemplation. Everyone could see that the Zhou clan wanted to use this opportunity to extort them. Black Scorpion. Sect Master Emojia began to communicate with Black Scorpion. Zhou Lei's gaze fell on the Tai Hua dynasty's Hua Feilong. Hua Feilong, what about you? What do you want? Hua Feilong asked calmly. No matter what, he was still a prince of the Tai Hua dynasty. In the face of such matters, he couldn't reveal his true feelings. Give us 2 cities near our Zhou clan's territory and give us the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl, said Zhou Lei. The Tai Hua dynasty's higher-ups' expressions changed. Humph, the Zhou clan's appetite is too big. Zhou Lei smiled calmly. He wasn't angry. He ignored the Tai Hua dynasty's people and turned to look at the lone traveler. Gu Senior, what about you? Are you willing to exchange a lone traveler's divine art? Zhou Lei smiled playfully. Right now, the initiative was in his hands. He didn't believe that these people wouldn't be tempted. Only the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl could pass the first trial. Since these people were able to reach this step, they definitely wanted the star and moon. You. Gu Sen's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, Let me think about it. No problem. We have plenty of time. Zhou Lei smiled. In the clouds, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi and Empress Xian Su stood side by side. This Zhou clan is really greedy. Empress Xian Su shook her head. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was silent. She quietly looked at everything below. There was still an incense stick's worth of time before the Weeping Peak would completely close. She wondered how that little fellow was doing. Empress Xian Su was also a bit anxious. A moment later, Gu Sun was the first to agree. I can agree, but I can only give you a royal-grade divine art, said Gu Senator. Zhou Lei was secretly happy. Even if it was a royal-grade divine art, it was still a lone traveler's divine art. It was much stronger than ordinary divine art. All right, deal, Zhou Lei said. Wait. At this moment, Black Scorpion hurriedly said. Brother Zhou, the Capricorn sect agrees to your Zhou clan's request, said Black Scorpion. Hearing this, the Tai Hua dynasty was a bit anxious. For this step, they worked hard and didn't want to give up. The Tai Hua dynasty also agrees. The higher-ups of the Tai Hua dynasty said. Although the 2 cities were precious, if they could get the beauty back, it would be a huge gain. Hee, didn't you say that the Zhou clan was greedy? Now I'll let you know what it means to be greedy. Zhou Lei sneered. 4 cities, not 1 less. With that, Zhou Lei ignored the higher-ups of the Tai Hua dynasty and walked directly toward Black Scorpion and Gu Senator. He took out 2 Frost Water God pearls and smiled. Gentlemen, let's exchange. Rumble, just as Zhou Lei was about to exchange, 2 beautiful figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi and Empress Xian Su. Someone shouted. Whoosh! Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi gently waved her hand, and a deafening sound came from the Weeping Peak. In the blink of an eye, the weeping peak disappeared before everyone's eyes. The weeping peak is closed. The heavenly prison saint and frost dragon spirit king's faces were ashen. They were very sad. Whoosh, however, right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly shot out from the weeping snow peak. In the blink of an eye, this figure appeared on the square of Lotus Mountain. That was close. I was almost trapped in the weeping peak. Fang Chen was panting heavily. He had almost forgotten the time while cultivating. How is this possible? The higher-ups of the sect widened their eyes in disbelief. This kid had relied on his own strength to walk out of the weeping peak alive. The square was in an uproar. Even Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and the Empress Xian Su were surprised. This kid. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's lips curled up into a smile. Compared to Zhou Lei, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi thought more highly of Fang Chen. The former had used the karmic fire armor to obtain the frost water god pearls, while the latter had nothing but safely left the weeping peak. Fang Chen raised his head and was surprised to find that everyone's eyes were on him. Fang Chen scratched his head, not understanding the situation. He chuckled and said, "I'm not late, right?" As soon as he said that, Fang Chen saw the frost water god pearl in Zhou Lei's hand. You also got the frost water god pearl? Fang Chen said in surprise. Humph. Zhou Lei sneered and ignored Fang Chen. He continued to trade. Chapter 1777. Zhou Lei ignored Fang Chen and continued to trade with the other three. However, Fang Chen had a thought when he heard that. He wanted to stop Zhou Lei. "Sirs, what kind of trade did you make with Zhou Lei?" Fang Chen laughed. The Tai Hua dynasty's Hua Feilong and the Capricorn sect's He Xie didn't say anything. Only Gu Sen spoke. Gu Sen's personality was arrogant, and he looked down on ordinary people. However, he greatly admired Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Lei's strength was far from his, but he had relied on his own strength to enter the ice-snow weeping peak and leave. Even if he hadn't obtained the ice-snow water god pearl, it was enough to gain his approval. "Zhou Lei has 3 ice-snow water god pearls that he wants to trade with us." Gu Sen nodded to Fang Chen. "Oh, if my guess is correct, this Zhou Lei will definitely try to take advantage of the situation." Fang Chen laughed mischievously. Gu Sen didn't say anything, but his gaze made Fang Chen understand. "If I may ask, what did Zhou Lei want from you?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "Brat, my trade with others has nothing to do with you. Don't disturb me." Zhou Lei was a bit displeased. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered and said, "Coincidentally, I was lucky enough to obtain more than 1 ice-snow water divine pearl when I entered the weeping snow peak. If the 3 of you need it, you can take it." Hearing that, Zhou Lei's expression changed drastically. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. The Tai Hua dynasty's Hua Feilong's eyes brightened, and he was the first to speak. "Zhou Lei wants 4 cities from my Tai Hua dynasty." What an exorbitant demand! Fang Chen strangely smiled. Hua Feilong hastily asked, "What price do I have to pay to obtain the ice-snow water god pearl in your hands?" Crash! Fang Chen shook his wrist, and a snow-white pearl appeared in his palm. Everyone stared at the pearl with burning eyes, and the plaza became restless. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Fang Chen threw out the ice-snow water god's pearl. Hua Feilong grabbed the ice-snow water god pearl and looked at Fang Chen in confusion. "Brother Hua, it's just a mere ice-snow water deity's pearl. Take it as a gift from me, Fang Chen," Fang Chen said in a forthright manner. Hua Feilong widened his eyes in disbelief. The higher-ups of the Tai Hua Empire behind him were confused as well. "This..." Hua Feilong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. "Could it be that Brother Hua doesn't want to be friends with me?" Fang Chen asked. "No, of course not." Hua Feilong pondered for a moment. He tightly gripped the ice-snow water god pearl in his hand and said, "I, Hua Feilong, owe you a favor. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you." Little friend, if you ever come to the Tai Hua Empire, we will definitely treat you with the highest level of respect, said one of the higher-ups of the Tai Hua Empire. When Fang Chen heard this, he smiled slightly. Logically speaking, they were all competing with each other. Moreover, their target was his wife. This ice-snow-water god pearl definitely couldn't be given to them. However, from another perspective, Fang Chen's actions were simply too wise. Even if Fang Chen didn't give it to Hua Feilong, the latter would still be able to get it from Zhou Lei. He would just have to pay a price. And now, not only had Fang Chen ruined Zhou Lei's deal, but he had also befriended a prodigy like Hua Feilong. Wasn't this a wonderful thing? Brat, do you want to die? Zhou Lei glared at Fang Chen and roared furiously. Fang Chen sneered. Only you, Zhou Lei, are allowed to make deals. Am I not allowed to make deals with others? How laughable. Zhou Lei, don't go too far. Hua Feilong timely stepped forward and spoke up for Fang Chen. This was the principle of, if you eat someone's food, you can't bear the consequences. Fang Chen directly ignored Zhou Lei and looked at the other two. Whoosh. He took out 2 ice-snow-water god pearls and gave them to Gu Sun and the Capricorn sex He Xie. We are unable to repay such a great favor. If Brother Fang needs anything in the future, we will go through water and tread on fire for you. The two of them both promised Fang Chen. After all, Fang Chen had allowed them to obtain the ice-snow-water god pearl without paying any price. This favor was simply too great. On the other hand, Zhou Lei was stamping with rage. If it weren't for Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi, he would have attacked Fang Chen. Brat, are you provoking my Zhou family by doing this? Zhou Lei said coldly. This brat had given the 3 of them ice-snow-water god pearls. This meant that his own ice-snow-water god pearl was useless. He could have used it to exchange for a large amount of resources, but now it was useless. Zhou Lei's heart burned with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen to shreds. The higher-ups of the Zhou family were also furious, but they didn't do anything because of Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi. However, that terrifying gaze said it all. Zhou Lei, the ice-snow-water god pearl belongs to Brother Fang. What can you do about who he gives it to? Lone Ranger Gu Sun said coldly. I think Brother Fang is in the right. But you, Zhou Lei, keep making things difficult for Brother Fang. You even use the Zhou family to suppress Brother Fang. What do you want? Black Scorpion said. This is Lotus Mountain, not your Zhou family's territory. Zhou Lei clenched his fists and glared at Fang Chen. Brat, I will tear you to shreds. Zhou Lei swore in his heart. He definitely wouldn't take this lying down. Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi and the Empress of Xianshu saw everything below. The time limit is up. Although the process exceeded my expectations, the final result is very gratifying. Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi's words caused the entire plaza to fall silent. Now that the 5 of you have ice-snow-water god pearls, you can be considered to have passed my initial test, Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi said softly. However, the following test will be even more difficult. After Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi finished speaking, the Empress of Xianshu stepped forward and explained, there is an extremely dangerous mountain range near Lotus Mountain called the Lotus Mountain Range. As everyone knows, the Lotus Mountain Range is the burial ground of gods. The dangers inside are not something gods can withstand. The test this time is for the 5 of you to enter the Lotus Mountain Range and kill a peak divine spirit realm divine beast. No matter what method you use, as long as you can bring back its head, you will pass the test, the Empress of Xianshu continued. Whoosh! The crowd below was in an uproar. Everyone knew how terrifying the Lotus Mountain Range was. Who would have thought that Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi would set the test in the Lotus Mountain Range? If you want to become my disciple's husband, you naturally need to be extremely powerful. If you don't dare, you can withdraw, Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi said coldly. Fang Chen and the others naturally wouldn't withdraw. The time limit is still 1 month. During this time, I will strictly monitor the Lotus Mountain Range. If other forces enter the Lotus Mountain Range, Don't blame us for turning against you. Empyrean Goddess Lien, Yi was warning them that the forces behind the 5 of them weren't allowed to participate. The test this time was for the 5 young geniuses. Empyrean Goddess Lien, Yi left with the Empress of Xianshu, leaving behind an incomparably shocked crowd. Lotus Mountain Range. Fang Chen still didn't know how terrifying it was. Brother Fang, this second test is even more dangerous than the first. I'm really worried about you. The Ice Dragon Spirit King wanted to dissuade Fang Chen from giving up, but he knew that was impossible. So he could only do his best to help Fang Chen. Brother Hanlong, is the Lotus Mountain Range really that terrifying? Fang Chen asked. Divine Spirit Realm divine beasts are considered weak in the Lotus Mountain Range. If you're unlucky and encounter a heavenly god divine beast, you'll definitely die, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King bitterly. Big Brother Hanlong, you don't need to worry. Maybe I'll be lucky and won't encounter a heavenly god divine beast, said Fang Chen with a smile. The Sky Prison Saint shook his head. Even if you don't encounter a heavenly god divine beast, with your strength, you still won't be able to kill one. If a divine spirit realm divine beast fought alone, its combat power would be comparable to a heavenly god's. It was unknown how many times stronger than a deity of the same realm. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were naturally worried about Fang Chen. However, just as Fang Chen was about to speak, Gu Sen, Hua Feilong, and the Capricorn Sex He Xie walked over. What are they doing here? Fang Chen was a bit confused. Chapter 1778. The content of the second stage made Zhou Lei secretly happy. Although killing a divine spirit realm divine beast was difficult, it couldn't stop Zhou Lei's actions. More importantly, he could take the opportunity to kill this eyesore. Because of him, the Zhou family lost 4 cities, a king-grade solitary traveler divine art, and the agreement with the Capricorn sect. The Zhou family's upper echelon hated Fang Chen to the core. Lei, you must be careful. The Zhou family's upper echelon naturally didn't dare to disobey Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's words. Therefore, they wouldn't attack him secretly, but they were very confident in Zhou Lei. Don't worry, I won't disappoint the elders, Zhou Lei said and quickly left Lotus Mountain. At this time, solitary traveler Gu Sen and the other 2 were talking with Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you just offended the Zhou family. With Zhou Lei's narrow-mindedness, he won't let you go. You shouldn't act alone. Let's go together, solitary traveler Gu Sen said. Yeah, if we go together, not only can we avoid Zhou Lei's sneak attacks, we can also instantly kill a divine spirit realm divine beast, Tai Hua Dynasty's Hua Feilong said. Black Scorpion also nodded. Brother Fang, hurry up and agree, Frost Dragon Spirit King said directly. He was even more anxious than Fang Chen. Fang Chen thought for a moment then nodded. Okay, then let's go together, Fang Chen said. The 3 had just received benefits from Fang Chen, so they naturally wanted to return the favor. After the 5 left, the sect's upper echelon all stayed on Lotus Mountain. At this time, in a hall on Lotus Mountain. Senior sister, that Fang Chen is only at the soul transformation realm, but he was able to enter the Weeping Snow Peak and obtain the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl. His glory is enough to overshadow the others, Empress Xianshu said. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi waved her hand, interrupting her. Junior sister, I know what you want to say. However, the rules are set by me, so they must be carried out to the very end. When I choose a husband for you, the first thing I value is strength. Without strength, how can he protect you? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi said indifferently. But, senior sister. The Empress of Xianshu still wanted to say something, but Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi beat her to it. Junior apprentice sister, you're the Empress of the Xianshu Empire, the mother of a grand empire. Why would you speak up for a soul transformation cultivator you've never met before? Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi directly asked the Empress. The Xianshu Empress was startled. She pursed her lips and said, Senior sister, I am not speaking for him. I am speaking for the genius. When choosing a son-in-law, you can't just look at one's current strength. You have to consider all aspects. Among them, talent was very important. You and I are both heavenly deities. You should understand how important talent is on the path of martial arts. The immortal Void Empress sighed. The level of talent directly determined the upper limit of a martial artist's future growth. If one's talent was low, even if they gave it their all, they wouldn't be able to reach the peak of martial arts. The major forces of the divine world placed great importance on talent. This was also the reason why the Zhou family branch wanted to keep Fang Chen. This was because Fang Chen's talent had already shocked them. I can't see anything at the moment. Perhaps he has a supreme treasure that can block the annihilation frigid water. Also, junior apprentice sister, don't forget that he is a true extraordinary array master. Empyrean goddess Lien Yi said. The immortal Void Empress shook her head. Senior sister, do you think a extraordinary array master can easily enter the Weeping Snow Peak? No one understands the Weeping Snow Peak better than you. No one understands the annihilation frigid water better than you. The immortal Void Empress stared at Empyrean goddess Lien Yi and continued, Senior sister, you actually also approve of Fang Chen. It's just that you can't let go of your pride. Empyrean goddess Lien Yi sighed and walked a few steps, her back facing the immortal Void Empress. After a long while, she said, There's no need to say anything more. If he can last until the end, so what if I choose him as my son-in-law? After saying this, she left without waiting for the immortal Void Empress' reply. In front of the Lotus Mountain Range, Fang Chen, Gu Sen, and the other two stood side by side, staring at the mountain range in front of them. The entire mountain range was covered by towering trees, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Standing at the entrance of the mountain range, Fang Chen could clearly feel a terrifying pressure surging out from within. Boss, I feel a pressuring aura. Little Mouse secretly transmitted its voice to Fang Chen. Even Goldie, the royal ant, became restless. This was a sign that it had sensed danger. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fang Chen replied through voice transmission. Only then did Xiao Huang and Little Mouse calm down. Brother Fang, this is the Lotus Mountain Range. The speaker was Hua Feilong of the Tai Hua dynasty. The Lotus Mountain Range is terrifying not only because there are divine beasts of the heavenly god realm, but more importantly, even heavenly gods can't fly inside. What can't fly? Fang Chen's heart shook. He knew too well what it meant to not be able to fly. The reason why it was hard for divine spirit realm experts to kill their opponents was because they could travel through space and use escape technique. As long as they fought with their lives on the line, it would be hard to kill them. However, if they couldn't fly, they could only brace themselves when they encountered danger. The result was obvious. Brother Fang, looking at your expression, I don't think you know much about the Lotus Mountain Range. Black Scorpion said, Our Capricorn sect once had a heavenly god realm expert, but after entering the Lotus Mountain Range, he never came out. The Lotus Mountain Range is extremely terrifying. It's the burial ground of heavenly gods. If a heavenly god realm expert enters, there's only a slim chance of survival. Gu Sen said, however, if the four of us work together, as long as we don't encounter any divine beasts of the heavenly god realm, we should be able to escape unscathed. Brother Fang, don't be too nervous. Just follow behind the three of us. At the crucial moment, you just need to set up a few formations. The three of them didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to provide much attack power. As long as he could set up formations to restrain the divine beasts, it would be enough. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. The four of them talked for a while before carefully entering the Lotus Mountain Range. Roar! As soon as they entered, they felt a terrifying aura rushing towards them. Deafening roars of beasts resounded through the sky. What a terrifying aura! Fang Chen's heart trembled. This Lotus Mountain Range was really dangerous. There are basically no divine beasts of the heavenly god realm in the outer region. Let's be careful and look for divine beasts of the divine spirit realm, Gu Sen said. The three of them were in front while Fang Chen was alone behind them. Can't fly? Fang Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, with a thought, his figure quietly merged into the void. The space-time book can be used. It must be because of the space-time cultivation system. Fang Chen quietly appeared and followed behind the three without batting an eyelid. Fang Chen guessed that the reason why they couldn't fly in the Lotus Mountain range was because of the rules. The area here was very strange and restricted flying. The space-time cultivation system was an alternative system after all. The rules here couldn't interfere with it. With this, Fang Chen could relax a lot. Even if he encountered danger, he could use the space-time book to escape. Even if he couldn't win, at least his life wouldn't be in danger. Roar! Just as he was pondering, a divine beast suddenly appeared in front of him. A deafening sound suddenly rang out. Not good. It's a divine beast. Let's attack together and destroy it. The three of them spoke one after another. Brother Fang, set up the array. Gu Sen roared. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he waved his hand and a complicated seal quickly appeared. Crash! The universe array was instantly set up. The divine beast of the true God realm was killed by the three of them in the blink of an eye. Let's go. After killing the divine beast, Gu Sen hurriedly said. The three of them quickly moved forward while Fang Chen followed closely behind. After moving for about 2 hours, they found a safe place and stopped. As expected of a master of the array. With the help of the master of the array, our speed of killing divine beasts has greatly increased. Gu Sen smiled. Yeah. With this, our danger has decreased a lot. It's a pity. If only Brother Fang had become a Saint Array Master. Black Scorpion said. The other two rolled their eyes at Black Scorpion. A Saint Array Master was a high and mighty existence. Fang Chen was already very powerful to become a Master of the Array at such a young age. Chapter 1779. With a Master-level Array Master in the team, the battle would be easier. Brother Fang, that trapping formation of yours is truly formidable. Once you use it, it's like creating a space of its own. I'm impressed. Lone Ranger Gu Sen cupped his fist. He Xie and Hua Feilong nodded their heads. With the help of this trap array, we can kill a deity-level divine beast instantly. I can't wait to meet a divine spirit realm divine beast. After this battle, the three of them had even more trust in Fang Chen's skill in formations. After a short conversation, the four of them continued to look for divine beasts. At the same time, Zhou Lei was fighting with a deity-level divine beast. Boom! Horrifying flames emerged from the armor of hellfire and blocked the spiritual beast's full-force attack. Zhou Lei launched a crazy counterattack and used the Zhou family's unique skill. Wave after wave of terrifying attacks landed on the divine beast's body. After an hour of hard fighting, the divine beast was finally killed. Damn it! Zhou Lei looked at the divine beast on the ground and spat out a mouthful of saliva as he cursed. Heavenly God Lian Yi's test is really sick. Zhou Lei said helplessly, even if we pass this test by luck, we will lose a layer of skin even if we don't die. Although he had a lot of complaints, 4-star and Moon, for his ally Lotus Flower Mountain, Zhou Lei had to give it his all. I wonder how the four of them are doing now. After resting for a while, Zhou Lei muttered to himself. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If I meet you guys again, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Time passed quickly in Lotus Flower Mountain. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Fang Chen and the other three had encountered many deity-level divine beasts. However, these divine beasts were unable to resist and were killed by the four of them. At a certain moment, the four of them were dealing with a deity-level divine beast. Pucci. With Fang Chen's universe array, the three of them worked together and killed the divine beast effortlessly. However, the three of them who had just killed the divine beast were shocked. Not good, a divine spirit realm divine beast is coming, Gu Xin said in a deep voice. Brother Fong, hurry up and hide inside the magic array, Hua Feilong hastily said. Almost at the same instant Fong Chen hid in the array, the divine spirit realm divine beast whizzed over. Roar! The divine beast rushed into the Qiankuan array and roared at the sky. Let's end this quickly. The four people's expressions changed. If a divine beast at the divine spirit realm roared like that, it would attract the nearby divine beasts. Once surrounded by divine beasts, death was certain. Dream formation, golden sword formation. Fong Chen consecutively set up 2 formations, which merged with the Qiankuan formation to form a 3-layered chain formation. The other 3 instantly engaged in a fierce battle with the divine spirit realm divine beast. The 3 of them are unable to crush a divine beast at the divine spirit realm. Fong Chen said to himself. Then, he took out the supreme-grade divine artifact, the hidden star sword, and joined the battle. Brother Fong, you just need to control the magic array. Don't go near it, Black Scorpion shouted. Brother Fong, this divine beast is very strong, Gu Xin reminded him. In their opinion, Fong Chen only needed to control the magic array and didn't need to join the battle. However, Fong Chen resolutely joined the battle. Fire refining the heavens. Fong Chen shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword trembled. Instantly, a terrifying sword light condensed into a thick fire dragon and shot out. Dong Fong Chen's attack fiercely hit the divine beast's head. Immediately, the divine beast's body was pushed back. The 3 people were fighting back when they suddenly saw this scene. Their hearts were shaken. The 3 people looked at Fong Chen in shock. Stormy waves rose in their hearts. This kind of strength wasn't much weaker than theirs. It turned out that Fong Chen had been hiding his strength. Ha ha, this is great. Gu Xin laughed wildly. Be careful. Hua Feilong cried out in alarm. After being hit by Fong Chen, the divine beast was enraged and started to attack crazily. However, with Fong Chen's participation, the 3 people felt that the pressure on them was greatly reduced. Moreover, they gradually took the initiative and forced the divine beast to retreat step by step. Let's work harder and kill it directly. Under the continuous bombardment of the 4 people, the divine spirit realm divine beast was unable to resist in the end. It looked up to the sky and sighed, then fell to the ground unwillingly. Whoosh! Gu Xin, who was the closest to the divine beast, took its head and said, Let's leave this place quickly. After saying that, the 4 people quickly left. Not long after they left, many powerful auras emerged. Lotus Flower Mountain Range, a very hidden place. Within the universe array, Fong Chen and the other 3 people sat on the ground, exhausted. They were panting and their foreheads were covered with sweat. Ha ha ha, this is really satisfying. Gu Xin laughed loudly. Thinking about the previous battle, he felt incomparably happy. Brother Fong, you've hidden your strength too well. You're only in the divine transformation realm, but you're already comparable to a divine spirit realm expert. I really admire you. Hua Feilong sighed. As a prince of the Tai Hua dynasty, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, the Fong Chen in front of him, who looked simple, shocked him. He could say with certainty that Fong Chen was the most outstanding genius he had seen in all these years. Not only is he an extraordinary array master, but he also has such combat strength. I think there's no need for us to participate in the next test, Black Scorpion suddenly said. Hearing that, Fong Chen was a little startled. He didn't expect that his actions would cause a commotion among the 3 people. Yes, if we were trapped in Brother Fong's array, we wouldn't be able to win against Brother Fong. Moreover, Brother Fong even gave me the precious ice snow water divine pearl. Why should we fight with him? Gu Xin said as he spread out his hands. As a lone ranger, he had strict requirements for his companions. However, Gu Xin was also a person who could let go of things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had now. Gu Xin is right. Once we leave this place, we'll just give up. Hua Feilong nodded. They really wanted to participate in the next test, but after knowing Fang Chen's true combat strength, they didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Of course, they didn't know that Fang Chen had actually concealed his true strength. The three of you. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, Brother Fang, you don't have to feel guilty. The three of us made a wise choice. I hope you can defeat Zhou Lei and Mary Star and Moon, Gu Sen said. Yes, I also don't like Zhou Lei. Yes, Zhou Lei is too disgusting. The three of them spoke one after another. Seeing that, Fang Chen revealed a gentle smile. The three of them were people with good temperament. They were worth befriending. Gu Sen took out the divine beast's head from his summer ring and handed it to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, the three of us have decided to give up. This head is of no use to us. You can take it. Fang Chen didn't decline and took the head. If the three of you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask, Fang Chen said. The three of them nodded. Although we've given up, the Lotus Flower Mountain Range is still a holy land for cultivation. Let's not rush out. We can hone our combat skills here, Gu Sen said with a smile. Yes, with Brother Fang's formation, as long as we don't encounter a group of divine beasts, we won't be in danger. Soon, the four of them reached a unanimous decision. In the following time, the four of them worked together and traveled through the Lotus Flower Mountain Range, constantly training. During this time, Zhou Lei was also racking his brains to come up with a plan on how to kill a divine spirit realm divine beast. Damn it, why isn't there a weaker divine spirit realm divine beast? Zhou Lei clenched his fists and cursed coldly. Before this, he had encountered several divine spirit realm divine beasts. However, they were too strong. Zhou Lei couldn't fight them alone. Fortunately, he had the armor of Hellfire, so he could escape easily. I don't believe that we won't encounter a weaker one, Zhou Lei said with a gloomy gaze. However, just as Zhou Lei was speaking, he suddenly felt an energy fluctuation in the air. Yes, there's a battle nearby. While speaking, Zhou Lei's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Could it be that those four guys are fighting nearby? Zhou Lei said with a sinister smile. I wonder who they are. Thinking of this, Zhou Lei's figure flashed and he quickly flew toward the battle. Chapter 1780. Zhou Lei quickly followed the fluctuations of the battle. Not long after, he discovered a shocking scene. It's really them. Zhou Lei's gaze fell on a formation in front of him. Through the formation, he could vaguely see that the four of them were fighting a divine spirit realm divine beast. Damn it! Zhou Lei sneered inwardly, looking for an opportunity to attack. In the universe formation, Fang Chen and the other three were fighting together. Puchi! Fang Chen thrust his sword, forcing the divine beast to retreat. Brother Fang, you're getting stronger and stronger, Hua Feilong said with a smile. The longer the three of them interacted with Fang Chen, the more they felt that the latter was unfathomable. While the four of them were chatting, they forced the divine spirit realm divine beast to the point that it couldn't fight back. With Brother Fang's formation, it's too easy for us to deal with a divine spirit realm divine beast, Gu Sen said with satisfaction. Let's end this quickly. Otherwise we might attract other divine beasts, Heisya said in a deep voice. This was the Lotus Flower Mountain Range, they couldn't be careless. Hearing this, the other three nodded slightly and increased the intensity of their attack. However, just as the four of them were about to kill the divine beast, the universe formation suddenly shook. What's going on? Did we attract other divine beasts? Gu Sen and the other two asked hastily. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his heart. He said coldly, It's Zhou Lei. Puchi. Zhou Lei. Hearing this, the three of them were furious. This Zhou Lei wanted to take advantage of the situation, but now he attacked them. He really deserved to die. Let's get rid of this guy first. Rumble. The four of them attacked with all their strength, instantly killing the divine beast. It was also at this time that the Qiankuan formation shook even more violently. Walla. Fang Chen removed the universe formation, and Zhou Lei appeared in front of the four of them. "Zhou Lei, you despicable and shameless guy," He Xie cursed angrily. "Since you've offended me, Zhou Lei, today, I'll have you all lose your lives in this Lotus Flower Mountain range." Facing the four of them, Zhou Lei was fearless and sneered. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhou Lei. Lone Ranger Gu Xin and Prince Hua Feilong of the Tai Hua dynasty were both ready to attack. "Zhou Lei, this is the Lotus Mountain range. Even if we kill you, the Zhou clan won't be able to trace it back to us." Black Scorpion laughed sinisterly. "With the four of us working together, do you think we're afraid of you? Zhou Lei, what a joke." As soon as Black Scorpion finished speaking, he immediately attacked. A dense black aura surged out of his body. Fang Chen was a little surprised to see this. To think that this Black Scorpion had actually comprehended the destruction law. Is this the law of destruction? Fang Chen thought to himself. However, he knew very well that the law of destruction that Black Scorpion had comprehended was only the simplest and most basic law. The true law of destruction should be the scene he saw in the illusion that day. That scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. The destruction of the Sword Master had the power to destroy the world. Kill! As Black Scorpion attacked, Lone Ranger Gu Xin also attacked. He was a Lone Ranger and had no ties. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about the Zhou clan's revenge. As for Hua Feilong, he also attacked after thinking for a while. Although the Tai Hua dynasty wasn't the strongest force in the easternmost land, they couldn't be underestimated. Zhou Lei had humiliated them time and time again. This time, he even wanted to destroy their hope of survival. This was intolerable. Hua Feilong and the other two surrounded Zhou Lei and started fighting with him. Boom! Scorching flames instantly surged out of Zhou Lei's body. Under the dense flames, there was a thick layer of armor. This armor was the Hellfire armor, the Zhou clan's greatest treasure. Hellfire armor? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the Hellfire armor. He thought to himself, "Boss, should we ask Xiao Huang to use the Annihilation Cold Water to kill this guy? This is too infuriating." Little Mouse transmitted his voice. Zhou Lei dared to snatch Boss's woman. He must be tired of living. Fang Chen shook his head. There was no need for that at the moment. He didn't want to expose his trump card. Then, Fang Chen waved his hand and set up a master-level array. He joined the battle. The four of them worked together and forced Zhou Lei to retreat. Zhou Lei's face darkened when he sensed the power of the master-level array. Cycle of Stars technique. Swoosh. Zhou Lei didn't say anything and immediately used the Cycle of Stars technique. Suddenly, spots of starlight appeared on his palm. These spots of starlight contained terrifying power. Go to hell. Zhou Lei waved his hand and countless spots of starlight shot out from his palm towards Black Scorpion who was closest to him. Splash! Zhou Lei's attack was too fast. Hence, Black Scorpion couldn't dodge in time. His body was hit by the countless spots of starlight and was sent flying. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Black Scorpion! Hua Feilong shouted and rushed to Black Scorpion's side to protect him. On the other hand, Zhou Lei had displayed his terrifying attack power when facing Gu Xin alone. Trash like you wants to deal with me? Zhou Lei sneered and used the Cycle of Stars technique once more. Together with the Karmic Flame armor, his attack power reached its peak. He threw a punch at Lone Ranger Gu Xin, causing the latter to fall back with a muffled sound. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying sword light suddenly appeared in the void and slashed Zhou Lei's body fiercely. Hiss! The flames on the Karmic Flame armor were almost extinguished. So strong. Zhou Lei thought to himself. His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chen and he coldly said, "Brat, you're courting death. Take Black Scorpion and leave." "I'll hold them back," said Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, you're definitely not Zhou Lei's match by yourself," said Hua Feilong. They had thought that the four of them would be able to defeat Zhou Lei if they worked together. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave, said Fang Chen. Black Scorpion's group of 3 no longer hesitated and turned to leave. Brother Fang, take care. Zhou Lei wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Brat, I think you're courting death, said Zhou Lei coldly. His aura locked onto Fang Chen. Once Black Scorpion's group of 3 was far away, Fang Chen smiled. Zhou Lei, it's been so many years. You haven't changed at all, sneered Fang Chen. Yes. Zhou Lei frowned, not understanding what Fang Chen was saying. You don't have any recollection of me? Asked Fang Chen. I can give you a hint. Back then, in the lower realm, we met once in the Star Remnant. Zhou Lei would be an idiot if he still didn't understand what he was trying to say. It's you. Zhou Lei's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen. His face was filled with disbelief. It had only been a few years, but that trash had grown to such a level. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Lei kept shaking his head, unable to believe the truth in front of him. I have to thank you for not killing me back then. However, I'm standing in front of you now. I'll give you one more chance. I just don't know if you'll be able to grasp it, said Fang Chen with a sinister smile. Zhou Lei looked up to the sky and roared furiously. A piece of trash that he disdained to fight back then was now standing in front of him. Trash will always be trash. Even if you've become a true god, you're just an ant in front of me. The star and moon is mine. Don't even think about touching it, roared Zhou Lei angrily. At the same time, he was ready to attack. Brat, I admit that it was my fault for not killing you in the Star Remnant. However, I won't make the same mistake again. Zhou Lei also felt Fang Chen's terrifying potential. Therefore, he had to kill Fang Chen today no matter what. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, there would be endless trouble in the future. If you want to kill me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. I'm just afraid that you'll go for wool and come home shorn, said Fang Chen with a smile. He let Black Scorpion and the other 2 leave so that he could use all his means to kill Zhou Lei. Buzz. The karmic fire armor instantly opened and wrapped around Zhou Lei's body. Endless flames surrounded the karmic fire armor. Brat, what are you going to use to fight me? Even if I stand here and don't move, you won't be able to break my karmic fire armor, sneered Zhou Lei. I really admire your courage, but let's stop here. Oh right. I have to thank you for telling me the truth, sneered Zhou Lei. Chapter 1781. You'll know in a moment what I have to fight against you, Fang Chen said indifferently. I'll wait and see. As soon as Zhou Lei finished speaking, he clenched his fist tightly. Wild divine power gathered on his fist, and then he threw out a punch. This punch was like a tsunami. Its attack power was extremely powerful. However, Fang Chen was not afraid. He punched out as well. Dong, the 2 fists collided, causing the ground to tremble. Deng deng deng, Zhou Lei's body retreated a few steps. He opened his eyes wide as he looked at Fang Chen. Your strength is not bad. I wonder how strong you are, Zhou Lei said. Swoosh. Zhou Lei used the Heavenly Cycle Stellar technique. A terrifying attack instantly spread out. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's sword had been replaced by the 7 legendary meteor sword. Voila! 7 stars flickered on the 7 legendary meteor sword. Among them, the first star emitted a dazzling light. 7 stars falling sky. This was Fang Chen's first time using the 7 stars falling sky against an enemy. Although it was only the first move of the 7 stars falling sky, the attack power was enough to shock Zhou Lei. What kind of divine technique is this? While Zhou Lei was amazed by Fang Chen's divine technique, he also noticed the Heavenly God artifact in Fang Chen's hand. That's a Heavenly God artifact. All of a sudden, Zhou Lei had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he faced it head-on. Dong, the countless stars in his palm fiercely collided with the terrifying sword light in the sky. Immediately, the surrounding towering trees exploded. What a powerful force! With a bang, Zhou Lei's body was sent flying. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Zhou Lei looked at Fang Chen with a serious expression. What about now? Do you still want to kill me? Fang Chen spread his hands and asked. So what if you have a heavenly god artifact? You can't break my hellfire armor. You still can't kill me. Zhou Lei sneered. His greatest trump card was the hellfire armor. As long as he had the hellfire armor, he would be invincible. Unless the other party was a heavenly god, it was impossible to break through his defense. He had to admit that he had underestimated Fang Chen. This person's attack power was so powerful that it made him feel a little ashamed. But even so what? He was just a clown relying on a heavenly divine artifact. There was nothing to be afraid of. Is that so? I shall see how long your karmic flame armor can last. Swoosh! Chaotic sword light burst out from the heavenly divine artifact. The 7 stars falling sky was a heaven-grade divine art, and its attack power was extremely strong. Although Fang Chen was still unable to unleash his strongest attack, he was still not to be underestimated. Ordinary divine spirit realm experts were simply unable to resist it. Dong! The glittering starlight sword chi struck Zhou Lei's armor of hellfire. Suddenly, the scorching flames burned, and the starlight sword chi disappeared. Zhou Lei laughed loudly. It's useless. You can't break through my karmic fire armor. Fang Chen frowned when he saw Zhou Lei laughing wildly. The karmic fire armor's defense is indeed strong. I used a heavenly divine artifact to unleash the 7 stars falling sky, but it only left a shallow mark on the karmic fire armor. Fang Chen thought to himself, if it was an expert at the peak of the divine spirit realm, their attack power would be stronger than his. The reason for this was because he possessed divine energy, not heavenly divine energy. Only heavenly divine energy could unleash the strongest attack power of a heavenly divine artifact and a heaven-grade divine art. How is it? There's no other way, right? Next, I will let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. Zhou Lei walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his killing intent overflowing. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not want to try anymore. Xiao Huang, make your move. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Xiao Huang. The latter was already on standby. After receiving the order, he instantly appeared in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Huang strode forward and arrived on top of Zhou Lei's armor of hellfire. Get lost! When Zhou Lei saw Xiao Huang, he thought that he was Fang Chen's pet. He waved his hand and scolded coldly. However, right at this moment, Xiao Huang's stomach opened and a chill attacked him. The extremely cold annihilation frigid water emerged from Xiao Huang's body and drilled into the karmic fire armor. Buzz! The temperature of the surrounding air dropped rapidly. What's going on? Zhou Lei was shocked when he felt the cold aura. He had only felt this kind of cold aura at the Weeping Ice Peak. Annihilation frigid water. Suddenly, Zhou Lei cried out in surprise. Then, he opened his eyes wide and stared at the annihilation frigid water on the karmic fire armor. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it! Zhou Lei hurriedly activated the karmic fire armor, trying to expel the annihilation frigid water. The annihilation frigid water released by Xiao Huang was not purified and was extremely powerful. The annihilation frigid water was very corrosive. Although the karmic fire armor had a strong defense, it could not withstand the corrosion of so much annihilation frigid water. No! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lei felt as if he was about to collapse. His energy was drained and his body was trembling. It required a lot of energy to maintain the high defense of the karmic fire armor. Zhou Lei was obviously unable to maintain it for a long time. Under the attack of the annihilation frigid water, his energy was drained in the blink of an eye. Even so, the karmic fire armor was still unable to withstand the attack of the annihilation frigid water. Damn it! Zhou Lei cursed continuously. He wanted to resist, but it was useless. Finally, after a struggle, the annihilation frigid water broke through the attack of the karmic fire armor. Zhou let out a miserable cry. Then, the karmic fire armor instantly broke apart. It fell from Zhou body, and the flames on it gradually extinguished. Without the defense of the karmic fire armor, the annihilation frigid water instantly invaded Zhou body. Gradually, Zhou body became numb. He stretched out his hand and said with difficulty, "Let me go." He was begging for mercy. The power of the annihilation frigid water was not something that he could withstand. His primordial spirit had been frozen, but he did not want to die. When you fell in love with Yuer, you should have been prepared to die, Fang Chen said coldly. In the divine world, there was no need to be soft-hearted. In this world where the strong were respected, if you were to be soft-hearted, you would not be able to bear the consequences. If he were to switch places with Zhou, the latter would not let him go. Crack! Zhou primordial spirit was frozen and he lost his vitality instantly. His body fell head first onto the ground. Fang Chen waved his hand and took Zhou summer ring. He opened it and saw that there were many refining materials inside. These refining materials can be used by me. As for the Zhou family's divine skill, forget about it. Fang Chen did not want to be hunted down by the Zhou family because of this. After taking out the materials and divine spiritual stones, Fang Chen threw the summer ring back. Little Mouse looked at the hellfire armor and said, "Boss, take this hellfire armor away." Fang Chen shook his head. The hellfire armor was the most precious treasure of the Zhou family. If it was lost, the Zhou family would definitely be angry. It would be troublesome. Let's go. The battle between Fang Chen and Zhou was actually very short. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen disappeared. A genius of the generation, Zhou family's Zhou had fallen. He would never have dreamed that a weakling that he could easily kill would be able to kill him. In a safe place in the Lotus Flower Mountain Range, Lone Wanderer Gu Xin and the other two looked solemn. "I wonder how Brother Fang is doing," Hua Feilong said. "Brother Fang is not a reckless person. He should be able to escape unscathed. He is a transcendent array master. It will not be easy for Zhou to kill him," Black Scorpion said. Lone Wanderer Gu Xin nodded. "No matter what, we owe Brother Fang a favor. If Brother Fang dies in Zhou hands, I, Gu Xin, swear that I will avenge Brother Fang." "That's right. Us too." The other two nodded. "Are you guys so eager to see me die?" Suddenly, a mocking voice entered the trio's ears. Then, Fang Chen appeared in front of them. "Brother Fang, you are fine." The three of them were very excited to see Fang Chen return safely. Zhou was a bit difficult to deal with. However, I used a formation and escape. Fang Chen nodded. Although he had a good relationship with the three of them, this was a serious matter. He would not expose himself to danger. If the Zhou family knew that he was the one who killed Zhou, it would be troublesome. "Brother Fang, it's good that you are fine." Gu Xin smiled. Chapter 1782. Lotus Flower Mountain. Fang Chen's group of 4 successfully returned, attracting everyone's attention. "They're back!" The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were the most excited. They had been worried about Fang Chen. Now that he had returned safely, how could they not be excited? The Tai Hua dynasty and the Capricorn sect also asked Hua Feilong and Black Scorpion about the situation. Everyone on Lotus Flower Mountain looked at Fang Chen's group of 4. There was still some time before the 1-month deadline. After a short moment of excitement, Lotus Flower Mountain regained its calm. In the Shingsun sect's courtyard, the Sky Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King stood around Fang Chen, staring at Fang Chen with burning eyes. "Brother Fang, how was it?" The Ice Dragon Spirit King couldn't help but ask. The Sky Prison Saint was also very curious about whether Fang Chen had obtained the Divine Beast Head or not. Seeing the two so anxious, Fang Chen chuckled and said, "I got it. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were very excited. Ha ha ha, Brother Fong, you're really good. The Ice Dragon Spirit King also admired Fong Chen. I was just lucky. At the same time, the Capricorn sect and the Tai Hua dynasty were very helpless when they learned that Black Scorpion and Hua Feilong had given up. They had been trying to persuade them, but to no avail. In the end, they could only leave the matter unsettled. Time passed. The Zhou family's upper echelons were all looking forward to Zhou Lei's return. However, what they didn't know was that Zhou Lei had already died in Lotus Flower Mountain. Whoosh! At a certain moment, a cold aura surged around Fong Qin. Immediately, he opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 34 types of ice laws. Only 2 left. Fong Chen's eyes shone. Xiao Huang was also happy for his boss. Boss, do you still want to continue? Fong Chen nodded. Of course he wanted to continue. He was too weak right now. He had to increase his cultivation. Whoosh! The Annihilation Frost Water appeared in Xiao Huang's stomach. At first, Fong Chen could only adapt to 1/10 of the Annihilation Frost Water. Now, he could barely adapt to 1/8. He was improving all the time. With the help of the Annihilation Frost Water, Fong Chen's speed of comprehending the nomological laws became faster and faster. 3 days later, the 35th law was comprehended. At this moment, Fong Chen could already withstand 1/5 of the Annihilation Frigid Water's temperature. However, when he was comprehending the last one, he reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to comprehend the last one. The final ice-type law is called the Frigid Metal Law, Fong Chen said to himself. From the literal meaning, it could be seen that the Frigid Metal Law contained some metal law. Fong Chen tried to use the metal law to comprehend the last law, but he failed. What's going on? Fong Chen was somewhat puzzled. The direction of his comprehension was correct, and he even had the help of the Annihilation Frigid Water. Why was he unable to comprehend it? Suddenly, Fong Chen thought of a possibility. Could it be due to the Annihilation Frigid Water? With this thought, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. If I can completely withstand the Annihilation Frigid Water, I might be able to comprehend it. After saying this, Fong Chen told Xiao Huang about his idea. The latter formulated a plan to gradually increase the power of the Annihilation Frigid Water according to Fong Chen's idea. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When the 1-month deadline arrived, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and the Immortal Su Empress appeared at the same time. All of the higher-ups of the sect arrived at the plaza. There was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. The 1-month deadline is over. Have the 4 of you obtained the head of a divine spirit realm mythological beast? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi asked calmly. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, our Zhou family's Zhou Lei hasn't returned yet. Should we wait for a while? One of the higher-ups of the Zhou family asked. That's right. Perhaps Zhou Lei is on his way back. However, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's words caused the Zhou family to fall into a state of despair and even madness. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi shook her head and said indifferently, Zhou Lei will never return. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, what do you mean? The higher-ups of the Zhou family frowned and asked in a low voice. Don't you understand what I mean? Zhou Lei died in the Lotus Flower Mountain Range, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi said indifferently. Boom. The plaza was in an uproar. Countless higher-ups of the sect were shaken. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lei has the karmic flame armor. If he encountered a powerful mythological beast, even if he couldn't defeat it, he could at least protect himself. I don't believe Lei is dead. The higher-ups of the Zhou family shook their heads and said loudly. Enough. The Immortal Su Empress frowned slightly. She was quite displeased. Zhou Lei is dead. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. The Immortal Su Empress's words caused the Zhou family to fall into despair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, almost all of the higher-ups of the Zhou family were dispatched to the Lotus Flower Mountain Range. The remaining higher-ups of the sect were somewhat in disbelief. The prodigy of the easternmost land, Zhou Lei, had died in the Lotus Flower Mountain Range. This was truly unbelievable. However, it seemed that heavenly goddess Lien Yi wasn't afraid of the Zhou family's revenge at all. Did the four of you obtain the head of a mythological beast of the divine spirit realm? The Empress of Xianxu asked with a smile. Seniors, Junior Heisye gives up. Heisye cupped his fists and said. The higher-ups of the Capricorn sect behind him fell silent, their expressions somewhat grave. Junior also gives up. My Taihua dynasty also gives up. The Empress of Xianxu was slightly surprised that 3 people gave up in a row. Her gaze fell on Fang Qin. Fang Qin could feel that the Empress of Xianxu's gaze was a bit happy. She didn't have any enmity towards him. On the contrary, she was helping him. From beginning to end, heavenly goddess Lien Yi didn't say a word. She just looked down indifferently. What about you? The Empress of Xianxu asked. Fang Qin waved his hand. Immediately, the head of a mythological beast of the divine spirit realm appeared in his palm. The Empress of Xianxu examined it with her divine sense, then nodded. Yes, it is indeed the head of a mythological beast of the divine spirit realm. She then turned to heavenly goddess Lien Yi and said, Senior sister, of the 5 people, 3 have given up, 1 has died, and this little guy called Fang Qin obtained the mythological beast's head. Shouldn't you announce the result? Fang Qin was a bit nervous. He looked nervously at heavenly goddess Lien Yi. The Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Hell Saint were also waiting for her to speak. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi looked at Fang Qin with a slight frown. Fang Qin felt a bad premonition. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Zhou family who had left and returned. Their faces were filled with boundless fury. Did the 4 of you kill our lair? The higher-ups of the Zhou family roared angrily. Elder Zhou, you can't speak carelessly, one of the higher-ups of the Taihua dynasty said coldly. Sect Master Emojia also nodded. The 4 of us haven't seen Zhou Lei since entering the Lotus Flower Mountain Range. Furthermore, Elder Zhou, do you think the 4 of us can kill him if we work together? Hua Feilong smiled indifferently. They naturally couldn't admit that they had fought with Zhou Lei. Otherwise, the enraged Zhou family would definitely vent their anger on them. You should know that Zhou Lei is wearing the karmic flame armor. If the 4 of us can break through the karmic flame armor, then this armor is too trashy, said Black Scorpion. The higher-ups of the Zhou family were burning with rage as they looked at Gu. Senator Gu Sun sneered, completely unafraid of the Zhou family's gaze. How can you bully me because I'm a loner without any background? Sneered Gu Senior brat. We suspect that you have something to do with Lei Er's death. We need to bring you back to investigate, said the higher-ups. If we find that you have nothing to do with this matter, we'll definitely let you go. Indeed, without any evidence, the Zhou family didn't want to fall out with the Capricorn sect and the Taihua dynasty. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Lone Ranger Gu Sr. The Zhou family is really impressive. What's the point of bullying a divine spirit realm cultivator? Gu Sen was still sneering. The higher-ups of the Zhou family were furious. Brat, don't talk nonsense. After saying that, they directly attacked, wanting to forcefully capture Gu Sr. Gu Sen stood there calmly, looking at the higher-ups of the Zhou family as if they were idiots. Stop! At this critical moment, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi said coldly. Then, she waved her hand, and a ray of divine light blocked the attacks of the higher-ups of the Zhou family. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, what is the meaning of this? The higher-ups of the Zhou family were furious. Chapter 1783. You can't touch him. These words represented Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's stance, and all of the higher-ups in the sect were dumbfounded. Just who was this Gu Sen? Why was Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi speaking up for him? Gu Sen glanced at Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi but didn't say anything. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, our Zhou family respects you, so we won't make things difficult for you. However, Gu Sen is ours. the higher-ups of the Zhou family said coldly. Zhou Lei's death was a great loss to the Zhou family. One could imagine how furious the Zhou family leader would be. Even Heavenly Goddess Lian, he wouldn't want to get involved. Idiot! Heavenly Goddess Lian, he closed her eyes and ignored the higher-ups. The higher-ups of the Zhou family continued to act. Gu Sun couldn't block a heavenly god's attack at all, but his expression was very calm. What a poser! The higher-ups of the Zhou family sneered and reached out with their hand, instantly appearing in front of Gu Senator. Just as they were about to touch Gu Senator, suddenly, an invisible force blocked the hand of the Zhou family's upper echelon. The higher-ups of the Zhou family were a bit confused. They continued to increase their power, wanting to break through the barrier. Enough! A thunderous voice suddenly appeared in the air, causing everyone to tremble. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in white landed in front of Gu Senator Bang. He gently waved his hand and forced the higher-ups of the Zhou family to retreat. The higher-ups of the Zhou family stabilized themselves and asked with a grave expression, "Who are you? How dare you stop the Zhou family from doing something?" Stopping the Zhou family from doing something? What a joke! Do you want me to watch as you capture my disciple? The middle-aged man in white sneered and said with an unyielding attitude, "I'd like to see how the Zhou family can touch my disciple with me here." The appearance of the middle-aged man in white caused a commotion. Only now did everyone realize that Heavenly Goddess Lian had already known about the faction behind Gu Senator. No wonder she had stepped forward to stop the higher-ups of the Zhou family. Fang Chen stared straight at the middle-aged man in white. He sensed a very familiar aura from the middle-aged man in white. Who is he? Fang Chen frowned. He couldn't understand. What was going on? Why did he feel so familiar? Who the hell are you? The Zhou family's higher-ups were a bit angry. I didn't think that after leaving the easternmost region for so many years, no one would recognize me. The Pangyue War Immortal, the Pangyue War Immortal said with a smile. Boom! The square was in an uproar. Heavens, the Pangyue War Immortal has actually returned. What? Gu Sun is the disciple of the Moon War Immortal? How is that possible? The legendary Pangyue War Immortal of the easternmost region? The Zhou clan has kicked an iron plate this time. Countless exclamations and discussions could be heard from the crowd. The Pangyue Warrior Immortal's influence was extremely great, especially that battle back then, which shocked the heavens and earth and made the gods weep. Fang Chen did not expect this person to be the Moon War Immortal. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. When he was in the lower realm, he had also received a favor from the Pan-Moon Warrior Immortal. The latter was even his master. So Gu Sun is the disciple of the Moon Warrior Immortal. Fang Chen nodded to himself. No wonder he always felt that Gu Sun was very mysterious. When they found out that the other party was the Moon War Immortal, the upper echelons of the Zhou clan lowered their heads. Why aren't you capturing my disciple? The Moon War Immortal asked with a smile. The smile on his face was terrifying. The Pangyue War Immortal was extremely warlike, and his attacks were extremely powerful. Even Empyrean Goddess Lian would not be willing to offend him. In the past, the Pangyue War Immortal had relied on his own power to kill 5 Empyrean gods at the same time, shocking the entire easternmost region. From then on, the name of the Pangyue War Immortal resounded throughout the divine realm. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. The upper echelon clasped his fist. Oh, so it was a misunderstanding. The Pangyue War Immortal said thoughtfully. Pangyue War Immortal, please forgive us for our previous offense. The upper echelon of the Zhou clan humbly apologized. The Pangyue War Immortal ignored them. Gu Sun, why did you give up? The Pangyue War Immortal looked at his disciple and asked. He had fought for this opportunity with great difficulty. In order to let Gu Sun join the competition openly, he had even set up the identity of a lone traveler. As for the matter of him entering the Empyrean god's ruins, it was completely fabricated. but now Gu Sun had actually given up on his own accord. This puzzled the Pangyue War Immortal. Master, even if I join the competition, I won't succeed. Also, Brother Fong has helped me before. Master, you have always taught me to be grateful. I think you can understand me, Gu Sun said. The Pangyue War Immortal nodded. He had been secretly observing his disciple. He had also noticed Fong Chen. All right, you can give up then. The Pangyue War Immortal said. Thank you, Master. Gu Sun said. The upper echelon of the Zhou clan needed to vent their anger. They had found Fong Chen, and after their analysis, they found that Fong Chen was the most suspicious. Fong Chen, we suspect that you have something to do with Lei Er's death. The upper echelon of the Zhou clan said in a low voice. Fong Chen had the Xingsun sect behind him, so the Zhou clan had nothing to fear. Moreover, they had found traces of the Annihilation Frost Water on the Hellfire armor. It was very likely that Fong Chen had something to do with it. Among the 5 of them, besides Zhou Lei, he was the only one who had entered the Weeping Peak. The Zhou clan has gone too far. Are you bullying the Xingsun sect? The Frost Dragon Spirit King said angrily. If you want to touch Fong Chen, you have to ask the Xingsun sect for permission. The Heavenly Hell Saint's aura fluctuated. He was ready to attack at any time. In the square, many upper echelons of the sect shook their heads. The Zhou clan was too shameless. They did not dare to touch the other 3, but they came to find fault with Fong Chen. We found traces of the Annihilation Frost Water on the Hellfire armor. Among the 4 of you, only Fong Chen had entered the Weeping Peak. If you didn't do this, who else could it be? This was not simply bullying, but directly convicting Fong Chen of a crime. Clap, clap. Fong Chen clapped his hands gently. Wonderful, this is really wonderful. Fong Chen looked around and asked, I want to ask everyone here if it is possible for me, an immortal in the divine transformation realm, to have the Annihilation Frost Water on me. Everyone shook their heads. What a joke. A divine transformation realm cultivator carrying the Annihilation Frost Water? Was he looking for death? Fong Chen's eyes fell on the upper echelons of the Zhou clan again. You don't even know the most basic common sense, yet you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. I really feel sorry for the Zhou clan. Don't be unreasonable, the upper echelon of the Zhou clan said angrily. Humph, if you want to use Fong Chen as a scapegoat, just say so. Do you have to go to this extent? The Ice Dragon Spirit King sneered. The Zhou clan had really calculated well. Fong Chen had the Divine Beast's head. If they killed Fong Chen, there would be no result in this son-in-law selection. This was a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. While making Divine God Liani's son-in-law selection fail, they would also blame him for Zhou Lei's death. In this way, even if the clan leader was angry, he would not blame them. As long as you can show me evidence, I, Fong Chen, will kill myself on the spot. Fong Chen spread out his hands. Sect Master Mo also said, if the Zhou clan can't even bring out the most basic evidence, how can you convince everyone? Little friend Fong is an honored guest of the Tai Hua dynasty. I hope the Zhou clan can bring out evidence, said the upper echelon of the Tai Hua dynasty. Even the Pang War Immortal spoke up. If you don't have any evidence, then let this matter end here. Liani is still choosing a son-in-law for her disciple. In truth, the Pang War Immortal's words had 2 meanings. The first was because Gu Sun was indebted to Fong Chen, and the second was because of the Sky Prison Saint. The 2 of them were both from the lower realms. Although the Pang War Immortal had ascended tens of thousands of years before the Sky Prison Saint, they were still from the same place. At a critical moment, it was fine for him to say a few words. Hearing the Pang War Immortal's words, the Sky Prison Saint smiled and nodded. For a moment, the Zhou clan was caught between a rock and a hard place. This brat was able to obtain the Divine Beast's head. That means his strength is enough to threaten Zhou Lei. Our Zhou clan will send a divine ancestor to attack him and force him to reveal his true strength. When the time comes, everything will be clear. With that, a divine ancestor realm heavenly god of the Zhou family stepped forward with an imposing aura. Fang Chen's face darkened. His heart was burning with anger. The Zhou clan was too despicable. How could they use such a method to deal with him? Despicable. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were furious. Chapter 1784. The words of the Zhou family's elder made everyone's expression change. He was using the Zhou family's patriarch to threaten everyone to achieve his goal. The Moon Warrior Immortal narrowed his eyes and watched everything quietly. The Divine Sun Sect's Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint's faces were red with anger. How despicable! As the two spoke, they stood in front of Fang Chen. Do you think the Divine Sun Sect has no one? I'd like to see how the Zhou family will deal with our disciple today, the Ice Dragon Spirit King said coldly. Ice Dragon Spirit King, do you know what you're doing? You'll bring disaster to the Divine Sun Sect, the elder of the Zhou family said. Humph, what a joke! The Ice Dragon Spirit King sneered. Seeing this, the elder of the Zhou family stepped forward and threw out 2 punches. Instantly, the terrifying fist radiance swept over. Oh no! Fang Chen knew this was bad. This person was a heavenly god. He wasn't someone that the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint could resist. Right now, only the Moon Warrior Immortal could resist him. Attack! The elder of the Zhou family attacked, suppressing the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint. Then he said to the other divine ancestor. The divine ancestor stepped forward, his aura shaking the sky. Fang Chen felt like his body was about to be imprisoned. His heart was burning with anger. However, his rationality told him that he couldn't fight recklessly. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the Pangyue Warrior Immortal. Right now, he could only ask for the Moon Warrior Immortal's help. Senior Pan Moon Warrior Immortal, please lend me a hand. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said to the Moon Warrior Immortal. The latter was a little surprised, but then he said lazily, Little guy, although my disciple is indebted to you, you don't need me to help you. If the Moon Warrior Immortal helped, he would definitely go against the Zhou family. It wasn't worth it for a little guy. Everyone nodded. Someone like the Moon Warrior Immortal wouldn't help easily. Heavenly God Lien Yi looked on indifferently, as if it had nothing to do with her. As for the Xianshu Empress behind him, she was extremely anxious. The Grand Zhou family actually sent a divine ancestor to deal with a soul transformation disciple? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Said the Empress Xianshu coldly. She wanted to intervene, but she was stopped by Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. She understood what her senior sister meant. She didn't want to get involved in this matter. Sigh, when her senior sister tried to stop her, she understood what the latter meant. Fang Chen had no chance. Seeing Fang Chen about to be attacked by the Zhou clan's god, the Xianshu Empress sighed and shook her head. Senior. Seeing that the Zhou clan's heaven god's attack was about to arrive, Fang Chen hurriedly transmitted a message to the Pan Moon Warrior Immortal. At the same time, he secretly released the unique aura of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. The originally lazy Pan Yu Warrior Immortal suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. You came from the lower realm. The Moon War Immortal transmitted. Fang Chen nodded and said, When I was in the lower realm, I obtained the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This sentence alone was enough for the Pan Yu Warrior Immortal to make a move. I see. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave's aura wouldn't lie to him. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying battle intent appeared around the Pan Moon War Immortal. In the next instant, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Bang! With a punch, space seemed to collapse. Behind him, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Was this the strength of the Pan Moon War Immortal? With a single punch, heaven and earth changed color. The Zhou clan's divine ancestor realm god was unable to block the Pan Moon War Immortal's attack and was forced to retreat. Pan Moon War Immortal, What is the meaning of this? This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be somewhat stunned. Why would the Pan-Moon War Immortal suddenly make a move? What was the meaning of this? The angriest ones were the Zhou clan's upper echelons. They originally thought that the Pan-Moon War Immortal would be wary of the Zhou clan and not make a move. But now, do I, the Pan-Moon War Immortal, need a reason to make a move? The Pan-Moon War Immortal said indifferently. Everyone suddenly realized. That's right, did an existence like the Pan-Moon War Immortal need a reason to make a move? His fist was the reason. Everyone looked at the Pan-Moon War Immortal thoughtfully. Things were getting more and more interesting. They didn't know what Fang Qin said to the Pan-Moon War Immortal for the latter to make a move for him. Pan-Moon War Immortal, you've gone too far. The Zhou clan's upper echelon took out a token and injected his heavenly god energy into it. Immediately, the token gave off a blinding light. Boom! Everyone felt the ground tremble, and then a figure gradually appeared in the void. Clan leader. The Zhou clan's upper echelon gave up on suppressing the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint. What's the matter? This was a figure of the Zhou clan's clan leader. His true body was in the clan. Clan leader Lei is dead. The Zhou clan's upper echelon said softly. The figure's face instantly changed. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Who killed him?" I suspect that Lei's death has something to do with Fang Qin. I wanted to capture him for interrogation, but the Pan-Moon War Immortal stopped me. The Zhou clan's upper echelon said truthfully. He knew that the Pan-Moon War Immortal's interference was beyond his control, so he could only summon the clan leader. The clan leader's gaze fell on the Pan-Moon War Immortal. Instantly, he glanced at Fang Qin behind the Pan-Moon War Immortal. Pan-Moon, long time no see. The figure's face revealed a trace of a smile. Old monster Zhou. The Pan-Moon War Immortal nodded. You want to protect him? The figure asked. I owe him a favor. The Pan-Moon War Immortal said. Everyone could hear the meaning in his words. He wanted to protect Fang Qin. The figure fell silent. After a moment of thought, he said, Let's go. Clan leader, are we just going to let Lei's death go? The Zhou clan's upper echelon cried out. Of course not. I'll definitely get to the bottom of Lei's death. The figure said. The Zhou clan had no choice but to leave Lotus Mountain. The plaza was completely silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the Pan-Moon War Immortal. Even Heavenly Goddess Lian looked at the Pan-Moon War Immortal in surprise. She didn't understand what Fang Qin had given the Pan-Moon War Immortal. However, this didn't seem to have much to do with her anymore. Lian don't worry about me. Announce the results. The Pan-Moon War Immortal spread out his hands. He looked at Fang Qin with interest before walking over to Gu. Senator Fang Qin was also waiting for Heavenly Goddess Lian to announce the result. Under everyone's gazes, Heavenly Goddess Lian walked out. Her gaze swept over Fang Qin. Then, she said softly, aside from Fang Qin, no one else has completed the task of choosing a husband for my disciple, Star and Moon. However, Heavenly Goddess Lian paused for a moment. Fang Qin had a bad feeling. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. However, Fang Qin is too weak and doesn't meet my criteria, so Heavenly Goddess Lian didn't finish her sentence. However, everyone knew that Fang Qin had been eliminated by Heavenly Goddess Lian Fang Qin's mind was completely blank. His eyes were wooden, and his body was trembling slightly. After working so hard for so long, this was the result. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason Heavenly Goddess Lian didn't choose Fang Qin wasn't because Fang Qin was too weak. The real reason was that she didn't want to offend the Zhou family. How laughable! She was willing to sacrifice her disciple's happiness for her own benefit. This was what it meant to love one's disciple. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint tightly grabbed onto Fang Qin's clothes. They were afraid that he would lose his cool and clash with heavenly goddess Lian. If that happened, they would be in big trouble. Pain spread through Fang Chen's entire body. His heart ached. However, he was strong. Old hag, no one can take my wife away from me. Fang Chen clenched his fist. He slowly walked toward heavenly goddess Lian. The ice dragon spirit king wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Fang Chen! Everyone yelled. Heavenly goddess Lian, did you make this choice for Star and Moon, or for yourself? Fang Chen clasped his fist. Boom! The plaza was in an uproar. Countless sect disciples stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Was this brat's head burning because he was rejected? He actually dared to question Heavenly Goddess Lian in front of everyone. Even if Heavenly Goddess Lian killed him, no one would say anything. Chapter 1785. She had negated all of Fang Chen's efforts with a single sentence. Fang Chen laughed heartily upon hearing Goddess Lian's words. The smile on his face was incomparably cruel. He had chosen to participate in Goddess Lian's test so that Star and Moon wouldn't have a bad relationship with his master. Now, there was no need to consider this at all. Fang Chen, don't be impulsive. I'll persuade my senior sister. I'm sure she'll listen, the Xianxu Empress transmitted. Actually, she still hoped that Fang Chen would take Star and Moon away. Fang Chen, come with me. The Pang War Immortal transmitted his voice to Fang Chen, then walked straight to a residence. Fang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. I can't be impulsive. I definitely can't be impulsive. This was a matter of great importance. He couldn't act rashly. Fang Chen told the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint to return to the Xingsun sect first. The two were still worried, so Fang Chen secretly told them about his relationship with the Pang War Immortal. Only then did they leave. In an elegant courtyard, the white-robed Pang War Immortal sat on a stone bench, smiling as he waited for Fang Chen's arrival. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fist. You're still calling me senior. The Pang War Immortal smiled. Fang Chen shook his head and said, I benefited greatly from Senior's Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. She should have addressed him as master. But I don't want to implicate you. Fang Chen's words made the Pang War Immortal frown slightly. What do you want? The Pang War Immortal asked. Fang Chen sat on the stone bench and slowly said, Star and Moon is my wife. She died for some reason on a certain particle continent in the lower realm. But thanks to the buried Sword Emperor, my wife was saved, but she was sent to the God realm. Fang Chen sank into deep thought. Ever since then, I've been working hard, hoping that one day I'll be able to enter the God realm and find my wife. But when I finally received news of my wife, I discovered that Goddess Lian wanted to choose a husband for my wife. I didn't want my wife to fall out with Goddess Lian, so I decided to participate in this test. However, Empyrean Goddess Lian was afraid of the Zhou clan and refused me. No matter what, no matter who it is, do not try to stop me from meeting my wife, Fang Chen said with a deep voice. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the Pang War Immortals reply. I didn't expect Xingyue to also be from the lower realm. The Pan Moon Warrior Immortal was very protective of his disciples. In his heart, he had already regarded Fang Chen as his disciple. Although I can protect you, there are many heavenly deities on Lotus Mountain. It's impossible for you to leave with your wife, said the Moon Warlord. So, I don't want to implicate you, Fang Chen said softly. After a moment of anger, his mood had completely calmed down. Even though he was furious, he didn't lose his mind. What was going to happen next was very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, his life would be in danger. However, he had no other choice. The Pang War Immortal pondered for a moment, then said, Fang Chen, I can help you stall the Pang War Immortal for a while. As for whether you succeed or not, it's up to you. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. With the Pang War Immortal's help, his chances of success were much higher. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his fist. Lotus Mountain. When Star and Moon heard the news, she trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. She shook her head in pain, her face full of tears. "Master, how could this be?" Star and Moon sobbed. She thought that she could be with Brother Chen forever. Who would have thought that she would receive such bad news instead? "No, I have to go find Brother Chen." All these years, she knew how hard Fang Chen had worked. Star and Moon was afraid that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to handle being rejected by Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. If he did something that offended Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi, it would be troublesome. However, just as she was about to leave, the Empress Yen Su stopped her. I can understand how you feel, but you can't go find him now." The Empress Yen Su gently wiped away the tears on Star and Moon's face. "Uncle Master!" Star and Moon sobbed. Uncle Master will help you," the Empress Yen Su said. At the same time, in the Lotus Palace, the Pang War Immortal found Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. "Pang, have a seat," Lian Yi said. "Lian Yi, since you've rejected Fang Chen, why don't you fulfill his wish and betroth your disciple to my disciple?" The Pang War Immortal laughed heartily. Hearing this, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was a bit surprised. She didn't expect him to come looking for her because of this matter. "Pan Yu, I want some peace and quiet. Don't talk to me about this for now. Once I've thought it through, I'll naturally give you an answer," Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi said. The Pang War Immortal nodded. "Pan Yu, what's your relationship with that Fang Chen?" Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi asked curiously. "Well," the Pang War Immortal delayed Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi while Fang Chen used the Book of Time and Space to quickly travel through the void and find Star and Moon. However, at this moment, Star and Moon was with the Empress Yen Su. "Who is it?" The Empress Yen Su suddenly let out a low cry and looked around. Fang Chen was startled. He didn't expect the Empress Yen Su to be able to discover him. Just as he was thinking, the Empress Yen Su spoke. "Fang Chen." Knowing that he had been exposed, Fang Chen walked out from the void. Seeing this, Star and Moon hurriedly ran to Fang Chen and rushed into his arms. "Senior, how did you discover me?" Fang Chen asked. "My Xianshu Imperial Court has a secret technique," the Empress Yen Su said. "Fang Chen, hurry up and take you away." Fang Chen was very touched. He thought that the Empress Yen Su would stop him, but instead, she was helping him. "Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you sad," the Empress Yen Su urged. "Senior, this junior will definitely repay this great kindness." After saying this, Fang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He grabbed Star and Moon's little hand and disappeared into the void. "Uncle Master." A happy smile appeared on Star and Moon's crying face. Seeing Fang Chen disappear into the void, the Empress Yen Su let out a sigh of relief. She could sense that Fang Chen's concealment technique was extremely powerful. Even her senior apprentice sister wouldn't be able to discover it in a short period of time. "I hope you can succeed," the Empress Yen Su sighed. After chatting with Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi for a while, the Pangyue warrior Immortal hurriedly left. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi walked out of the palace. She wanted to see her disciple. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi spread out her divine sense to search for Star and Moon. However, to her shock, she discovered that Star and Moon were no longer on Lotus Mountain. She then discovered that Fang Chen was also no longer on the mountain. Damn it! Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was enraged. This Fang Chen was far too bold. He actually dared to take someone away right under her nose. Whoosh whoosh! Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi instantly arrived at the residence of the Pangyue warrior Immortal. Pangyue. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was enraged. "Lian Yi, what do you want?" The Pangyue warrior Immortal smiled. "Where did Fang Chen go?" Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi asked coldly. The Pangyue warrior Immortal spread out his hands and shook his head. "I don't know." "You!" Even though Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was furious, she didn't lose her mind. The Pangyue warrior Immortal was intentionally stalling for time. She didn't have any evidence, so she couldn't easily become enemies with him. Whoosh whoosh. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi arrived at Fang Chen's residence with a single thought. She scanned the area with her divine sense, but she didn't find any traces of him. However, she saw a line of words on the ground of Fang Chen's residence. Good and evil will always be rewarded. This line of words was filled with murderous intent. This was what Fang Chen had left behind. He was telling Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi that he would definitely get his revenge. Humph. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi sneered before flying toward the foot of Lotus Mountain. Fang Chen had already left Lotus Mountain with his wife, Star and Moon. Big Brother Chen, where are we going? Star and Moon had a blissful smile on her face. Even though she had become enemies with her master, she was still able to be with the person she loved. What could be happier than this? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi will definitely be enraged by your disappearance, so we can't return to the Xingsun sect for now, Fang Chen said. She gently stroked Star and Moon's face and said with a hint of guilt, I'm going to have to make you suffer with me again. If he offended Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, he wouldn't be able to survive in the easternmost region. Moreover, there was still the Zhou family waiting covetously behind them. As soon as he had left Lotus Mountain, Fang Chen had discovered the Zhou clan's heavenly god hiding in the shadows. Unfortunately, he was a spatial cultivator, so he had used the Book of Time and Space to conceal himself. Even heavenly gods wouldn't be able to discover him. Chapter 1786. Fang Chen taking away the Star and Moon had infuriated Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi, and the entire Lotus Flower Mountain was searching for Fang Chen. This time, Fang Chen had truly infuriated Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi. The Zhou family's headquarters in the easternmost region. Trash. A bunch of trash. The Zhou family's leader exuded a terrifying aura. He was extremely furious. You Empyrean gods were hiding under Lotus Flower Mountain, but you actually let a soul transformation realm deity escape right under your noses, roared the Zhou family's leader. The elders lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. At first, they didn't believe that Fang Chen had escaped, but from the information they had received from Lotus Flower Mountain, they learned that Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi was searching for Fang Chen. While the Zhou family's leader was furious, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Zhou Lei's death was a great loss to the Zhou family. Bang! The Zhou family's leader slammed his hand onto a nearby table, causing it to explode. Don't worry, family leader. We'll definitely catch that brat Fang Chen, whispered an elder. The Zhou family's leader's eyes were scarlet, and killing intent surged from his body. Lei won't die in vain. I'll tear him to pieces, said the Zhou family's leader coldly. From now on, the Zhou family will provide Lotus Flower Mountain with the greatest assistance. We'll form an alliance with them and search for Fang Chen together. Yes, family leader. The elders clasped their fists and quickly left. Remember, if he's alive, we need to find him. If he's dead, we need to find his corpse, said the Zhou family's leader. With the Zhou family's help, the search for Fang Chen spread throughout the entire easternmost region. As long as Fang Chen was still in the easternmost region, he wouldn't be able to escape their grasp. Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi, who was overseeing Lotus Flower Mountain, was extremely furious. He even felt a bit resentful toward the Pangyue War Immortal, but the latter was too powerful, so he couldn't say anything. That day, the Pangyue War Immortal left with Gu Senator. When the Xianshu Empress saw her furious senior apprentice sister, she shook her head and returned to the Xianshu dynasty, no longer interfering in this matter. The Capricorn sect and the Tai Hua dynasty were both searching for Fang Chen. The entire easternmost land was in an uproar because of what Fang Chen had done. A divine transformation realm cultivator dared to provoke a celestial god. He really didn't even know how to write the word death. In a secluded valley, it was lush and full of vitality. There were many divine beasts in the valley. However, most of them were deity-level divine beasts and weren't too powerful. This was a very inconspicuous valley. Normally, no one would come here at all. In the depths of the valley there was a rock layer. Outside the rock layer, it was enveloped by the Qiankuan Formation. Inside the rock stratum, in a slightly spacious cave, Fang Chen and Star and Moon sat side by side on the ground. Star and Moon's head rested on Fang Chen's chest, enjoying the blissful moments. Fang Chen gently stroked his wife's hair. Do you regret it?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. Star and Moon raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "Brother Chen, I won't allow you to say that. I've never regretted being with you. I'll go wherever you go, even if I have to be the enemy of the whole world," Star and Moon said. Her red lips parted slightly, and she directly pressed them on Fang Chen's lips. The atmosphere in the cave was romantic. After a long time, Star and Moon's red lips moved away from Fang Chen's. Her face was flushed, and she lowered her head. Lotus Mountain and the Zhou family are both looking for us. I'll have to trouble you for the time being. Before my strength increases, I can't fight these two forces head-on," Fang Chen said slowly. "I know, Brother Chen." Star and Moon's pretty face was as tender as water. In the following time, Fang Chen entered a state of cultivation. He was too weak to compete with a heavenly god, so he could only work hard to cultivate. He was about to succeed in comprehending the last type of ice-type law. Fang Chen vaguely felt that if he could completely comprehend all 36 types of ice-type laws, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. "Hello, sister-in-law." Little Mouse and Xiao Huang appeared in the cave and greeted her with a smile. "Sister-in-law, this is Boss's new little brother. You can call him Xiao Huang." Little Mouse introduced him to Star and Moon. The latter smiled and nodded. "Sister-in-law, you wait here for a while. I'm going to help Boss cultivate." Xiao Huang came to Fang Chen with a bulging belly and spat out the annihilation cold water. Ever since he absorbed the annihilation cold water, Xiao Huang's belly had been bulging. Little Mouse laughed at him for a long time because of this. Little Mouse and Pangolin stood guard at the side. Seeing that Fang Chen was cultivating so hard, Star and Moon also began to cultivate. Pangolin had not left since he followed Fang Chen out. Perhaps after experiencing everything on Lotus Mountain, Fang Chen's state of mind had undergone a transformation. In just 3 days, Fang Chen had successfully cultivated the last type of ice-type law in one fell swoop. Rumble, when he comprehended the last law, the power of 36 ice laws revolved around his body, illuminating the entire cave. So powerful! Fang Chen's mind was very shaken. In the history of the realm of the gods, no one had been able to successfully cultivate all 36 ice-type laws. Fang Chen was the first to break the historical record. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the 36 types of power of laws were actually slowly fusing together. Splash! The annihilation cold water in front of Xiao Huang was instantly absorbed into Fang Chen's body. "Boss!" Xiao Huang called out loudly. That was the annihilation cold water. Boss could barely resist it. However, if he absorbed it rashly, it would be dangerous. Xiao Huang was about to stop him, but at this moment Fang Chen spoke. "I'm fine." At this moment, the 36 types of nomological powers around Fang Chen's body rapidly fused together. Dong, when all the laws were completely merged, a strange aura appeared in Fang Chen's mind. That's eternal vitality. Endless power surged out from the power of laws. Fang Chen concluded that this should be the power of eternal vitality. Could it be? A bold guess appeared in Fang Chen's mind. The ice-type laws were actually separated from the creation laws. After comprehending the 36 ice-type laws, the power of eternal vitality emerged in his mind. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the power of eternal vitality quickly condensed into a gentle flower. The appearance of this flower confirmed Fang Chen's guess. This is the fold of laws. Seeing this flower, Fang Chen's face was full of joy. He didn't expect that after painstakingly trying to comprehend the destruction law, he would comprehend the creation law by chance. Creation and destruction are complete opposites, but they complement each other. I wonder if the creation law will be helpful to my destruction sword principle. Thinking of this, Fang Chen closed his eyes and wanted to comprehend the creation law in one go. At the same time, he asked Xiao Huang to gradually release the annihilation cold water. Drops of annihilation cold water were absorbed into Fang Chen's body. Until now, Fang Chen's body could withstand 1/3 of the annihilation cold water's power. Even a divine realm expert would be ashamed of his strength. Buzz. Creation was the creation of all things with a single thought. This was something that could only be done by the legendary peak of the creation rule. As for now, what Fang Chen needed to do was to comprehend the creation law. He just needed to be able to produce an endless power of eternal vitality. As time passed, Fang Chen continued to comprehend the creation law. At the same time, something happened in the Xingsun sect. The Xingsun sect. Divine Realm God Lian Yi, what do you mean by this? The Ice Dragon Spirit King asked coldly. He stared at Divine Realm God Lian Yi with his pitch-black eyes. Fang Chen is a disciple of the Xingsun sect. He stole my disciple, the Star and Moon. He deserves to die. If the Xingsun sect has any self-awareness, you'd better call him out right now. Otherwise, Divine Realm God Lian Yi's words were full of threats. Fang Chen is no longer in the Xingsun sect, the Sky Prison Saint said. Divine Realm God Lian Yi's face was cold, and she emitted a terrifying aura. Divine Realm God Lian Yi, do you think we've hidden Fang Chen? The Ice Dragon Spirit King asked. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. I'll buy you 3 breaths of time to hand over Fang Chen. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Divine Realm God Lian Yi was completely enraged. She concluded that the Xingsun sect should know about Fang Chen's whereabouts. Even if they didn't, they should know about Fang Chen's plan. Therefore, no matter what, she had to force the Xingsun sect to reveal Fang Chen's whereabouts. Chapter 1787. Heavenly God Lian Yi, don't go too far. Although my Xingsun sect isn't as powerful as your Lotus Mountain, we're not pushovers either. The Ice Dragon Spirit King glared at Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. The Xingsun sect master had been away for a long time. The Xingsun sect was basically managed by the Heavenly Prison Saint and Spirit King Han Long. Heavenly God Lian Yi was threatening the Xingsun sect. She was going to start a massacre in 3 breaths' time. Spirit King Han Long's aura trembled as he prepared to fight to the death. I won't compromise even if I die, Spirit King Han Long said coldly. At the same time, the Heavenly God Elders of the Xingsun sect all appeared on the square and surrounded Heavenly God Lian Yi. Heavenly God Lian Yi sneered. You can't stop me. If you don't want the Xingsun sect to be destroyed, tell me where Fang Chen is, Heavenly God Lian Yi said. We won't obey even if we die. The Heavenly God Elders all shouted. They were ready to die, but they really didn't know where Fang Chen was. However, Heavenly God Lian Yi didn't believe them. 3 breaths' time passed in the blink of an eye. Since you want to die, don't blame me for it. Heavenly God Lian Yi said coldly, I've rarely fought in all these years. It seems that the heavenly gods of the easternmost land have forgotten about me. Heavenly God Lian Yi released a wild aura as soon as she finished speaking. There were strong and weak heavenly gods too. For example, Heavenly God Lian Yi and the Pangyue warrior Immortal were at the top. The Xingsun sect elders couldn't resist them at all. Bang! Empyrean God Lian Yi struck out with a palm, breaking one of Han Long's arms. Han Long's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Poochie! Spirit King Han Long spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Blood kept flowing out of his broken arm. Han Long! The Heavenly Prison Saint roared with bloodshot eyes. Don't worry about me, Spirit King Han Long said with difficulty, then quickly healed himself. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where Fang Chen is. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Xingsun sect to exist. God Lien Yi's domineering aura covered the entire Shinsun sect. If you want to destroy my Shingsun sect, you have to pay the price. Suddenly, a heavy voice came from the void. Hearing this voice, the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were overjoyed. Sect leader. An elderly man with a black beard emerged from thin air right before Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's eyes. His figure was like a shadow as he quickly arrived in front of the Ice Dragon Spirit King. He tapped the Ice Dragon Spirit King's shoulder a few times to stop the bleeding. Recuperate well. Leave the rest to me. Only then did the black-bearded elder turn to look at Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. Sect Master is back. The Sky Prison Saint and the others were very excited. Lien Yi, are you going to destroy our Shingsun clan? Asked the black-bearded elder. I didn't expect you to have also reached the Empyrean God Realm, Sect Master Shingsun, said Empyrean God Lien Yi. It was a coincidence, said the black-bearded old man. Fang Qin, a disciple of the Shinsun sect, kidnapped my disciple. I just want Fang Qin's whereabouts. As long as the Shinsun sect tells me, I'll leave immediately. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's tone softened a bit. You can go. The black-bearded elder shook his head. Seeing this, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was furious. I'd like to see how powerful the Shinsun sect leader is. Boom. The sky changed color and the Shinsun sect was shaken. On this day, news of a shocking battle spread across the entire easternmost land. The battle between Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and the Shinsun sect leader destroyed half of the Shinsun sect's buildings. No one knew the final result. However, everyone guessed that the Shinsun sect leader was at a disadvantage. After this battle, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi left the Shinsun sect. The Shinsun sect didn't say anything either. Within the rock layer of the Qiankuan formation, Fang Qin was trying to control the creation law. Milky white power of law surrounded him. This was the power of creation law. The complete comprehension of the 36 snow-type nomological laws allowed Fang Qin to condense a nomological flower in his mind. In this way, it was much easier to comprehend. In the following time, with the help of the annihilation cold water, success was almost inevitable. The creation law was incomparably mysterious. It wasn't until he thought about it that Fang Qin felt truly shocked. With a thought, the power of creation law emerged instantly. Under his control, it drilled into a withered flower on the ground. In an instant, the withered flower glowed with vitality, its aura overflowing. This was the mystery of the creation law. How wonderful! Fang Qin exclaimed. Whoosh! At this moment, Little Mouse returned. He had gone out to gather information and had just returned. How was it? Fang Qin asked. Little Mouse's expression was a bit awkward. Seeing this, Fang Qin hurriedly asked, What happened? Boss, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi went to the Shinsun sect. How are Brother Han Long and the others? Fang Qin asked. One of Spirit King Han Long's arms was cut off by Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. At the critical moment, the Shinsun sect master returned. He had a shocking battle with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. In the end, the battle was very tragic. Half of the Shinsun sect's buildings were destroyed, and Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi retreated, Little Mouse said. Bang! Fang Qin punched the rock layer. He was very angry. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. A dignified heavenly god powerhouse actually did such a despicable thing. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Fang Qin turned to look at Star and Moon, who was cultivating. Just you wait. One day, I will make Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi pay the price, Fang Qin said coldly. After saying that, Fang Qin continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, Lotus Mountain had been searching for Fang Qin's whereabouts. The Zhou family had also been secretly investigating. However, Fang Qin seemed to have vanished without a trace. There was no trace of him at all. Even so, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's anger had not subsided. A lot could change in half a year. The easternmost land, Hanhai City. This city was located at the edge of the easternmost land, very close to the East Sea of the God Realm. The entire God Realm was a huge continent. Beyond the continent was the ocean. To the east of the easternmost land was the East Sea. The East Sea was vast and boundless, and there were many unexplored areas. The people of the God Realm would not go to the East Sea if they had nothing to do. Hanhai City could be considered a relatively lively city. A few months ago, a master-level swordsmith suddenly appeared in Hanhai City. It was said that this swordsmith could forge supreme-grade divine weapons, and was very popular. Some of the powerful factions in Hanhai City also treated this swordsmith as an honored guest. Have you heard? Master Shui agreed to forge a supreme-grade divine sword for young Master Hai. Heavens, Master Shui really agreed. Yeah, it's said that young Master Hai paid a huge price for Master Shui to agree. In a restaurant, many deities were discussing this great Master Shui. In the western district of Hanhai City, in an elegant mansion, Master Shui, who was dressed in white, was sitting in a pavilion. Beside him stood a tall and thin man wearing a straw hat. Boss, this young Master Hai is really rich. If he gets a few more deals, we'll be rich. The tall and thin man wearing the straw hat chuckled. No one knew that Master Shui was Fong Chen, who was wanted by Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhou family. The tall and thin man wearing the straw hat beside him was Little Mouse's human form. A few months ago, Fong Chen's cultivation had reached the true God realm. Moreover, he had devoted himself to comprehending formations and had made considerable achievements in the Tao of formations. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, which was why Fong Chen had made the decision to change his appearance and come to Hanhai City. As a master-level swordsmith, Master Shui, he had survived in Hanhai City. His main body was forging swords outside while his clone was cultivating in a secret room. In just a few months, Master Shui's reputation in Hanhai City had reached a very high level. This was the result that Fong Chen wanted. He used his identity as Master Shui to forge divine swords for others in exchange for cultivation resources. At the same time, he could also test his combat strength. Overall, it was a very good thing. Don't be too greedy. After all, there are very few people like young Master Hai. Fong Chen smiled faintly. He used the method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better and successfully made young Master Hai pay a huge price. I heard that many of them want to ask you to refine a divine sword for them. Now that I think about it, Grandmaster Shui is still a member of my Hanhai City. How could you casually refine a divine sword for those outsiders? Smiled young Master Hai. Why is that? Asked Fong Chen. Young Master Hai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he told him the truth. Grandmaster Shui, I won't hide it from you. You've also heard about the legends of the Eastern Sea. Those who come to Hanhai City are all here for the legends of the Eastern Sea. If you refine a divine sword for them, then my competitors will become stronger. Young Master Hai didn't continue. He carefully looked at Grandmaster Shui, afraid that he would get angry. Oh, I'm a bit unfamiliar with the legends of the Eastern Sea. Tell me about it. Fong Chen's heart stirred. Young Master Hai pondered for a moment. Grandmaster Shui was an expert of virtue and prestige. Even if he knew, he wouldn't go. In young Master Hai's opinion, Grandmaster Shui should be a heavenly god expert. But he didn't know that he was just a true god. The Eastern Sea of the divine world is incomparably vast. There has always been a legend in the sea near our Hanhai City. It's said that the spirit-breaking fruit once appeared here. But no one has seen it until now. But recently, there were people who went out to sea and saw the spirit-breaking fruit tree. So many gods have gathered here to obtain the spirit-breaking fruit, said young Master Hai. Spirit-breaking fruit tree? Asked Fong Chen calmly. The spirit-breaking fruit tree is an extremely peculiar divine tree in the divine world. There's a spirit-breaking fruit on this divine tree. If a divine spirit realm expert can consume the spirit-breaking fruit, they can immediately break through their bottleneck and reach the divine ancestor realm, becoming a heavenly god, continued young Master Hai. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He didn't expect the spirit-breaking fruit's effect to be so tyrannical. Everyone knew that there was an insurmountable gap between gods and heavenly gods. Countless divine spirit realm experts were unable to break through their bottleneck in their entire lives. But if they could obtain the spirit-breaking fruit, they could easily break through. Although the difference between the divine spirit realm and the divine ancestor realm was only one level, but everyone knew that the difference was on a completely different level. One was a god, the other a heavenly god. The spirit-breaking fruit is very attractive. All the younger generation of the easternmost sect will come here. Do you have any confidence in obtaining it? Asked Fang Chen. Young Master Hai shook his head. If it was before, I might not have any confidence. But it's different now. It's all thanks to that Fang Chen. If he hadn't killed Zhou Lei and Mochizuki, I wouldn't have any chance to obtain the spirit-breaking fruit. Among the younger generation, young Master Hai was most afraid of Mochizuki and Zhou Lei. Now that the two of them were dead, he naturally had nothing to fear. Fang Chen wanted to laugh when he heard that. Okay, I know. You can go back first, said Fang Chen as he waved his hand. After young Master Hai left, Fang Chen returned to the garden. My cultivation has reached the peak of the true God realm, and I am about to enter the divine spirit realm. If I can obtain the spirit-breaking fruit, I might be able to enter the divine ancestor realm, said Fang Chen. With his current strength, he was invincible under the heavenly god realm. Even if he encountered a divine ancestor realm heavenly god, he wouldn't be afraid. Once he entered the divine ancestor realm, he would have the strength to fight against heavenly god Lien Yi. At that time, he wouldn't have to be afraid of running away. Thinking of this, Fang Chen began to prepare and gather all the information he could. Although many of the younger generation have come to the Eastern Sea, no one has made a move. It seems that it's not time yet, said Fang Chen. After thinking for a while, he began to comprehend the formation. He had already become a peak extraordinary level formation master, and was only one step away from entering the saint level. Once he became a saint-level formation master, he would be powerful. I hope I can succeed this time. Then, Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Outside Hanhai City, it was incomparably barren. Suddenly, a group of true gods rushed over from the barren land. The three people in the lead were talking and laughing. I didn't expect to meet the two of you here, said Hua Feilong with a smile. Next to him was the Capricorn Sex He Xie and the Moon War Immortal's disciple Gu Sr. Who doesn't want the spirit-breaking fruit? Said Gu Sr. That's right. The legend of the Eastern Sea is definitely not baseless. I hope we can get the spirit-breaking fruit, said He Xie. The three of them looked at Hanhai City with smiles on their faces. Let's first gather information in Hanhai City, then head to the Eastern Sea, said Hua Feilong. The other two nodded. At this time, Gu Sun thought of Fang Chen. If that matter hadn't happened, I think Brother Fang would have also come here to fight for the spirit-breaking fruit, sighed Gu Senator hearing Fang Chen's name. He Xie and Hua Feilong shook their heads. Brother Fang has great potential. His future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. What a pity. Chapter 1789. The spirit-breaking fruit wasn't of much use to heavenly gods, but to deities it was an irresistible temptation. Every deity yearned to be able to obtain the spirit-breaking fruit, including those divine spirit experts of the older generation who were stuck at a bottleneck. So, among the experts that had come to Hanhai City this time, aside from the younger generation, there were also the older generation. Fang Chen was also secretly gathering information. When he learned that Black Scorpion's group had come, he was also somewhat astonished. However, he couldn't let them know his identity for now. Hanhai City, in a certain restaurant. What bullshit, Grandmaster Shui. This young master is letting him forge a sword because I think highly of him. How dare he not forge a sword for me? He's courting death, said a fat man loudly. Immediately, the noise in the restaurant disappeared. You're just bragging. How dare you talk to Grandmaster Shui like that? The fat man sneered. Just wait and see. Soon, the fat man left the restaurant and headed to the Blood Mansion. Young Master Lon, are you really going to the Blood Mansion? Asked one of the fat man's subordinates. I heard that Grandmaster Shui forged a top-grade divine sword for young Master Hai. Of course I'm going. Otherwise, how can I fight young Master Hai? A moment later, the group arrived at the Blood Mansion. I'm looking for Grandmaster Shui, berated young Master Lon. Sorry, Grandmaster Shui is in seclusion. He's not seeing anyone, said the guard. Bang! Young Master Lon sent the guard flying with a punch, then strode into the Blood Mansion. This Grandmaster Shui is quite arrogant. After entering the Blood Mansion, young Master Lon poured his divine power into his voice and shouted, Blue Mountain Valley's young Master Lon requests an audience with Grandmaster Shui. His voice spread throughout the entire Blood Mansion. Fang Chen naturally heard it. His expression was somewhat gloomy and he frowned. He was very displeased. The thing he hated the most when cultivating was being disturbed by others. But now, this damnable fellow actually dared to barge into his mansion. Crash! Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the air. After a few rounds, he landed in front of young Master Lon. Your Grandmaster Shui, said young Master Lon lazily. Scram! Fang Chen waved his hand and said coldly. Young Master Lan's eyes widened as he stared at Master Blood. Humph, do you really think you're a master? I'm young Master Lon from the Blue Mountain Valley. Forge a godly sword for me right now, or I'll teach you a lesson. Blue Mountain Valley's young Master Lon, how impressive. Fang Chen grinned and took a step forward, arriving in front of young Master Lon. Pa crisp sound was instantly heard. Suddenly, young Master Lon let out a miserable cry. 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on his face. You dare to hit this young master? Young Master Lon glared at Fang Chen and roared. If you don't scram, you'll die here, Fang Chen said impatiently. Young Master. Several of young Master Lan's underlings attacked one after another, wanting to avenge young Master Lon. Boom! Fang Chen didn't even look at it. He punched out and a terrifying power swept out. Young Master Lan's subordinates were all sent flying. At this time, young Master Lon finally felt fear. His strength, young Master Lon was a divine spirit realm expert. He could tell with a glance that Master Blood was at least a heavenly god. Master Blood, please spare my life. Young Master Lon hastily begged for mercy. Wasn't challenging a heavenly god just courting death? Scram. I'm in a good mood and I don't want to kill anyone, Fang Chen said. Young Master Lon scrambled out of the Blood Mansion. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, It seems that I'll have to set up a formation around the Blood Mansion. It just so happened that he had created a powerful extraordinary grade formation not too long ago. This extraordinary grade formation was one of the best, second only to Saint grade formations. Crash! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the formation was instantly set up. The formation enveloped the entire Blood Mansion. Without Fang Chen's permission, no one could enter. Unless it was a heavenly god expert. After doing all this, Fang Chen prepared to continue cultivating. Suddenly, Little Mouse sent him a message. Boss, quickly come to Hanhai City's East Gate. Okay. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly, and he used the space-time book. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the wasteland outside Hanhai City's East Gate. After seeing Little Mouse, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. What's going on? Fang Chen hastily asked. Boss, look. Little Mouse pointed at a small hill in front of them. Fang Chen looked over and discovered that Xiao Huang was surrounded by many imperial ants. Xiao Huang discovered the imperial ants. He's preparing to devour them, Little Mouse said. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Fang Chen was a bit worried. Boss, look at that biggest imperial ant. It should have devoured many of its own kind. It wants to use these imperial ants to exhaust Xiao Huang to death, then devour him. It's the biggest threat. Pangolin and I will guard here. If it makes any move, we'll immediately attack, Little Mouse said. But just to be safe, I called you over. What can I do? Fang Chen asked. This matter concerned Xiao Huang's life, so Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Boss, set up a Qiankuan formation and envelop them. That way, Xiao Huang's danger will be greatly reduced, Little Mouse reminded him. Fang Chen hurriedly nodded and waved his hand, setting up a Qiankuan formation. Rumble, a deafening sound came from the Qiankuan formation. Xiao Huang and the other imperial ants were engaged in a shocking battle. He could only rely on himself. After a full 6 hours, the Qiankuan formation finally quieted down. Fang Chen removed the Qiankuan formation. Xiao Huang slowly walked out, his body covered in blood. His aura was very weak. He had suffered heavy injuries. However, he had also successfully devoured the other imperial ant. Xiao Huang. Fang Chen rushed to the small hill to check on Xiao Huang's injuries. Fortunately, Xiao Huang's life wasn't in any danger. Boss, Xiao Huang is fine. He devoured the other imperial ants. It won't be long before his strength soars, Little Mouse said. Just as Fang Chen and Little Mouse were talking, not far away, an old man with disheveled hair quickly rushed over. I sensed the imperial ant's aura just now. Why is it gone? The old man glanced at Fang Chen and asked, Little guy, did you see the imperial ants appear? Fang Chen shook his head. He felt that this old man was unfathomable. His aura was very dense. Strange. I originally wanted to use them to make wine, but now I've lost them, said the old man helplessly. Fang Chen was shocked. Just where did this old man come from? He had actually used the imperial ants to make wine. Crash. The old man's figure instantly disappeared. Fang Chen was unable to catch a trace of him. Boss, who is he? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Let's go back first. After returning to the Blood Manor, Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his clone had successfully cultivated the third move of the 7 stars falling sky. Wonderful! I can finally use the third move of the 7 stars falling sky. Previously, Fang Chen had been wanted by 2 major powers. He had hidden himself and cultivated the second move. Now, his clone had cultivated the third move. His strength had once again advanced. Boss, now you can even escape unscathed from a divine ancestor expert, right? Little Mouse smiled. Fang Chen nodded. With my current cultivation speed, I should be able to cultivate the 18th layer of the Spacetime book before leaving for the Eastern Sea. Fang Chen thought to himself, if that was the case, then his life-saving methods had increased by another level. Grandmaster Blood, Blue Mountain Valley's elder requests an audience. A guard hastily ran over to report. Why is Blue Mountain Valley's elder here? Is it because of young Master Lan? Fang Chen thought to himself. Bring him to the garden. In the garden, Fang Chen was sitting in a pavilion. After the elder arrived, he cupped his fists towards Fang Chen. Grandmaster Blood, I've come to apologize to you. Grandmaster Blood, our Blue Mountain Valley's young Master Lan was insensible and angered you. I hope you won't blame him, continued the elder. After our Valley Master heard of this matter, he heavily punished young Master Lan. This is a small token of our Blue Mountain Valley's apology to Grandmaster Blood. The elder placed a spatial ring in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen opened it with a thought. Chapter 1790. Master Shui, this is a token of our sincerity. I hope you can forgive us and let young Master Lan go, the Blue Mountain Valley elder said respectfully. What a joke. Although Blue Mountain Valley was a decent sect, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't dare to ignore a master-level swordsmith. Under normal circumstances, master-level swordsmiths had the same status as master-level craftsmen. They could forge supreme-level divine artifacts at will. Naturally, they couldn't be offended. Not to mention anything else, just their terrifying connections alone were enough to give anyone a headache. If it were any other force, they wouldn't dare to offend them. They would even try to rope them in. When the Blue Mountain Valley Master heard the news, he was furious. If it weren't for his youngest son, he would have killed him. If he wanted to make up for it, he could only give up some materials and give them to Master Shui. "All right, I'll take these materials. You can go back," Fang Chen said with a wave of his hand. "Thank you, Master Shui." The Blue Mountain Valley Elder cupped his fists and left. Little Mouse chuckled with a strange smile on his face. "Boss, this young master of Blue Mountain Valley is really bold. He dares to provoke you. Although Blue Mountain Valley doesn't want to be enemies with me, it doesn't mean they're afraid of me. In the end, the strong are respected. Only when you're strong can you protect the people you want to protect," Fang Chen said in a low voice. It was precisely because he was too weak that his wife, Xingyue, was enveloped by his array formation even though they were together. He was afraid that the sky gods of Lotus Mountain and Zhou family would find out. One had to know that the methods of sky gods were not something ordinary people could compare to. Their divine consciousness might sweep over Hanhai City at any time. Before he had absolute strength, he had to be careful. As time passed, more and more gods came to Hanhai City. In the end, all the inns were crowded. Almost everyone came to Hanhai City with the same purpose. That was to go to the East Sea to find the legendary spirit-breaking fruit. This situation lasted for about a month. On a certain day, an earth-shattering piece of news finally spread throughout the entire Hanhai City. Countless deities were shocked by this news. In a certain part of the East Sea, there was a small island called Jadewave Island. The place where the spirit-breaking fruit tree once appeared was Jadewave Island. Around Emerald Ripple Island, there was a powerful spatial storm. Many gods who came to Hanhai City were waiting for the spatial storm to dissipate before heading to Emerald Ripple Island. Spatial storms were constantly changing. Coincidentally, they had been circling around Emerald Ripple Island during this period of time. But today, the spatial storm had dissipated. When this news spread, all the gods in Hanhai City headed to Emerald Ripple Island. Blood Manor, in the garden. "Boss, Jadewave Island isn't too far away from Hanhai City. If we fly at full speed, we'll be able to arrive in roughly 5 days," said the little mouse. Since he was bored, he had long since inquired about the situation of Jadewave Island clearly. "Boss, with your current strength and your attainments in formations, you are invincible. The spirit-breaking fruit will definitely belong to you," Xiao Huang said solemnly. Fang Chen nodded and said, "We will depart in 5 days." He knew nothing about the situation on Emerald Ripple Island. 5 days later, the first batch of deities should have already set foot on Emerald Ripple Island. At that time, some of the situation on the island would also be clearer. Moving at this time would undoubtedly increase their safety. "All right, I'll go and prepare now," said the little mouse. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On this day, Fang Chen brought the little mouse and Xiao Huang and quickly left Hanhai City. Rumble, as soon as they arrived at the seaside, they could feel a terrifying wave of air rushing towards them. "What a huge East Sea!" Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He was rather shocked. The East Sea was boundless, and it was said that it was much bigger than the land of the God Realm. And this was only one of the countless seas in the God Realm. In the God Realm, other than some famous experts, there were also some hidden experts. Most of them would choose to cultivate in seclusion in the sea. No one would disturb them, and it was very quiet, suitable for quiet cultivation. With the space-time book, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. However, even so, it took nearly 5 days to reach Jadewave Island. Along the way, they passed through countless perilous waves, and even encountered some divine-level sea demons. However, after sensing Fang Chen's aura, they didn't dare to provoke Fang Chen. In the clouds, Fang Chen stood quietly, looking at the island in the distance. Is that Jade Wave Island? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Why do I feel that there's a strange aura on Jade Wave Island? The golden heart beat and Fang Chen frowned. He felt that his thoughts were a little chaotic. Strange. When Fang Chen approached Jade Wave Island, this feeling became even clearer. This is, finally, after observing for a while, Fang Chen was shocked to find that there was actually a peerless array around Jade Wave Island. A saint-level array, Fang Chen exclaimed, his heart full of shock. Didn't the intelligence say that there were no living creatures on Jade Wave Island and that it was a barren land? Why would there be a saint-level array? Fang Chen could conclude that this array was not a natural array. In other words, this saint-level array was artificially arranged. Thinking of this, a terrible idea emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Could it be that someone is plotting to kill the gods who came to find the spirit-breaking fruit? Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. But what's the point of doing this unless, Fang Chen thought of a possibility, the Holy Light religion. Only the Holy Light religion would spare no effort to kill the God world's geniuses. If it's really the Holy Light religion, then their determination this time is too great. They've sent a saint-level array master to deal with these gods. Fang Chen shook his head and said. He was hesitating whether he should enter Jade Wave Island. Whether the spirit-breaking fruit was real or not, this still needed to be considered. Fang Chen's mind was a mess. However, at this time, a golden light suddenly soared into the sky from Jade Wave Island. This golden light contained a terrifying aura. That's the aura of the spirit-breaking fruit. Fang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that there was really a spirit-breaking fruit on Jade Wave Island. Vaguely, Fang Chen heard countless gods crazily shouting on Jade Wave Island. They were chasing after the spirit-breaking fruit, and at the same time, they were crazily slaughtering. If the spirit-breaking fruit is real, does that mean that my previous guess was wrong? Fang Chen pondered and said, perhaps the Holy Light religion found the spirit-breaking fruit tree and then beat them at their own game. They want to use the spirit-breaking fruit to attack the God world's geniuses. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen made a decision. He was ready to enter Jade Wave Island to investigate. Although Jade Wave Island was surrounded by a saint-level array, Fang Chen was confident that he could escape unscathed. Moreover, his array cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to break through to the saint level. If that was the case, it would be even better. The spirit-breaking fruit is mine, Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, he stepped out and entered Jade Wave Island. Buzz. As soon as he entered Jade Wave Island, Fang Chen felt the changes on the island. It seems that I have entered an illusion. Fang Chen frowned and looked around. He shook his head and closed his eyes. The aura of array filled his body. It's really an illusion array. There were layers of arrays on Jade Wave Island. As soon as he entered, he fell into an illusion. Fortunately, he was an extraordinary level array master. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems that someone is indeed trying to kill the God world's geniuses. Fang Chen said to himself. Kill. Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Fang Chen turned his head and saw a young divine spirit realm expert. His eyes were empty, and he had fallen into a state of madness. If your mind is not firm enough, you will fall into an illusion and be unable to escape, Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, he moved his hand and slapped the man. Bang! The man's body was sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground, but it made the man sober up a little. There is an illusion here. Your mind is not firm enough. Leave quickly, Fang Chen said. The man nodded heavily. He cupped his fists and thanked Fang Chen. Then, he quickly left. Fang Chen was not a devil. Of course, he would not kill the innocent. Of course, if he encountered a disciple of Lotus Mountain or a member of the Zhou family, he would not be so lucky. Chapter 1791. There were layers upon layers of formations on Emerald Ripple Island. This made Fang Chen even more certain that there should be a Saint-level array master on the island. Actually, the master-level array masters on the island were not much of a threat. The real threat was the Saint-level array master that enveloped the entire Emerald Ripple Island. To Fang Chen, the master-level array master was nothing to be afraid of. With a single glance, he saw through its trajectory and quickly left. The place where the golden light came from should be the center of Emerald Ripple Island. Fang Chen said to himself and quickly rushed over. At this moment, a spirit-breaking fruit tree was moving quickly on Emerald Ripple Island. Behind him, countless deities were chasing after him. Pucci! The chaotic battle continued. Occasionally, there would be people attacking from behind to kill the enemies that were blocking their way. It had only been half a day since they entered Emerald Ripple Island, but many deities had already died at the hands of their companions. Originally, Fang Chen planned to chase after the spirit-breaking fruit tree, but he changed his mind midway. This was because he discovered a strange place. The entire Emerald Ripple Island is covered by a formation. Why isn't there any here? Fang Chen was very puzzled. He had a feeling that this place was no ordinary place. The towering mountain peak was covered by an illusion formation and was faintly discernible. At the foot of the mountain, there was a layer of rock that was not covered by a formation. Fang Chen carefully arrived at the layer of rock and discovered that there was a universe inside. When he entered the layer of rock, Fang Chen was very shocked. This was because there was a Saint-level array core under the layer of rock. Could it be that a Saint-level array master cultivated here? Fang Chen thought to himself. A Saint-level array core was as precious as a heavenly divine artifact. The reason why it was so popular was because as long as one obtained it, even a master-level array master could rely on it to set up a Saint-level array master. Of course, it could only set up a simple Saint-level array master. It could be considered a life-saving trump card. Fang Chen waved his hand and immediately put away the array core that was inserted into the ground. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he continued to explore the space beneath the rock stratum. Soon, he found a skeleton sitting cross-legged in the crevice of the rock layer. This skeleton looked like it had been dead for many years. Was he the one who left the array core? Fang Chen came to the crevice of the rock stratum and carefully observed the skeleton. Suddenly, he discovered a shocking scene. Within the bones of the withered skeleton, there were traces of black aura. Immediately, Fang Chen was overjoyed. After sensing the black aura, the golden heart began to beat wildly. This black aura was not the evil aura of holy light religion, but the real destructive aura. Law of destruction. Fang Chen's heart trembled. After being dead for so many years, there were still remnants of the law of destruction in his bones. This expert must have been a cultivator of destruction when he was alive. The destruction of the Sword Master had the power to destroy the world. After hearing this, Fang Chen had been looking for opportunities to comprehend the destruction law. Among the 6 elemental laws, the elemental law of destruction was the ultimate law of slaughter. Wanting to comprehend the destruction law was not easy. However, now this was an excellent opportunity. In order not to be destroyed by others, Fang Chen activated the array core and arranged a small sacred-level array to hide this rock stratum. Subsequently, Fang Chen sat cross-legged in front of the skeleton, stretched out his hands, and quickly absorbed the destructive aura circulating in the skeleton. Dong feeling the surge of the destructive aura, the golden heart beat even faster. Destruction. Fang Chen's mind was filled with a strong murderous aura. A rich golden luster emerged from the golden heart, completely absorbing the destructive aura. Buzz. Suddenly, a sword cry that shook the primordial spirit resounded in Fang Chen's mind. In an instant, the golden heart turned into a giant golden sword. Giant golden sword! Fang Chen's heart trembled. It was this giant golden sword that allowed him to travel from Earth to the ancient sword continent. All along, he had been exploring the giant golden sword, but to no avail. Now, he finally saw its true appearance. The moment the golden heart appeared, Fang Chen fell into an epiphany. An extremely shocking scene appeared in his mind. A man in black, holding a giant golden sword, suddenly slashed down, and the entire god realm was split in half. Boom! The power emitted by the giant golden sword was too shocking. Fang Chen felt that his primordial spirit could not withstand the pressure. Who is he? Fang Chen tried hard to see who the man in black with the giant golden sword was. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see clearly. After the man in black split the god realm, he gradually disappeared. Destruction law. Fang Chen could feel that the destruction law that emerged from the man in black was very shocking. He closed his eyes and tried hard to recall the scene just now. At the same time, he also tried his best to comprehend the destruction law. Emerald Wave Island, in the clouds of the void. An old man with a face full of scars and a gloomy expression sat in the clouds, looking down. Humph, a group of greedy humans, you all must die. As he spoke, the scars on his face wriggled. It was very frightening. You will not get a single spirit-breaking fruit, he said in a hoarse voice. On Emerald Wave Island, countless gods were chasing after the spirit-breaking fruit tree. They had all fallen into a frenzy. There were layers upon layers of formations. Once they left one formation, they would fall into another formation. Some of them didn't even know that they had silently fallen into the array. Poochie Black Scorpion and the other two joined forces and killed an expert of the older generation who was at the peak of the divine spirit realm. We seem to have fallen into a formation, Gusen said coldly. His master was the Moon War Immortal, and he knew a little about formations. Gu Sun was very knowledgeable, and he could vaguely sense the formation around them. We seem to have fallen into someone's scheme, Hua Feilong said coldly. Do you think that Brother Fang deliberately spread the news after becoming a Saint Realm Array Master to take revenge on Lotus Flower Mountain and Zhou family? Black Scorpion said. Hearing this, Gu Sen and Hua Feilong looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't think so. Although Brother Fang has great potential, it's too difficult for him to become a Saint Realm Array Master. There are hundreds of millions of Array Masters in the divine world. However, there are only a few who can become a Saint Realm Array Master, Hua Feilong said. As a prince of the Tai Hua dynasty, he was very clear about this. Their Tai Hua dynasty had Saint Realm Array Masters. Although there was only a difference of one level between the Extraordinary Realm and the Saint Realm, only Array Masters like them knew the true difference between them. That's right. It shouldn't be Brother Fang. Moreover, with his character, even if he broke through, he wouldn't be so high-profile, Gu Sen said. It's very difficult for him to fight against two great forces by himself. I'm just saying. I wonder how Brother Fang is doing now, Black Scorpion said with a smile. Don't think about it. Let's quickly find the spirit-breaking fruit. Once we get it, we'll leave this place as fast as we can, Hua Feilong interrupted Black Scorpion. Just as the three of them were about to leave, they ran into a divine spirit realm expert from the Zhou family. It's the three of you. The eyes of the divine spirit realm expert from the Zhou family were filled with intense killing intent. You guys are also responsible for Zhou Lei's death. This was Emerald Ripple Island. Even if the three of them were killed, no one would know. The divine spirit realm expert from the Zhou family was filled with killing intent. Kill. Suddenly, a battle broke out. You want to kill the three of us? Dream on. Emerald Ripple Island was in chaos because of the spirit-breaking fruit tree. At this moment, Fang Chen was hiding in the Saint Realm Array, comprehending the law of destruction. The Golden Heart was originally a huge golden sword that contained peerless sword Dao comprehension. all of the Sword Tao comprehension was the Destruction Sword Tao. Therefore, the Golden Heart belonged to the Destruction Sword Tao and carried the aura of destruction. However, Fang Chen couldn't trigger it. The aura of destruction circulating in the skeleton completely triggered the aura of destruction hidden in the Golden Heart and surrounded Fang Chen. A clear thought gradually appeared in Fang Chen's mind. It seemed that the law of destruction was no longer so far away from him. Destruction, destroy everything. Chapter 1792. There were many ways to destroy. For example, the simplest method of killing, but there were also more cruel methods. In short, destruction seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. In particular, the destructive aura contained in the Golden Heart was too mysterious and complicated. Fang Chen's comprehension of the Sword Tao had reached a very heaven-defying level. But even so, he could not perceive the true meaning of the Destruction Sword Tao. In the crevice under the rock strata in front of the skeleton, Fang Chen had been cultivating for more than 10 days, and he already had the simplest idea of destruction in his mind. As long as he cultivated according to this idea, he would definitely be able to comprehend the destruction law. At the same time, his clone was also comprehending the destruction law in the blood residence of Hanhai City. In the endless darkness, the entire world was filled with the aura of destruction. Fang Chen was in such a dark land, and he couldn't even see his fingers when he looked up. The only thing he could feel was the terrifying aura of destruction. Is this destruction? Fang Chen gently drew with his finger, and suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the dark land. This was the manifestation of space being cut apart. In an instant, a monstrous aura of destruction emerged from Fang Chen's finger. This aura of destruction actually formed a huge tornado in front of him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The powerful wind, which carried a daunting aura of destruction, cut the entire space into pieces. Dong. Fang Chen's mind trembled, and his thoughts returned to reality. His forehead was full of sweat, and he was panting heavily. He was very shaken. That was an illusion just now, but it felt very real. Fang Chen felt that his body was full of power, and a black light gradually spread out in his primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, the black light spread out and enveloped his entire primordial spirit. Buzz. Fang Chen felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and his Golden Heart was abnormally active. It was as if everything was going according to a logical order. Destruction. Fang Chen softly muttered the word, destruction. Yu-1, boom. In the sea of precepts in his body, an extremely rich power of precepts suddenly emerged. In the next moment, the black light that enveloped Fang Chen's entire primordial spirit instantly covered his entire body. As luck would have it, the law of destruction was born. Hiss hiss hiss, the crumpled form of the law of destruction bloomed in Fang Chen's heart and gradually grew. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if Fang Chen had mastered the law of destruction from the very beginning. The law of destruction? In the blink of an eye, the maxim of destruction was fully formed, and the power of the maxim of destruction surrounded Fang Chen. At that moment, the black aura circulating within the skeleton was completely absorbed by the destruction rule power. Crack without the support of the law of destruction, the skeleton instantly shattered and fell to the ground. In the end, it turned into a pile of yellow soil and completely disappeared from the world. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shot out a domineering black light, and the rock layer around the crack instantly exploded. Fang Chen opened his palm, and a black light swirled in his palm. Seeing this, Fang Chen wore an excited smile on his face. After cultivating for such a long time, he had finally comprehended the law of destruction. After comprehending the law of destruction, Fang Chen realized that not only were destruction and creation opposed to each other, but they could also complement each other. What a powerful law of destruction! The law of destruction could nourish the Golden Heart. The Golden Heart was completely enveloped by the law of destruction and was growing rapidly. Fang Qin sighed in his heart. As the inheritor of the destruction sword principle, he had finally qualified. However, at the same time, he felt a little ashamed that he had not comprehended the law of destruction until today. I wonder if the power of the law of destruction will increase if I integrate it into my swordsmanship, Fang Qin suddenly thought. Immediately, he could not wait to try it out. Swoosh! With the 7 legendary meteor sword in his hand, he waved it fiercely and performed the heaven-grade divine technique, 7 stars falling sky. Crash! Yu 2. With a flick of his wrist, 3 sword flowers suddenly shot out from the tip of the sword. This was the 3rd move of the 7 stars falling sky. It was very powerful. These 3 sword flowers could be combined or not. When facing an enemy, it could have an unexpected effect. Buzz! The law of destruction, together with the golden liquid flowing out of the golden heart, instantly whizzed out and drilled into the 3 sword flowers. The 3 sword flowers suddenly expanded and became huge in size. Then, they bombarded the rock layer around the crevice. Dong! When the 3 sword flowers collided with the rock layer, the whole earth trembled. Oh no! Fang Qin cursed in his heart. His figure flashed and he quickly left the crevice under the rock layer. When he left the rock layer, he heard a rumbling sound behind him. He turned his head and was dumbfounded. The towering mountain peak collapsed from the inside. In front of his eyes, it gradually collapsed until it sank into the ground. Fang Qin opened his eyes wide and could not believe what he was seeing. The law of destruction was integrated into the sword principle, and it could erupt with such a powerful force. Is this the true power of the destruction sword principle? Fang Qin was very excited. He held the 7 legendary meteor sword tightly. The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, as if it was responding to Fang Qin. In an instant, a large amount of information emerged in Fang Qin's mind. When he took a closer look, it was actually about the destruction sword principle. Fang Qin was overjoyed and looked carefully. After a long time, he grinned. Now, he was finally a true inheritor of the destruction sword principle. Moreover, he had truly gained the recognition of the Golden Heart. Most of the information that the Golden Heart transmitted to him was about the cultivation of the destruction sword Tao, as well as some insights. After reading it, Fang Qin was very shocked. There was actually such a powerful sword principle cultivator in the world. This person's comprehension of the sword principle was completely beyond his imagination. There were some parts that he did not even dare to think about, but this sword principle cultivator had comprehended them. Fang Qin wanted to know who this person was. If he was still alive, he must be an expert whose name shook the divine world. Moreover, he must be one of the top experts. If you are still alive, there will be a day when we meet again, Fang Qin said to himself. Yu 3. After thinking for a moment, he collected his thoughts and began to summarize the cultivation this time. I have gained a lot from this cultivation. Fang Qin nodded gently and said, Not only did I comprehend the destruction rules of order, but I also improved the power of the 7 stars falling in the sky. Just as Fang Qin was thinking, he suddenly exclaimed softly and his face was full of surprise. Immediately he was overjoyed. Unknowingly, he had comprehended the 4th move of the 7 stars falling in the sky. Great, it must be because of the destruction rules of order, Fang Qin thought. The Golden Heart's main point was the destruction sword principle. He was recognized by the Golden Heart and became a destruction sword principle cultivator. His comprehension of the sword principle had improved by a level. Therefore, it was much easier to cultivate the sword principle divine skill. The 7 stars falling in the sky was self-taught. However, due to the limitations of his realm, he could only comprehend so much. The 4th move is much more powerful than the 3rd move. Fang Qin said to himself, with my current strength, if I go all out, even a divine ancestor realm divine god would not be afraid. It was not easy to reach this step after coming to the divine world for only a few years. However, Fang Chen was not satisfied. His enemy was too strong. If he wanted to protect his wife, Star and Moon, he must continue to improve his strength. After cultivating for so long, it's time to go out and see how the spirit-breaking fruit is doing. Thinking of the spirit-breaking fruit, Fang Chen was looking forward to it. After he stepped into the divine spirit realm and consumed it, he would be able to step into the divine ancestor realm and become a high and mighty divine god. Voila! After retrieving the formation eye, Fang Chen appeared in the outside world. The formation seems to have weakened. Fang Chen looked around and found that the extraordinary formation had weakened a lot. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a group of martial artists suddenly appeared in the distance. Let's ask them. Fang Chen's body moved and he quickly arrived in front of the group. Do you know who got the spirit-breaking fruit? Fang Chen's sudden appearance surprised the group. However, they soon calmed down. Who are you? Don't disturb us. Leave quickly. The leader was obviously impatient and did not want to talk to Fang Chen. Chapter 1793. Are you kidding? These formations are all extraordinary level formations. Can you break them? Obviously, these people did not believe Fang Chen. After hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone's expression was full of sarcasm. Fang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a shake of his wrist, the extraordinary level formation broke by itself. Crash! All of a sudden, the extraordinary level formation that surrounded them shattered, shocking the few of them. You! Can you really break the extraordinary level formation? These people were only in the true God realm. Their strength was too weak. They were completely shocked by Fang Chen's means. Now, can you say it? Fang Chen asked with a smile. Brother, you can ask whatever you want, the leader said respectfully. Fang Chen nodded and then asked, previously, many people were chasing after the breaking spirit fruit tree. Why is there no movement now? I'm not too sure about the specific situation. That day, I happened to be not too far away from the breaking spirit fruit tree. I only know that a shocking battle broke out there, and many people died. In the end, these people mysteriously disappeared, and even the breaking spirit fruit tree disappeared with them, the leader said in detail. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that the saint-level formation master took action? First let them kill each other, and then at the last moment he took action himself. Of course, all this was just Fang Chen's guess. With his current strength, in a way, he was not afraid of a saint-level formation master. Where did the breaking spirit fruit tree disappear? Fang Chen continued to ask. In the southwest area of Bibo Island. After getting the address, Fang Chen was ready to go to the southwest area. You are too weak. If you want to live, find a safe place to hide first. You may be able to get out alive soon. After saying that, Fang Chen's figure disappeared, leaving behind a few true gods looking at each other. When Fang Chen came out, he had already felt that the saint-level formation that surrounded the entire island had been officially activated. However, ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to see it. Only he could see it. Using the array eye, Fang Chen could even roughly see the operating trajectories of some saint-grade arrays. One had to admit that this array eye was no ordinary item. It was the life's work of that array master. With this array core, stepping into the saint level was no longer a dream. In the southwest area of Jade Wave Island, UU1, nothing could be seen clearly due to the swirling clouds and mist. The array formations here were connected to each other and were extremely complicated. When Fang Chen arrived, he found countless corpses. What an intense battle! Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, Fang Chen could imagine what kind of battle had broken out here. Countless divine spirit realm experts who were stuck at the bottleneck were dreaming about how to step into the divine ancestor realm. After countless years, their potential had been squeezed dry, so they could only rely on the spirit-breaking fruit. Fang Chen's eyes shot out a ray of light as he saw a saint-grade formation operating not too far away. Yes. Fang Chen's figure was hidden in the void. Using the array eye, he could see the situation inside the array eye. Who is that? The spirit-breaking fruit tree was rooted in the ground. Next to the tree sat a person with a face full of scars. This person's body emitted an evil aura. Holy light religion. Fang Chen could feel the aura of array Dao circulating around his body. He could roughly determine that this person was the saint-grade array master and also the mastermind behind Jade Wave Island. Have you all thought it through? The scarred man looked around and coldly asked. Submit to my holy light religion and you will all be protected. And if you resist, only death awaits you. The scarred man's words made the faces of the divine spirit realm experts below turn gloomy. Although they were furious, they didn't dare to resist, because they knew that this man's strength was too strong. Spreading the faith? Fang Chen faintly said when he saw the situation. He had some understanding of the holy light religion. This religion had a strict hierarchy and their faith was very strong. Once they believed in the holy light God, they would never betray him. The holy light religion had been secretly discovering believers and wanted to gradually infiltrate the divine realm. The 7 top forces of the divine realm also felt the terror of the holy light religion, so they joined forces to encircle and annihilate the holy light religion. However, they didn't expect that the holy light religion had been struggling at death's door. Believe in the holy light God you too. The corner of Fang Chen's mouth revealed a strange smile. His gaze fell on the shining fruits on the spirit-breaking fruit tree. After a rough count, there were a total of 11 fruit. The spirit-breaking fruit was incomparably precious. Even some big sect couldn't take out 11 at once. Let's get the spirit-breaking fruit first. Soon, Fang Chen had a comprehensive plan in his mind. Then, he took out the array eye and activated it. He used the time book and completely hid in the void. At the same time, he activated the space and time rule to ensure that the scarred man couldn't find him. Buzz the formation core was very powerful. After it touched the sage-grade formation, it sent Fang Chen into the formation without making a sound. The scarred man slightly sensed something and glanced at the direction where Fang Chen came in. However, he didn't find anything. He shook his head slightly and said in a self-deprecating manner, "You're too suspicious. Even if it's a god, he would be discovered by me after entering the saint-grade array." After that, the scarred man continued to interrogate everyone. "I'll give you a quarter of an hour to consider. Your fate is in your own hands," the scarred man said in a deep voice. Then, he began to explain to everyone how to believe in the holy light God. To put it bluntly, it was brainwashing. Some of the gods were really brainwashed. They listened in a daze. Unknowingly, the memory of the holy light God was branded in the depths of their minds. At this time, Fang Chen had quietly arrived above the spirit-breaking fruit tree. The spirit-breaking fruit tree is controlled by the array. Fang Chen secretly said. The divine tree had its own intelligence. Fang Chen tried to contact the intelligence of the spirit-breaking fruit tree. Otherwise, even through the array, he would be discovered by the spirit-breaking fruit tree. "Do you want to escape from here?" Fang Chen's voice came into the spirit-breaking fruit tree. The latter heard the words and was obviously shaken, but soon calmed down. "Who are you? Where are you? I'm right beside you. If you want to leave, I can help you." Fang Chen continued to transmit his voice. "What do you want?" "I want the spirit-breaking fruit." Fang Chen stated his intentions. "UU3. The spirit-breaking fruit tree fell into silence, and after a while, it agreed to Fang Chen's request. Fang Chen grinned. He was not afraid that the spirit-breaking fruit tree would not agree. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. The spirit-breaking fruit tree also thought of this point and agreed. If the spirit-breaking fruit tree was gone, it could still bear more. It had cultivated to this point with great difficulty. If it was brought back by the scarred man, its life and death would be uncertain. It didn't want to take the risk. Voila, the spirit-breaking fruit tree now had no choice. It chose to believe in Fang Chen without reservation. Under its control, the 11 spirit-breaking fruits all fell off. Fang Chen used the array core and easily got in, and then put all the 11 spirit-breaking fruits into the summer ring. Then he said, "I will break the array in a while, and then entangle the scarred man. You should be able to leave here by yourself. As long as you help me break the array, I can naturally leave." The spirit-breaking fruit tree said. "Okay, then it's settled." Fang Chen said. "By the way, I don't know your name yet." Fang Chen. As soon as the voice fell, the array core in his hand burst out a dazzling light. While the array that surrounded the spirit-break fruit tree was instantly shattered. Almost at the moment when the scarred man noticed it, Fang Chen broke a small gap in the surrounding saint-entering array. The spirit-breaking fruit tree, which was free, drilled out of the saint-entering array at a speed invisible to the naked eye and escaped. "Want to go?" Seeing this, the scarred man groaned, and immediately stretched out his big hand, trying to grab the spirit-breaking fruit tree. However, at this time, a terrifying sword light suddenly emerged in the void. Xiao, the scarred man's body, was instantly forced back. Just in such a short time, the spirit-breaking fruit tree had disappeared without a trace. "Damn it, come out!" The scarred man floated in the air and roared angrily. Fang Chen shuttled through the void, luring the scarred man. Run. Chapter 1794. They didn't expect that someone would appear and help them escape. At this moment, the scarred man couldn't care so much. Anyway, there was still a saint-level array outside. They couldn't escape. "Who are you?" The scarred man found that he couldn't capture this person's figure. "It doesn't matter who I am. When did the remnants of the Holy Light religion dare to run rampant in the divine world?" Fang Chen said calmly, pretending that he was a heavenly god expert. Hearing this, the scarred man was a little nervous. However, he soon calmed down. What was there to be afraid of? He was a saint-level array master. Even if he was a heavenly god expert, he wouldn't be afraid. Humph, hiding the head and showing the tail. "Come out if you have the ability," the scarred man said coldly. Fang Chen sneered inwardly. His strength couldn't be compared with this person. Crash. While talking to the scarred man, Fang Chen had already used the time-space book to escape, and the scarred man didn't know about it. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at the rendezvous point with the spirit-breaking fruit tree. When Fang Chen arrived, the spirit-breaking fruit tree broke out of the ground. "Let's go. He will see through my plan soon." Fang Chen took the spirit-breaking fruit tree and quickly arrived in front of the saint-level array. He activated the array core and quickly broke open a gap. Then, he said, "Go quickly." The spirit-breaking fruit tree didn't hesitate and directly drilled into the gap. "Fang Chen, I owe you a favor." After saying that, the spirit-breaking fruit tree disappeared. Then, Fang Chen used the time-space book and flew at full speed. After a while, he found the group of divine spirit realm disciples that escaped. His eyes turned cold and locked on the few female disciples of Lotus Flower Mountain. Kill. Then, he took out a top-grade divine sword from his spatial ring and used the 7 stars falling sky divine technique. Suddenly, a destructive sword light tore through the void and slashed on the few female disciples of Lotus Flower Mountain. They didn't even put up any resistance and were directly killed. Everyone was running for their lives. The others didn't have time to care about this. A saint-level array master was chasing after them. If they ran too late, they would die. Zhou family. Then, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Zhou family. Most of the divine spirit realm experts that came from the Zhou family this time were from the older generation. Let's collect some interest first. After saying those words, he used the same method to kill them. During this process, Fang Chen saw the Black Scorpion trio. He secretly guided the 3 of them to the front of the outer formation in the correct way. Fang Chen activated the array core and prepared to break the array with all his might. With his strength, it was certainly impossible for him to deal with the remnants of Holy Light religion. Therefore, they had to break the formation and let the Almighty of the God realm deal with it. Bastard, you're courting death! The scarred man, who was 1,000 miles away, roared furiously. Immediately, his body transformed into a ray of black light that whistled over. However, it was too late. Fang Chen had already used the array core to break a hole in the Saint Grade array formation. Remnant of Holy Light religion, your death has come. Fang Chen growled and turned to look at the scarred man. During this process, the surviving divine spirits fled in panic. The scarred man stared at Fang Chen and coldly said, "Who are you?" "The person who will kill you," Fang Chen said. The scarred man did not sense any divine power from Fang Chen. This meant that this person was a divine spirit. It was impossible for a divine spirit to break a Saint Grade array formation. The only explanation was that this person was also a Saint Grade array master. The scarred man cursed inwardly, his heart filled with killing intent. "It's not certain who will kill who." The scarred man sneered and stretched out his hand. A crazy evil aura instantly emerged. "Try my true strength." Fang Chen took out the 7 deadly falling star sword and fully activated it. Suddenly, a wild sword chi whistled out. 7 deadly falling stars. When Fang Chen said these words, the sky changed color. The entire sky above Jade Wave Island was covered by dark clouds. Whoosh! 4 black sword flowers quickly shot toward the scarred man. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the scarred man sneered. Divine power surrounded his body, and he suddenly punched out. Dong the fist and the black sword flowers collided, and a terrifying force instantly spread out. The ground below was cracked, which was enough to show how terrifying the explosion was. Boom! The scarred man shattered one of the black sword flowers, and the remaining 3 black sword flowers were blasted into the ground. The whole ground cracked, and Jade Wave Island shook, as if it was going to sink to the bottom of the sea. It's still not enough to deal with a divine spirit. Fang Chen pursed his lips and then disappeared. The scarred man suddenly broke free from the surrounding black aura and looked around, but he could not find any trace of Fang Chen. "Damn it, with such a big commotion, I will definitely be discovered." The scarred man did not dare to stay any longer and disappeared instantly. Jade Wave Island turned into ruins, and all the divine spirits who fled back to Hanhai City were filled with fear. The experts of Hanhai City had already sensed the situation on Jade Wave Island, and all the divine spirit experts were dispatched. What happened on Jade Wave Island caused a great commotion. Less than 1/10 of the divine spirits escaped. The entire Hanhai City was filled with a desolate atmosphere. Fang Chen quietly returned to the Blood Mansion, and after changing his appearance, he continued to appear as Master Blood. In the garden, Fang Chen played with a spirit breakthrough fruit, and his face was full of excitement. Although this trip to Jade Wave Island was dangerous, the harvest was not small, Fang Chen said. Obtaining 11 spirit breakthrough fruits also meant that there were 10 people besides him who could become divine spirit expert. If he cultivated a group of his own forces, the 10 divine spirit experts could not be underestimated. Moreover, he also obtained the lifetime efforts of a super expert in array formation. With this array core, it was no longer a fantasy to become a saint-level array master. Perhaps one day, with a flash of inspiration, he could break through. At the same time, he also killed the divine spirit experts of Lotus Mountain and the Zhou family. He was quite happy. As Fang Chen expected, Hanhai City was completely shaken. The Lord of Hanhai City personally went to Jade Wave Island to understand the situation, and finally came to the conclusion that the appearance of the Spirit Breakthrough Fruit Tree was a vicious plan of the remnants of Holy Light Temple. He even reported this matter to the 7 top forces. As for those divine spirit experts who were still in shock, they had already returned. In just one day, Hanhai City regained its calm. On the third day after returning to the Blood Mansion, Fang Chun received a piece of good news. Star and Moon, who had been cultivating, finally broke through to the Divine Spirit realm. Ha ha ha, that's great. Fang Chun came to the secret chamber. After seeing Star and Moon, he was very excited. Brother Chun. With a sweet smile on her face, Star and Moon rushed into Fang Chen's arms. I just happened to get a spirit breakthrough fruit. Since you have reached the Divine Spirit realm, you can eat it, Fang Chen said with a smile. Spirit breakthrough fruit? Star and Moon said in surprise. Brother Chen, thank you for your hard work. Ever since he had completely severed ties with Lotus Flower Mountain, Fang Chen had been trying his best to increase his strength. Star and Moon felt very guilty. She couldn't help much, and instead, she was dragging him down. Every time she saw Fang Chen working hard, she felt very uncomfortable. This time, in order to get the spirit breakthrough fruit, Brother Chen must have suffered a lot. I'm fine. How about it? Do you want to eat it now or? Star and Moon shook her head and said, Brother Chen, I just broke through, and it's not stable yet. Let's wait until I'm stable before eating it. Okay. It took 5 days for Star and Moon's realm to completely stabilize. At this time, Fang Chen personally guarded Star and Moon, and the latter began to eat the spirit breakthrough fruit. Beyond Fang Chen's expectation, the spirit breakthrough fruit's effect was very overbearing. After eating it, Star and Moon's aura changed a lot in a moment. Divine power is changing. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was overjoyed. When divine power completely changed into heavenly Shun power, it was time for a breakthrough. Star and Moon gradually absorbed the spirit breakthrough fruit's effect, and nothing unexpected happened. A month later, a deafening sound came from the secret room. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the divine power in Star and Moon's body disappeared, and was replaced by the powerful heavenly Shun power. Did you break through? Fang Chen said softly. At this time, Star and Moon opened her beautiful eyes and smiled at Fang Chen. Brother Chen. Ha ha ha, has become a heavenly Shun. It seems that I have to work harder, Fang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 1795. After Star and Moon became a heavenly god, Fang Chen's mood became much better. In the following time, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in comprehending formations. With the help of the formation core, his understanding of formations deepened. However, one day, Little Mouse hastily returned to the Blood Manor. Boss! Little Mouse woke Fang Chen from his cultivation. Yes? What happened? Asked Fang Chen. Boss, guess what I discovered? Little Mouse was full of smiles. What did you discover? I discovered the Zhou family's property in Hanhai City. Little Mouse narrowed his eyes and smiled. Oh, interesting. A faint smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He hadn't paid too much attention to it despite having been here for so long. A trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. He already had a countermeasure. At this moment, a servant ran over to report that the Hanhai Armament was requesting an audience. Hanhai Armory. What a coincidence! Little Mouse was somewhat astonished. Then he spread out his hands and said, The Hanhai Armament is the Zhou family's property here. They specialize in selling divine artifacts. Hearing this, the smile on Fang Chen's face deepened. Bring them to the assembly hall. Let's go and see why the Hanhai Armament has come to my place, said Fang Chen. Assembly hall. The Hanhai Armament's attendants were pacing back and forth, anxiously waiting for Fang Chen. Suddenly, he saw a figure at the entrance and was overjoyed. He hastily asked, May I ask if you are Grandmaster Shui? That's right. May I ask who you are? Asked Fang Chen. This old man is the Hanhai Armament's attendant. I hope Grandmaster Shui will forgive me for my sudden visit, said the attendant with a smile. Do you need something from me? Grandmaster Shui, you are a famous extraordinary swordsmith in Hanhai City. Our Hanhai Armament's business is selling weapons. We wish to cooperate with you. What do you think? Smiled Attendant Zhou. It just so happens that I've been thinking about this recently. I wonder what kind of cooperation Deacon Zhou is talking about? Fang Chen asked. Great Master Shui, if you sell the divine weapon that you forged at our Hanhai armament tower, we will only take a 30% commission, Attendant Zhou said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. It seems that we can't cooperate, Fang Chen said as he waved his hand. Great Master Shui, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Think about it carefully, said Attendant Zhou. There's nothing to think about. You can go. When Deacon Zhou saw this, he felt a little helpless. However, he did not say anything and turned to leave. Boss, these people from the Zhou family are really whimsical. They actually want a 30% commission. Little Mouse sneered. Help me find out who the biggest competitor of the Hanhai weaponry in Hanhai City is, Fang Chen said. Little Mouse nodded and immediately went to investigate. Hanhai Military Tower. Tower Master, that Great Master Shui really doesn't know what's good for him. We've already given him such a big profit and he actually turned us down, Attendant Zhou said coldly with a gloomy face. The middle-aged man who was called the Tower Master thought for a while and then said, He's just a master swordsmith. What's so great about him? We don't need him for our business. This sentence directly rejected Great Master Shui. This also meant that the Zhou family had given up on cooperating with Great Master Shui. The Hanhai weaponry was going to become the #1 weapon trading center in Hanhai City. Their biggest competitor was the Chamber of Relics. It was said that the Lord of Hanhai City was behind the Chamber of Relics. At the moment, in the conference hall of the Chamber of Relics, many senior members looked very serious. They were discussing a series of methods to deal with the Hanhai weaponry. Tower Master, we've received news that the Hanhai weaponry has already sent a deacon to meet Great Master Shui. Recently, the Hanhai weaponry has roped in a master swordsman from somewhere. He is very good at making weapons. The Hanhai weaponry's sales are booming. On the other hand, almost no one is interested in the divine weapons of the Chamber of Relics. If this goes on, how can we compete with the Hanhai weaponry? That's right. Great Master Shui is very important. If we can get Great Master Shui on our side, not only can we weaken the Hanhai weaponry, but we can also increase the strength of the Chamber of Relics. In this way, one side will be weakened while the other will be strengthened. We can still contend with the Hanhai weaponry. Many senior members expressed their opinions on this matter. They were all waiting for the Tower Master to speak. The Tower Master thought for a while and then said, Get Great Master Shui on our side at all costs. Since returning to the Hanhai City, young Master Hai had been cultivating like crazy. Maybe the situation on the Emerald Wave Island had stimulated him. But today, Fang Chen came to see young Master Hai. Great Master Shui, young Master Hai rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. I'm here to talk to you about something, Fang Chen said. Go ahead, Great Master Shui. Young Master Hai smiled. If he could get involved with Great Master Shui, his status in the Hanhai City would be even more unshakable. Do you know the Chamber of Relics? Fang Chen asked. Young Master Hai nodded. Of course he knew. It was his family's business. Great Master Shui, do you want to? Young Master Hai looked at Fang Chen and asked. Take me to the Tower Master of the Chamber of Relics, Fang Chen said. Okay, I'll take you there now. Young Master Hai was very excited to be able to work for Great Master Shui. Soon, they arrived at the Chamber of Relics. Tell the Tower Master that I'm here. Young Master Hai shouted as soon as he walked into the tower. All of a sudden, the staff panicked. Young Master Hai, the Tower Master has something important on the 5th floor. Before the staff could finish, young Master Hai pushed him away. Great Master Shui, please. Young Master Hai led Fang Chen to the 5th floor and pushed the door of the meeting room open. Instantly, countless gazes fell on young Master Hai. The Tower Master looked at young Master Hai helplessly. Why was this foppish young master here? Young Master Hai, we are discussing something important. What could be more important than my business? Let me tell you something. I have brought you a very important guest today, young Master Hai said. Everyone shook their heads. They felt helpless about this foppish young master. Great Master Shui. However, when young Master Hai brought Great Master Shui in, everyone was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? The Tower Master stared at Great Master Shui, dumbfounded. They were just thinking about how to win Great Master Shui over to their side when he showed up. Ha ha ha, Great Master Shui, we are honored to have you here. The Tower Master laughed and greeted Great Master Shui warmly. Tower Master, I have something important to talk to you about. While speaking, Fong Chen looked around. The Tower Master sensibly asked everyone to leave. Only the three of them were left. Young Master Hai stood aside and listened. Great Master Shui, what do you want to talk to me about? The Tower Master asked. I want to work with the Chamber of Relics, Fong Chen said. As for the proposal, you can deal with it. I can make swords for the Chamber of Relics. Hearing this, the Tower Master was stunned and then he was overjoyed. It was a gift from the sky. Great Master Shui came to talk about cooperation in person. At this moment, the Tower Master looked at young Master Hai and felt that he was not a useless man after all. Okay. We will make a proposal right away. The Tower Master called for an emergency meeting and came up with a proposal in 15 minutes. After reading it, Fong Chen was satisfied. The Chamber of Relics was not as greedy as the Hanhai armament. They only asked for a commission of 10%, which was not a big deal. It was within Fong Chen's acceptable range. Besides, the Chamber of Relics could provide Fong Chen with endless materials. They also promised that as long as Fong Chen could make a sword of the highest quality, Fong Chen would be given double the materials. After the discussion, Fong Chen asked with a smile, Tower Master, I heard that the Hanhai armament is the biggest competitor of the Chamber of Relics. Hearing the name of the Hanhai armament, the Tower Master frowned. Yes, the Hanhai armament is the property of the Zhou family. They have abundant resources and many armorers. It is difficult for us to beat them, the Tower Master said. Don't worry, Tower Master. As long as I am here, the Chamber of Relics will soon surpass the Hanhai armament and even replace it, Fong Chen said and left. The Tower Master shook his head. Apparently, he did not believe what Fong Chen had said. He thought that Great Master Shui was overconfident. If the Hanhai armament was so easy to deal with, the Chamber of Relics would have done it long ago. When he walked out of the Chamber of Relics, Fong Chen put on a fierce look. Chapter 1796. Dealing with the armory of Hanhai was just a trivial thing that Fong Chen had done during his incubation period. He had not reached the divine spirit realm yet, so he could not take the spirit-breaking fruit. It was not the right time to confront the Zhou family, so he had to use the Chamber of Relics to deal with the armory of Hanhai. On the second day after he returned to the Blood Mansion, young Master Hai came to deliver the materials in person. Master Shui, these are the materials that the Chamber of Relics asked me to deliver, young Master Hai said with a smile. Ever since he became the liaison between the Chamber of Relics and Master Shui, the Chamber of Relics had been very polite to him. Young Master Hai, who was very vain, was very happy about this. Fong Chen nodded and said, Leave the materials here. You can go back now. Young Master Hai did as Fong Chen said. He put the materials down and left. Then it was the long process of forging sword. With such a powerful forging table as the Heavenly Sword platform, Fong Chen could easily forge supreme-grade sword. However, the materials sent by the Chamber of Relics were mostly for forging superior-grade swords. It seemed that they did not have enough confidence in Fong Chen. In 3 days, Fong Chen forged 79 superior-grade swords and 2 supreme-grade swords. He brought these relics to the Chamber of Relics again. Master Shui, what brings you here? The Chamber of Relics greeted Fong Chen warmly when he saw him. Chamber of Relics, I am here to ask for materials. Fang Chen went straight to the point. Well, the materials sent by young Master Hai have been used up, the Chamber of Relics said. Fang Chen nodded and said, I hope you can prepare a large amount of materials for me to forge supreme-grade swords this time. The Chamber of Relics' eyes sparkled. He was deep in thought. Splash! Fang Chen took out 79 superior-grade swords and 2 supreme-grade swords. The Chamber of Relics, who had been hesitating, was very excited when he saw the supreme-grade swords. Master Shui, you can forge supreme-grade swords? The Chamber of Relics asked excitedly. Fang Chen nodded lightly. The Pavilion Master said, Don't worry, Great Master Shui. I will definitely get my subordinates to prepare a large amount of materials for forging supreme-grade divine swords and send them to you. In fact, for the Chamber of Relics, superior godly swords were nothing. The most important thing was the supreme godly swords. And in the competition with the Hanhai armament, only the supreme-grade divine swords could barely occupy a slight advantage. After this cooperation, Pavilion Master Artifact had completely trusted Fang Chen. He gave all the precious materials to Fang Chen. Fang Chen returned to the Blood Mansion and continued forging. Call for an emergency meeting. Pavilion Master Artifact looked at the 2 swords in his hands and was very excited. The competition between the Chamber of Relics and the armament of Hanhai was well known. The 2 were competing openly and secretly, but the Hanhai weaponry had the upper hand. However, today, in a certain room of the Hanhai military tower, the faces of several higher-ups were somewhat gloomy. Everyone, what do you think about this? We all know that the armorers of the Chamber of Relics can't make supreme-grade relics. So many supreme-grade relics appeared at once, and they are all long swords. I think Master Shui must have made them. You mean Master Shui and the Chamber of Relics are working together? The middle-aged man in black nodded. Maybe the Chamber of Relics promised a lot of benefit. Otherwise, Master Shui wouldn't have done it. Then, the middle-aged man in black handed over one of the supreme-grade divine swords to the elder in gray. Master Wu, take a look. The old man who was called Master Wu took the supreme-grade divine sword and observed it carefully. After a while, his face changed and he exclaimed, This Master Shui is very good at forging swords. Although they are both supreme-grade divine swords, the divine swords he made contain a completely different energy. Normal armorers can't do it. What about Master Wu? Master Wu waved a hand and stopped the middle-aged man in black. I know what you are worried about. Although this man is powerful, I am not afraid of him. Recently, I have learned something about forging artifacts. I can use this opportunity to exchange some blows with him, Master Wu said. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. Then they said, We are relieved that Master Wu is here. Forging swords was a long and frustrating process. Fortunately, Fang Chen had a good temperament. From the small ancient sword continent to the divinity, no one could understand what he had gone through. After going through the ups and downs of life, Fang Chen's mind was more stable. Especially during the process of forging swords, the golden heart could be improved and his understanding of swordsmanship could be improved gradually. This was a rare opportunity. The more he forged swords, the more he felt that the sword fanatic was very good at forging sword. Fang Chen had only received his inheritance, but he had already become a top master-level swordsmith. Furthermore, Fang Chen could vaguely feel that he was on the verge of becoming a saint-level swordsmith. Once he became a saint-level swordsmith, he would be able to forge heavenly divine artifacts. By then, his status would be completely different. Even if he had to face the Zhou family and the Lotus Mountain, he would not be afraid. This time, the Chamber of Relics had sent a lot of materials. He estimated that he could forge about 30 supreme-grade divine artifacts. After Fang Chen had forged 5 artifacts, he suddenly stopped forging. His face was full of joy. Little Mouse has made a breakthrough. Fang Chen hurried out of the forging room and found Little Mouse. At this moment, Little Mouse was surrounded by a purple light and his energy was very shocking. Boss! Little Mouse grinned. After a period of hard work, he had finally reached the peak of the divine spirit realm. This meant that he could eat the spirit-breaking fruit. Let's stabilize our cultivation first. By the way, where is Xiao Huang? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse pointed and Fang Chen found that Xiao Huang was also breaking through. Fang Chen had not smiled so happily for a long time. Suddenly, both of them were about to break through. Here are 2 spirit breakthrough fruits, Fang Chen said. Take them first. Once you've stabilized your cultivation, consume them. He was not worried about the safety of Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. One was a godly rat and the other was a member of the royal ant family. Even if they did not eat the spirit-breaking fruit, they could still become divine gods. It was just a matter of time. Boy, I can't see through you anymore. At this moment, a voice was heard. Needless to say, it was Pangolin's voice. Pangolin had not left since he left the divine god's relic with Fang Chen. His relationship with Little Mouse and Xiao Huang was getting better and better as time went by. Now, he was even a little reluctant to leave. Hey, you have become a divine god. Fang Chen was a little surprised to see Pangolin. I was a divine beast in the Divinity Grandmaster realm. But I was restricted in the divine god's relic. After I came out, I recovered, Pangolin said. After a brief conversation with Little Mouse and the other 2, Fang Chen went back to making swords. This time, Fang Chen spent half a month making swords. Given his speed, it would not take him that long to make 30 supreme-grade swords. But Fang Chen had some understanding of the way of sword during this period, so he was delayed. 30. Fang Chen grinned. He enjoyed the process of making swords very much. Every time he made a sword, he would be enlightened. Soon, young Master Hai came and brought the 30 supreme-grade swords back to the Chamber of Relics. The Chamber of Relics was shocked. They immediately put the swords on sale. The effect was immediate. The Chamber of Relics, which had been at a disadvantage before, was now able to fight against the Hanhai armament with the help of these supreme-grade swords. If it were not for the fact that there was only one supreme-grade divine weapon, the Chamber of Relics would have completely suppressed the Hanhai armament. Time flew by. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, Fang Chen had been stuck in the true God realm and could not make a breakthrough. He was not in a hurry. This kind of thing could not be rushed. After Star and Moon, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang had both reached the Divine Lord realm. In this way, including Pangolin, Fang Chen had 4 Divine Lord realm experts on his side. This was considered a sizable force. Fang Chen already had a preliminary plan in mind. With his help, the sales of the Chamber of Relics kept on increasing. On the other hand, the business of the Hanhai armament plummeted. Chapter 1797. At night. The sky was pitch black, and only a few stars twinkled. Fang Chen sat in the courtyard, admiring the beautiful scenery. Beside him, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Pangolin were playing. Boss, when are we going to take revenge? Little Mouse was in the pro-war faction and had always wanted to take revenge on Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhou family. However, Fang Chen was not in a hurry. The Zhou family was able to stand in the easternmost land for countless years. Their foundation is not something we can compare to. What I'm most worried about is that the Zhou family has a true god, Fang Chen said to himself. It's very likely. From my experience, Lotus Flower Mountain is nothing to be afraid of, but the Zhou family must have a true god, Pangolin said. After all, it had lived in the heavenly realm for too long and had some understanding of the Zhou family. But if there's a true god, then won't our plan fail? Little Mouse was a little anxious. We've waited for so long, so there's no need to be anxious. Moreover, I'm with Star and Moon now. If there's no other way, we'll leave this place and go somewhere else, Fang Chen said. Suddenly, Fang Chen frowned slightly. Little Mouse was about to speak, but Fang Chen stopped it. Fang Chen's eyes stared at the sky, and a black shadow flashed in his mind. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he immediately lowered his head deliberately. The hidden figure sneered and quietly approached Fong Chen. Go to hell. The figure suddenly punched Fong Chen's head. Crack. Fong Chen's figure instantly collapsed. Seeing this, the assassin was a little stunned. However, at this time, he was already surrounded. How dare you kill my boss? You're courting death. Little Mouse and Xiao Huang attacked together, and the aura of a heavenly god instantly erupted, directly trapping the assassin in the middle. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the assassin was killed by Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. A divinity realm assassin. Fong Chen's face darkened. If his guess was correct, this person should be from the Hanhai armament. Yu-1. Hanhai Armory, you finally can't hold back anymore? Fong Chen said softly. Hanhai Military Tower. The house master looked at the life slip in his hand with a gloomy expression. Master Wu, we have underestimated him. Since the assassination failed, he must have sensed something. What should we do next? The house master asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, Tower Master. As long as we can get rid of him, the Hanhai Armory will be able to regain our position as the dominator. The Chamber of Relics is nothing to be afraid of. Master Wu sneered. Tomorrow, the Hanhai Military Tower will send the invitation to me. Tell them that I want to compete with the Chief Armorer of the Chamber of Relics. Very well. The House Lord's eyes lit up as he looked at Master Wu. This old man has made a small breakthrough in his refining skills. Although he was unable to forge a heavenly divine artifact, the top-quality divine artifacts that he was able to forge were all top-notch. As long as I can defeat him, I will be able to force him to leave the Hanhai city. Master Wu said. Very well, I will do it right away. The next day, the Chamber of Relics received a letter of challenge from the Hanhai Military Tower. The House Lord's face darkened as soon as he received the letter of challenge. Soon, he went to find Master Shui. Master Shui, they are obviously coming for you, the House Lord said. Fong Chen looked at the letter of challenge in his hand and sneered. Then he said, Help me accept the challenge. The Hanhai Military Tower had failed the assassination attempt, and they wanted to use this method to deal with him. Fong Chen was very confident that no one in the small Hanhai city would be able to defeat him. The date of the challenge was set to be 3 days later. It was unknown who had deliberately spread the news. In less than a day, the entire Hanhai city had heard the news. All the immortal cultivators were talking about it. Have you heard? Master Shui is going to compete with Master Wu of the Hanhai Military Tower in 3 days. Yes, I have also heard about it. It is said that the title of the most powerful armorer in the Hanhai city will be decided by this competition. Master Shui is new here after all. I wonder if he can defeat Master Wu. Who cares? As long as I can see the exciting battle, nothing else matters. Yes, I must go and see it in 3 days. The Hanhai city was bustling with noise and excitement. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. There was a temporary martial arts arena in the square of the Hanhai city. Yu-2. Early in the morning, the square was already packed with people. They were all there to watch the battle between the two masters. At 8 o'clock, the Chamber of Relics was the first to arrive. Master Shui was among the Chamber of Relics team. He closed his eyes and took a rest. After a while, people from the Hanhai Military Tower also showed up. Master Wu's gaze landed on Fong Chen. He harumphed coldly and his face was filled with disdain. He had not expected that the Lord of Hanhai City would be alerted by the battle. Everyone, it is an honor to see the battle between the two masters today. I will be the judge. It will be fair and square, the Lord of Hanhai City said. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Masters, please come to the arena. Fong Chen and Master Wu walked to the arena. Fong Chen had a lazy expression on his face, as if he did not care about this competition at all. City Lord, I have a favor to ask of you, Master Wu suddenly said. Go ahead, Master Wu, the Lord of Hanhai City said. It will be boring if there is no prize for our battle, Master Wu said. It will be more exciting if there is a prize. What do you want, Master Wu? The Lord of Hanhai City asked. Whoever loses will leave Hanhai City and will never be able to enter again, Master Wu said. Well, the Lord of Hanhai City did not know what to say. He looked at Fang Chun and asked, Master Shui, what do you think? Fang Chun shrugged and said, I don't care. Master Shui, does that mean you agree? Master Wu sneered. I'm just afraid that someone will not fulfill their promise. If that happens, there is nothing I can do, Fang Chun said with a smile. Humph, if I lose, I will leave immediately, Master Wu said angrily. The Lord of Hanhai City rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Masters, please don't worry. I will be the witness. No matter who loses, they will have to fulfill their promise. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With the Lord of Hanhai City's words, Master Wu was relieved. He waved his hand and the refining table appeared in front of him. Dong, the heavy crafting table, smashed onto the martial arts practice stage with a deafening sound. When Fang Chun saw this, he also took out the heavenly sword platform. Yu-3, however, the heavenly sword platform looked too ordinary from the outside. As for Master Wu, he couldn't recognize it at all. Trash. Refining mainly depends on one's strength. The refining table is an external factor, Fang Chun said lazily. I hope Master Shui will say the same thing later. After saying that, Master Wu began refining. The rules were very simple. 2 people would use the same materials to refine a divine artifact. Whoever refined a higher grade divine artifact would win. Master Wu's refining process was very exciting. There were often exclamations from below. Unlike Master Wu's refining, Fang Chun first had to adjust the temperature of the heavenly sword platform and the flame. After that, he would start refining. When Fang Chun was done, Master Wu had already entered the second stage. When Fang Chun started, Master Wu had already reached the third stage. A moment later, Master Wu shouted and a brand new supreme-grade divine artifact appeared in his hand. He glanced at Fang Chun and saw that he was still refining. Lord, I think you agree to reveal it, Master Wu asked. Master Wu, why don't we wait for Master Shui to finish refining? Whispers could be heard in the square below. Master Wu's refining process was very fast, but Master Shui didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. His face was full of smiles. It looks like Master Shui is going to lose. Yeah, even if he can refine a supreme-grade divine artifact, it will take too much time. He won't be able to beat Master Wu. Master Wu is too arrogant. The voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. CCC Pavilion Young Master Hai, who was standing behind the Lord of Oceanic City, looked at Fang Chun anxiously. However, at this moment, Fang Chun's mind was completely occupied by the refining of the sword. It was as if the heavenly sword platform and him were the only things in the entire heavenly realm. Every time I forge a sword, I have to temper it 1,000 times. This process is also the growth process of a sword cultivator. Fang Chun seemed to have a hint of understanding in his mind. He vaguely touched something and wanted to grab it, but he couldn't. Saint Level. Chapter 1798. During this time, Fang Chun had been forging swords and his understanding of swordsmanship had reached a whole new level. Swordsmiths were called swordsmith. It was because they had spent their lives with swords. They understood swords and swords understood them. Fang Chun could communicate with all the swords that he had forged. At this moment, Fang Chun's mind suddenly buzzed. The bottleneck that had been bothering him suddenly disappeared. Fang Chun felt that his mind was filled with a lot of information about sword forging. This information on swordsmithing was many times more powerful than the information he had in his possession. The divine sword that was in the process of being forged also shook and let out a sword hum. Fang Chun's body was surrounded by wild sword qi. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. Master Wu of the Hanhai Weapon Tower sneered and said, It's just forging a divine sword. I can't believe he went crazy. It seems that the title of Master Shui is not true after all. Master Wu's mockery of Feng Qin did not make the Chamber of Relics give up. Master Wu, the competition is not over yet. Don't you think it's too much to say now? The Chamber of Relics Lord said coldly. Humph, you will know soon. Master Wu flicked his sleeves and sneered. On the martial arts stage, the heavenly sword platform let out a buzzing sound. Feng Qin quickly hammered the divine sword in his hand. Although his mind was filled with a lot of information about sword forging, he still forged the sword out of habit. After a while, Feng Qin finally woke up. He shook his head hard and finally confirmed that he had reached the saint level. Is this the saint level? Feng Qin felt that the art of sword forging was very mysterious. Looking at the divine sword that was being forged in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. Then, Feng Qin forged the long sword at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. This scene caused the crowd to be astonished. Humph, he is just pretending. Master Wu thought that Feng Qin's sword forging was a failure and could not threaten him at all. On the rostrum, the Lord of Hanhai City's face became more and more serious. A few hundred years ago, he had seen such a situation. He would never be able to forget the scene where he witnessed a transcendent step into the saint realm with his own eyes. A few hundred years later, this scene appeared once again. The more he watched Feng Qin forge the sword, the more the solemn expression on the governor of Oceanic City's face disappeared, replaced by a smile. There was no longer any suspense in this match. How does Master Wu compare? How could an extraordinary-level blacksmith compare to a saint-level blacksmith? Feng Qin's sword-forging process was dazzling, but it was smooth and natural. In the end, everyone's eyes could not keep up with his speed. Dong, when the last sound came, Feng Qin opened his eyes and stopped forging. A completely different divine sword appeared in front of him. This long sword exuded a strange aura, giving people a terrifying feeling. Master Wu frowned and sneered. It can't be a supreme-grade divine sword. Master Shui, Master Wu has created a supreme-grade divine artifact. What is the grade of your sword? The Lord of the Sacred Artifact asked hurriedly. Hearing this, Feng Qin looked at Master Wu. I think I have one, Feng Qin said calmly. Humph, what arrogance! I want to see what grade of longsword you've refined. Master Wu sneered. Unless you can create a heavenly divine artifact, there is no way you can beat me. As he spoke, Master Wu walked over to Feng Qin and took the long sword from Feng Qin's hand. This kind of sword is too trashy. Master Wu only took a glance and made a conclusion. Master Wu, take a closer look, Feng Qin said with a smile. There is no need to take a closer look. Your sword is at most an superior grade divine artifact. There is no suspense in this match, Master Wu said. There was a gloating look in his eyes. Feng Qin wasn't angry. He smiled and said, Master Wu, you can't even tell the grade of my sword. You don't deserve to be called a master. You. Master Wu was so angry that he wanted to throw a tantrum. However, he suppressed his anger and continued to observe the long sword. This time, he covered the long sword with his immortal will and observed it carefully. When Master Wu's divine sense enveloped the long sword, his expression changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Feng Qin. The latter's face was full of smiles as if he had seen this coming. How is this possible? No way. Master Wu shook his head and couldn't believe what he had seen. Master Wu, what is going on? The Lord of the Vast Ocean Tavern asked. Master Wu looked at Feng Qin with a complicated expression. After a while, he heaved a sigh and handed the long sword to Feng Qin. Then, he turned around and left. I have lost. Master Wu ignored Master Hanhai's shouts and walked away, leaving behind a lonely figure. What is going on? The Lord of the Vast Ocean Tavern wanted to figure out what had happened. He walked onto the stage and checked the long sword made by Fang Chen. What is a heavenly divine weapon? This time, even the Lord of the Vast Ocean Tavern was shocked. The square was also in an uproar. Deafening screams resounded in the sky. Everyone stared at Fang Chen with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. The senior members of the Chamber of Relics were celebrating. They had never thought that Master Shui could make a breakthrough at such a critical moment. Yes, this sword is indeed a heavenly divine weapon. If you don't believe it, you can come and check it yourself, the Lord of the Vast Ocean City said. Heavenly divine artifact. Grandmaster Shui had actually forged a heavenly divine artifact. He had become the first saint-level sword forger in the Vast Ocean City. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil as they shouted Grandmaster Shui's name. The Lord of the Vast Ocean Tavern left the square in disappointment. After losing Master Wu, they had to make adjustments as soon as possible. Otherwise, their businesses would be suppressed by the Chamber of Relic. Fang Chen enjoyed the attention of the crowd as a calm smile appeared on his face. He had finally made the first step after so many years of cultivation. The golden heart in his body also resonated with the sword and let out some sword sound. It was beating very vigorously. Master Shui, congratulations on becoming a saint-level sword forger. The Lord of the Vast Ocean City also walked down and said with a smile, Master Shui, you have made a breakthrough in the process of making the sword. I am lucky to have seen two people become saint-level sword forgers in a few hundred years. Fang Chen nodded and handed the heavenly divine weapon to the Lord of the Chamber of Relics. The latter was a bit confused. Lord of the City, Lord of the Chamber of Relics, I can only achieve what I have today because of the support of the Chamber of Relics. I will make this heavenly divine weapon for the Chamber of Relics, Fang Chen said with a smile. After becoming a saint-level sword forger, the heavenly divine weapon was not that important to Fang Chen anymore. He wanted to use this opportunity to give the sword to the Chamber of Relics in return. The Chamber of Relics and the Vast Ocean City owed him a favor. They would work even harder when they took over the Vast Ocean armament. Master Shui. The Lord of the Vast Ocean City nodded. The news that a saint-level sword forger had appeared in the Vast Ocean City spread immediately. Many immortals were shocked and they could hear people talking about Master Shui wherever they went. In the following days, Fang Chen and the Lord of the Vast Ocean City discussed about taking over the Vast Ocean armament. The Lord of the Vast Ocean City was fully supportive. The Chamber of Relics treated the heavenly divine weapon that Fang Chen had given them as their most precious treasure. With the support of a saint-level sword forger, the Chamber of Relics became the leading business in the Vast Ocean City and the surrounding cities within a month. On the other hand, the business of the Vast Ocean armament had plummeted ever since Master Wu left. The Chamber of Relics had also suppressed them, and they were about to go bankrupt. 88.8. In order to bring down the Vast Ocean armament once and for all, Fang Chen had done everything he could. Although the Vast Ocean armament had the support of the Zhou family, it was still no match for the Chamber of Relics. After 2 months, the Vast Ocean armament went bankrupt. The collapse of the Vast Ocean armament also alerted the senior members of the Zhou family to the situation in the Vast Ocean City. After they learned that there was a saint-level sword forger in the Vast Ocean City, many ideas came to their minds. The first idea was to recruit this saint-level sword forger into the Zhou family. Chapter 1799. Hanhai City Blood Mansion. The current Blood Mansion was one of the most sacred mansions in Hanhai City. Originally, Fang Chen didn't want it to be lively, so he specially chose a piece of land at the edge of Hanhai City to build a mansion. But now, the surroundings of the Blood Mansion were bustling, as if the center of Hanhai City had suddenly moved here. Every true god's dream was to enter the Blood Mansion and take Master Blood as their master. Within the Blood Mansion's garden. Whenever he was bored, Fang Chen would come to the garden to relax. After reaching the Saint Realm, Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword Dao reached an unprecedented height. The bottleneck of his cultivation seemed to have loosened a little. I reckon that in a few months, I'll be able to step into the divine spirit realm, Fang Chen said leisurely. Stepping into the divine spirit realm meant that he could become a heavenly god. 11 spirit-breaking fruit. Star and Moon, Xiao Huang, and Little Mouse, one for each of them. He still had 8 left. Aside from the one he needed, the remaining 7 were enough to create a heavenly god. Fang Chen planned to build his own force. In the future, he would definitely have to fight against the Zhou family and Lotus Flower Mountain, so he couldn't do it without a foundation. Boss, there are a few people outside. They say that they are Zhou family's elders and they want to see you. Little Mouse suddenly came in and said. Yes, Zhou family's higher-ups. Fang Chen slightly frowned and said, They're much later than I expected. Bring them in. Soon, the Zhou family's elders were brought into the garden. I presume this must be Master Blood. I've heard a lot about you. I'm an elder of the Zhou family, a white-bearded old man said with a smile. Behind him were several divine spirit realm servants. Elder Zhou, why have you come to my blood mansion? Fang Chen asked. Master Blood, I won't hide it from you. Everyone knows that our Zhou family cherishes talents. Whenever we discover a few extremely talented experts, we will provide them with resources. Elder Zhou said with a smile, I've heard that Master Blood is a Saint Realm swordsmith. Our Zhou family hopes that Master Blood can become an honored guest. Oh, let me join the Zhou family. Fang Chen glanced at Elder Zhou and smiled. Elder Zhou chuckled. It feels good to talk to smart people. Great Master Shui, I'm sure you're aware of our Zhou clan's influence. There are almost no forces in the Far East that dare to challenge our Zhou clan. If you join the Zhou family, you can directly become a consecrator. One had to know that the status of a consecrator was second only to the patriarch and had the same authority as the elders. Furthermore, you can enjoy all the resources of the Zhou family. For a saint-level swordsmith like you to forge a divine sword, you will definitely need a large amount of materials. If you join the Zhou clan, these will not be a problem, Elder Zhou continued. Fang Chen looked at Elder Zhou and said, What if I don't join? Elder Zhou was a little startled, but his expression soon turned serious. My Zhou clan has a business in Hanhai City that went bankrupt not long ago. If our Zhou clan were to find out who was behind this, we would definitely not let that person off, Elder Zhou said with a smile. Our Zhou clan likes to protect our own. If an outsider dares to bully a member of our Zhou clan will definitely not let him off. Elder Zhou's words were filled with a threatening intent. Elder Zhou, it seems that we have nothing to talk about. Fang Chen stood up and said coldly, I am a stubborn person and hate being threatened the most. Great Master Shui, I hope you will reconsider, Elder Zhou continued to persuade him. However, it was impossible for Fang Chen to join the Zhou clan. Seeing this, Elder Zhou could only leave helplessly. Outside the Shui residence, Elder Zhou's expression was gloomy. Elder Zhou, are we just going to let it go? The servant asked. Humph, this person is too arrogant just because he is a saint-level swordsmith. We have to teach him a lesson, Elder Zhou said coldly. In the Shui residence, Little Mouse laughed heartily. Boss, it feels so good to see the Zhou clan's angry expressions. If you did not stop me, I would have started a massacre, Little Mouse said. He was a battle-hungry person and liked to talk with his fists. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to make a move, Fang Chen said thoughtfully. Night fell. Fang Chen called Little Mouse over. Boss, why did you call me over? Tonight is destined to not be peaceful. Aren't your hands itching? Let me give you some exercise, Fang Chen said with a smile. Boss, you mean? Little Mouse opened his eyes wide and was very excited. Fang Chen nodded lightly and closed his eyes. They waited until dawn before the Zhou clan's people arrived. 4 hours later than I expected. It seems like the Zhou clan is not fearless, Fang Chen said with a cold smile. The Zhou clan's god hidden in the void changed his expression, but he still walked out. Humph! A saint-level swordsmith dares to go against our Zhou clan? You are courting death. This person was a divine lord. I think the one courting death is you. Little Mouse had a bad temper and attacked with lightning speed. Roar! A terrifying power instantly swept through the entire Shui residence. Dong! Little Mouse suddenly punched out and collided with the Zhou clan's god. You dare to stop me with this little strength? The Zhou clan's god sneered and immediately prepared to attack. Pucci, however, at this moment, he felt something pierce through his body. Immediately, blood spurted out and pain spread throughout his body. Pangolin climbed down from his body and mocked. You dare to learn from others and become an assassin with this little strength? Xiao Huang stood on Pangolin's body. With this little strength, you are not even enough for the three of us to exercise. After saying that, Xiao Huang spat out extremely cold annihilation frigid water from his mouth. Without any resistance, without even the time to send a message back, the Zhou clan's god's soul dissipated and even his corpse was corroded by the annihilation frigid water. Fang Chen calmly watched this scene. Little Mouse curled his lips and felt somewhat helpless. The Zhou clan is too stingy. Why did they only send one god? It's not even enough for me to fight. Ha ha, with the three of us working together, even if it's a divine lord, we won't be afraid. Pangolin laughed. It had been a long time since he had such a carefree battle. At the same time, he was also very impressed by Xiao Huang and Little Mouse. The former was a member of the royal ant family and had a large amount of annihilation frigid water in his stomach. He did not dare to provoke him. The latter was a unique divine rat in the universe. He had super strong defense and hard teeth that could crush anything in the world. He felt that he would be left behind by these two monsters sooner or later. All right, go back and rest, Fang Chen said. The night was as still as water. In a dark courtyard, the Zhou clan's elder's face was extremely gloomy. Damn it! The god sent to assassinate Master Shui had already died. This also meant that Master Shui had completely broken ties with the Zhou clan. How dare you go against the Zhou clan? You are courting death, the Zhou clan's elder said coldly. However, at this moment, a ghostly voice entered his ears. If you want to kill Master Shui, I can help you. Who is it? Elder Zhou growled. Suddenly, a scarred man walked out of the darkness. Who are you? Elder Zhou asked coldly. I'm your friend. I don't know you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You and I have a common enemy, so we should be considered friends, the scarred man said eerily. A common enemy? Elder Zhou frowned. You mean Master Shui? The scarred man nodded. His eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, Master Shui and I cannot live under the same sky. If I don't kill him, I am not human. Elder Zhou thought for a moment and then said, Even if we don't join forces with you, if the Zhou clan wants to kill someone, no one can stop us. Ha! 88-8. The scarred man laughed hoarsely. Of course, your Zhou clan won't be afraid of a saint-level swordsmith, but don't forget that the attention of all the factions is on him. If your Zhou clan dares to kill him openly, you will definitely become a target for everyone. A saint-level swordsmith could definitely cause a commotion in the Far East. Now, all the factions were paying attention to him and even wanted to rope him in. Elder Zhou's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. So, with your Zhou clan supporting me, I will kill him. This is the best choice. The scarred man chuckled. Elder Zhou slowly nodded when he thought of the death of the god he had just sent. Chapter 1800. Fang Chen had already experienced the Zhou clan's conduct. If they failed to rope in others, they would secretly send someone to kill them. Fang Chen had long been on guard against this. Although the first god they sent was killed by him, Fang Chen knew that the Zhou clan would definitely not let this matter go. He was ready to leave Hanhai City at any time. With Fang Chen's current means, he easily found out where the Zhou clan's elder was staying in Hanhai City. Rather than waiting for their assassination, it was better to strike first and gain the upper hand. That night, Fang Chen, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Pangolin went to the mansion where the Zhou clan's elder was staying. Soon, they arrived in front of the mansion. Fang Chen took out the array core and immediately set up a saint-level array. Go in. Fang Chen quietly entered the courtyard. At this time, the Zhou clan's elder was discussing something with the scarred man. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, opened his eyes wide when he saw the scarred man. Could it be that the Zhou clan is colluding with the Holy Light religion? Fang Chen's heart slightly moved. If the Zhou clan was really colluding with the Holy Light religion, then things would be complicated. Who is it? Suddenly, the scarred man scolded sternly. Then, he stood up abruptly and began to set up a saint-grade array. What's going on? Elder Zhou asked doubtfully. Someone has sneaked into the mansion, the scarred man said coldly. When he saw the scarred man, Fang Chen fled. Without waiting for the scarred man to set up the saint-level array, Fang Chen put away the array core and quickly rushed toward the city lord's mansion. Boss! Little Mouse roared, the three of us will stay and stall him. No, you guys go quickly. Go to the city lord's mansion and find the Lord of Hanhai City. Tell him that the remnants of the Holy Light religion have appeared in Hanhai City. I will stop him. Fang Chen's words were filled with an unquestionable tone. Seeing this, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Pangolin quickly headed to the city lord's mansion. Fang Chen, on the other hand, turned around and stared at the scarred man who was rushing towards him. Let's see where you can run to this time, the scarred man said sinisterly. I'm afraid you are the one who needs to escape, Fang Chen sneered as he glanced at the city lord mansion in the depths of Hanhai City. The scarred man's heart moved a little when he saw this. He immediately said, Before that, I will kill you first. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred man set up a saint entry-level formation, instantly trapping Fang Chen. Kill! The scarred man suddenly threw a punch at Fang Chen. Being caught off guard, Fang Chen was struck by the scarred man's punch. His body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the saint-level formation. Fortunately, Fang Chen's physical defense was very strong. His perfect sword body had transformed and blocked the scarred man's attack. The scarred man was also a little surprised. He did not expect a god to be able to block his attack. I'd like to see how many times you can block it. While the scarred man was stunned, Fang Chen used the spacetime book and hid in the void. At the same time, he took out the formation Eye and began to destroy the saint-level formation. Boom! While the scarred man was looking for Fang Chen, a deafening roar of anger came from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Oh no, Lord of Hanhai City! The scarred man had a hint of retreating in his heart. However, at that instant, his sacred entry-level formation began to shatter. Fang Chen's figure appeared in front of him. You are dead, Fang Chen said coldly. The scarred man's heart was filled with rage. This damned guy had repeatedly ruined his plans. If he did not kill him, it would be difficult to appease the hatred in his heart. After saying that, the scarred man did not care so much and used a thunderous attack. Dong! The whole earth trembled, and the buildings around the street were instantly turned into ruins. Fang Chen took out a supreme-grade sword and suddenly used the fourth move of the 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! 4 starlights burst out from the sword and pierced towards the scarred man. You are courting death, the scarred man said coldly and immediately punched out. Dong! The two collided and a deafening sound erupted. Fang Chen felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. His body was instantly sent flying like a kite. It was also at this moment that a roar was heard. Then, an extremely terrifying power came whistling. The Lord of Hanhai City had arrived. When he learned that a remnant of the Holy Light religion had appeared, he was furious. A remnant of the Holy Light religion dares to enter my Hanhai City. The Lord of Hanhai City was a veteran heavenly god realm powerhouse. Although his strength was not as strong as heavenly god Lien Yi and Pan Yu warrior Immortal, he could not be underestimated. The Lord of Hanhai City's terrifying attack instantly forced the scarred man to retreat. After the latter felt the Lord of Hanhai City's strength, he hurriedly set up a saint-level formation. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. This person was confident that he could safely leave this place with a saint-level formation. However, he neglected Fang Chen. Although the latter was sent flying, he did not suffer any injuries. Fang Chen stood up and activated the formation core with all his strength to break the saint-level formation. Lord of Hanhai City, the formation has been broken, Fang Chen roared. The Lord of Hanhai City nodded, and then his figure flashed as he fought with the scarred man. A terrifying battle broke out in the entire Hanhai City. The surrounding buildings were constantly turning into ashes. This battle lasted for a full hour before it ended. The Lord of Hanhai City's body was covered in blood. His face was pale and his body was trembling. However, the scarred man had been killed, and his cold corpse fell on the dark street. Lord of Hanhai City, are you okay? Fang Chen ran over and asked. The Lord of Hanhai City shook his head, indicating that he was fine. As long as you're okay. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had been reckless today. If not for the Lord of Hanhai City, it would have been very difficult to leave calmly. He had never expected that Elder Zhou would collude with the scarred man. After a slight adjustment, the Lord of Hanhai City's complexion eased a lot. Master Shui, how did you find this person? The Lord of Hanhai City asked. Lord of Hanhai City, I found that Elder Zhou was colluding with this person, Fang Chen said. The Lord of Hanhai City's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed, and he quickly went to Elder Zhou's residence. Fang Chen did not follow, but returned to his own residence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he returned to his residence, Fang Chen hurriedly woke up Star and Moon. Brother Chen, what happened? Star and Moon asked with some confusion. Let's get out of here quickly. Fang Chen's group hurried through the night, quietly leaving Hanhai City. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to go to the other regions of the easternmost land. But after thinking about it, he gave up on that idea. Not to mention whether or not he could pass through the easternmost land. If he encountered the Zhou family or Lotus Mountain along the way, it would be troublesome. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if the Zhou family was colluding with the Holy Light Temple. The Lord of Hanhai City would definitely investigate this matter. At that time, the Zhou family would definitely investigate him, and he might be exposed. In the end, Fang Chen chose to hide in the Eastern Sea for a period of time and cultivate. The Eastern Sea was very wide. Normally, people from the divine realm would not come here. Fang Chen took out a flying divine item from his bosom and sat on it with Star and Moon. They quickly sank into the endless sea. The next day, the matter that happened in Hanhai City caused a huge commotion. The Lord of Hanhai City attached great importance to the matter of the Holy Light Temple. He personally contacted the Zhou family's patriarch, who hurriedly rushed over to investigate this matter with the Lord of Hanhai City. On this day, everyone was surprised to find that Grandmaster Shui had disappeared. Grandmaster Shui's whereabouts became a mystery. The Lord of Hanhai City guessed that Grandmaster Shui was afraid of the Zhou family's revenge, so she temporarily went into hiding. As the city lord of the divine realm, his responsibility was to protect the safety of the divine realm's people. For such a matter to happen, the Zhou family needed to give an explanation to Hanhai City. Lord of Hanhai City, are you satisfied with this explanation? The Zhou family's patriarch smiled. Zhou family's patriarch, since the matter has been investigated clearly, let's end it here. The Lord of Hanhai City nodded. The Zhou family's patriarch was truly vicious and merciless. In order to end this matter, he actually personally killed Elder Zhou. The Holy Light Temple is a malignant tumor of the divine realm. Everyone has the right to kill them. How could my Zhou family associate with them? The Zhou family's patriarch nodded. I deeply regret that such a traitor appeared. Chapter 1801. Fang Chen's guess was very accurate. After settling Elder Zhou's matter, the Zhou family focused on investigating him. Unfortunately, he had already left the vast sea city. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. At the endless eastern sea, waves were surging. Fang Chen returned to the Emerald Ripple Island again. The Emerald Ripple Island was not too far from the vast sea city, but it was temporarily safe here. Plus, with the saint-level formation, unless a divine realm expert passed by, it would be impossible to find anyone on the Emerald Ripple Island. The group sat on a piece of bluestone and looked at each other. Boss, I say we should just fight with the Zhou family, Little Mouse said. Rat Grandpa, with our little strength, how can we fight with the Zhou family? Xiao Huang said. Pangolin on the side also nodded. Although they all had the strength of a divine realm expert, they were only at the divine ancestor stage. With the foundation of the Zhou family, any one of them would be a divine realm expert. I'm going to attack the divine spirit stage on the Emerald Ripple Island. Don't run around for now, just stay on the island, Fang Chen said. Everyone nodded. Star and Moon's face was full of happiness. As long as I'm with Brother Chen, anywhere is fine, Star and Moon said with a smile. Fang Chen activated the formation I and set up a saint-level formation on the Emerald Ripple Island. Then, he began to cultivate in seclusion. For this seclusion, Fang Chen's goal was to become a divine realm expert. Plus, he had 8 spirit-breaking fruit. As long as he broke through to the divine spirit stage, he could eat the spirit-breaking fruit. Dong. The golden heart beat rapidly. Wisps of golden liquid emerged and merged with the power of destruction to form sword-shaped runes that were imprinted in Fang Chen's mind. Day after day, he cultivated. After half a year, he finally broke through to the divine spirit stage. Rumble. A deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. He suddenly opened his eyes. His primordial spirit had finished transforming and was crystal clear. He was extremely shocked, and his body had also undergone a great transformation. Divine spirit stage? For the current Fang Chen, half a year was nothing more than a snap of a finger. After breaking through to the divine spirit realm, Fang Chen could finally consume the spirit-breaking fruit. Crack swallowing a spirit-breaking fruit into his body, the medicinal efficacy of the spirit-breaking fruit immediately spread out. Fang Chen could feel the divine power in his body surging wildly. What a domineering effect! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the spirit-breaking fruit was so overbearing was because it could speed up the conversion of God power into heavenly God power. One of the most important signs of being a heavenly God was the heavenly God energy. The difference between God force and heavenly God force was huge. Hiss 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 at this moment, the golden liquid and the power of the destruction precept formed a sword-shaped rune that was finally put to use. The sword-shaped rune drilled into the spirit-breaking fruit, causing the spirit-breaking fruit's medicinal effect to speed up. Fang Chen felt that the divine power in his body was transforming at a speed invisible to the naked eye. At this rate, it will take at most 3 days for the transformation to be complete. Fang Chen smiled to himself. After coming to Emerald Wave Island for half a year, he was almost isolated from the world. He didn't know what happened in the easternmost land. His only goal now was to cultivate diligently. Only when his strength increased could he take revenge. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to transform the heavenly God power. 3 days later, Star and Moon, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Pangolin surrounded Fang Chen, their faces full of smiles. Brother Chen, you've become a heavenly god? Star and Moon asked softly. Boss, I'm really curious. How strong are you after becoming a heavenly god? Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang and Pangolin were also looking forward to it. Fang Chen smiled and stood up. I'm looking forward to it too. Boom. All of a sudden, the clear sky turned pitch black. The sound of thunder reverberated across the sky. Spatial storms could be seen everywhere in the sky. A terrifying aura filled the entire deity world. At the same time, all the experts in the deity world noticed this. What exactly happened? Why is it like this? Is it the birth of an expert? What a terrifying aura! It makes one's heart tremble. The experts of the 7 apex superpowers stood on the clouds and observed the situation. Nanling, what did you discover? The 7 apex experts asked each other through voice transmissions. I'm not sure. To be able to erupt with such a terrifying aura, is there a cosmos god in the deity world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If there is a cosmos god, we'll definitely know. Soon, the 7 apex experts finished their transmissions. They weren't sure what had happened and needed to investigate. On Emerald Wave Island, a voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times sounded in Fong Chen's mind. This voice made Fong Chen's heart tremble. My successor, when you become a heavenly god, you'll be my true disciple. Fong Chen knew that this ancient voice belonged to the owner of the Golden Heart. There's still a long road ahead. The destruction system is my favorite system, and it's also my way of entering the Tao. I hope you'll succeed. When this voice sounded, dense information appeared in the mind of Fong Chen. Fong Chen hugged his head with both hands. He was in so much pain that he felt his head was about to explode. In an instant, Fong Chen fell into a coma. The dark sky returned to normal at this moment. It was as if nothing had happened. The 7 giants of the deity world didn't know that this phenomenon was caused by Fong Chen. Fong Chen discovered that he was deep in the Sword Tao Ocean. Pitch-black seawater. Fong Chen stood on a huge golden sword, drifting with the waves and floating in the Black Sea. Sharp sword chi came from beneath his feet. These sword chi had a unique characteristic, and that was the aura of destruction. Destruction Sword Tao. Fong Chen felt as if he had stepped through the door of the Destruction Sword Tao. Voila! Fong Chen's wrist shook, and the huge golden sword beneath his feet appeared in his hand. Then, he waved his hand, and a terrifying sword chi shot out from the huge golden sword. Dong! The sword chi shot into the Black Sea, setting off stormy waves. I see. Fong Chen's mind was suddenly enlightened, and he laughed loudly. Suddenly opening his eyes, Fong Chen realized that Star and Moon and Little Mouse were beside him, looking at him strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? Fong Chen asked, puzzled. Boss, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Little Mouse asked with wide eyes. You fell into a coma right after breaking through to the divinity realm. You don't know what happened in the deity world at that time, but the world turned dark and it was very scary. After a while, the deity world returned to normal, and we brought you here. You were unconscious for a whole month, Little Mouse said. Hearing that, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He had only cultivated for a short while in the Black Sea. He didn't expect that a month had passed in the outside world. Brother Chen, are you all right? Star and Moon was a bit worried. She gently stroked Fong Chen's face with her white hands. She thought that Fong Chen must have been in a rush to raise his cultivation base, and had gone mad. Don't worry. I'm fine. Fong Chen grinned. Becoming a heavenly god had actually triggered the thing that the peerless expert had left behind for him. Boss, now that you've become a heavenly god, your strength must have skyrocketed. How about it? Let's spar. Little Mouse had been impatient for a long time. He knew how monstrous his boss was, and he wanted to experience it for himself. Brother Chen just woke up. Let him rest for a while, Star and Moon said softly. Fong Chen nodded. You 3 can play for a while. I've comprehended something after breaking through, and I need to digest it. Boss, you really are a cultivation maniac. Somewhere in the deity world, an azure-robed man was looking at the sky where the strange phenomenon had occurred. His lips curled into a crafty smile. The successor of the destruction system has finally appeared? As the azure-robed man spoke, the golden heart in his body began to rapidly beat, as if responding to him. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely be shocked. That was because this person's golden heart was exactly the same as his. Chapter 1802. The strange phenomenon that happened that day shook the entire god realm. The top giants, after investigating to no avail, thought that it was caused by the holy light religion. This matter attracted the attention of the god realm. However, on the Jade Wave Island, Fang Chen was peacefully cultivating. After becoming a heavenly god, Fang Chen knew how terrifying the golden heart was, and even more so, how powerful the owner of the golden heart was. If he guessed correctly, this person's strength must be at the top of the entire god realm. Even a true god was not worth mentioning in front of him. Too powerful. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. At the same time, he was glad that he could obtain the golden heart. In the unseen world, everything was predestined. If not for the golden heart, he would not have transmigrated from Earth to the ancient sword continent, let alone come to the god realm. Perhaps he could only stay on Earth for the rest of his life and find a 9-to-5 life until he was old. But now it was different. He had a beloved wife and a body that was close to immortality. Everything was so beautiful. After completing the obsession in his heart, Fang Chen's heart gave birth to an even more powerful obsession, which was to set foot on the peak of martial arts in his lifetime. He believed that in the heart of every martial artist, there was an obsession that belonged to them. The peak of martial arts, how many people fought for it and even lost their lives. However, after countless years, there were still so many experts who advanced dauntlessly. When sitting cross-legged, Fang Chen looked at a file that appeared in his mind. This file was yellow all over. With a thought, Fang Chen gently opened the file. On the file there were a few bold and powerful words that seemed to have existed since ancient times. With just a glance, Fang Chen felt shocked. Immemorial soul refining technique. Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. This was a sword technique. He hurriedly opened the file. Sure enough, as he guessed, it recorded a sword technique. This old man spent his life's effort to create what I thought was the most perfect sword technique. With the 6 great laws as the foundation, combined with countless laws, it finally formed the strongest sword technique. This sword technique is this old man's proudest work. But this old man always believed that there was always a higher heaven. There should be an even higher level above the cosmos god realm. At the very beginning of the dossier, there was a self-narration. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He finally knew some information about the owner of the golden heart. Cultivate bitterly and achieve great success in the way of the sword. I don't seek to be invincible, I only seek to be defeated. From these words, one could tell that this person felt lonely at the top. Back then, he should have been standing at the peak of the god realm. I perfected the way of the sword in my heart to the most perfect state. Then, I sensed something and used my strength to break open this world and leave this place. The dossier continued. In order to pursue the highest level of sword arts, I'm willing to give up my life. I have a bad premonition about this operation. Maybe this time it will be the end of my life. However, I still left this place without hesitation in search of a higher realm. However, before I left behind my lifelong inheritance. To obtain my legacy, one must grow through slaughter. Only by killing the other 5 inheritors and absorbing their power can one obtain the complete legacy. Fang Chen continued reading the scroll, his heart trembling. Is there a higher realm above the cosmos god? In the deity world, above the deities were the heavenly gods and below them were the true gods. Under normal circumstances, true gods were rare existences in the deity world. There were not many true gods in the entire deity world. However, many people did not know that there was a higher realm above the true gods, the cosmos god. Until now, there was not a single cosmos god in the deity world. Cosmos gods were existences standing at the peak of the entire cosmos. With a thought, they could destroy the entire cosmos. Who would have thought that the owner of the golden heart was a cosmos god? Too powerful. Just looking at the words on the dossier, Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. At the same time, Fang Chen admired this senior's dedication towards the way of the sword. For the sake of pursuing a higher level of the way of the sword, he did not hesitate to risk his life and leave this cosmos. One had to know that the world outside the cosmos was unknown. Whether there were other cosmos or not, nobody knew. Outside the cosmos, it was incomparably dangerous. It could be filled with endless primal chaos. I also know that there is almost no hope of returning from this trip. Thus, I have made ample preparations and only left behind my inheritance. Furthermore, it is divided into 6 parts. When you become a heavenly god, you will be able to obtain the sword technique I created. But this immemorial soul refining technique has a total of 6 moves. Everyone only has 1 move. As for whether you can obtain the rest, it will depend on your capabilities. Towards the end, Fang Chen could even feel the sadness in the words of this person. My successor, if there is a day when you become a cosmos god, I hope that you will not stop pursuing the peak of the way of the sword. We sword cultivators should pursue the peak of the way of the sword as our goal. Fang Chen seriously read through the beginning of the dossier, reading through the narration of the owner of the golden heart. At the end of the signature, there were 2 very small words, Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan should be the name of this senior. Fang Chen thought. After reading through it, his heart was incomparably shaken. Was there really a higher realm above the cosmos god? This was something that he could not come into contact with currently. I wonder how teacher Gu Yuan is doing now. Fang Chen thought. According to the records in the dossier, Gu Yuan had left the cosmos for at least a few 100 million years. For countless years, there was no news of him at all. He did not know if he was still alive. Was there really another cosmos other than this one? In the mind of Fang Chen, his thoughts were numb. He did his best to shake his head, gradually straightening out these thoughts. Firstly, there was no need for him to care about the cosmos gods and the situation outside the cosmos. He was too weak and could not come into contact with them. Secondly, he should focus on increasing his strength. The immemorial soul refining technique that Gu Yuan left behind for him was the sword technique that Gu Yuan was most proud of. Its power should be extraordinary. However, he had only obtained 1/6 of it. The remaining had to be obtained from the hands of other successors. It seems that I will definitely meet other successors in the future. Fang Chen thought. Following that, Fang Chen began cultivating the immemorial soul refining technique. He did not know if it was because of the golden heart, but cultivating the immemorial soul refining technique was abnormally easy. It was much faster than cultivating the 7 stars falling sky. The golden heart was beating rapidly. Along with the emergence of a destructive aura, the immemorial soul refining technique had been successfully cultivated. This, Fang Chen's heart was shaken, but he could understand. Only after becoming a heavenly god could he be considered a true disciple of Gu Yuan. Only then did he completely refine the golden heart. With a thought, the 7 absolute falling star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. He then said, "Let's test its power." The golden heart seemed to be about to break out of his body. The golden liquid and the destructive aura fused together and quickly drilled into the heavenly god weapon. Immemorial soul refining technique. The next moment, Fang Chen let out a low shout and shook his wrist. At the same time, his figure shuttled through the void. A shocking sword light burst out in an instant and grew bigger in the sky. In the end, this sword light was a full 1,000 feet in size and slashed on a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak was directly raised to the ground. The 1,000 feet long sword light blasted into the ground, splitting open the boundary wall of the Jade Wave Island and into the Eastern Sea. Long with the Jade Wave Island as the center, the sea within 100 miles of the Eastern Sea was turbulent. The momentum shook the sky and was very terrifying. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide. What a powerful sword technique! Fang Chen didn't know the specific grade of the immemorial soul refining technique, but according to the current grade of the divine world, the immemorial soul refining technique was at least at the heavenly God level. At the very least, the immemorial soul refining technique had surpassed the heavenly God level and was comparable to the sacred level. This is still an incomplete sword technique. What if it was complete? Fang Chen was dumbfounded. The immemorial soul refining technique was too powerful. As expected of Gu Yuan's lifelong effort, Fang Chen was secretly looking forward to the complete immemorial soul refining technique. If I am destined to grow in this life of killing, so what if I kill a few more people in order to seek the Tao? Fang Chen looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Although these words were a little heartless, this was the reality. If Fang Chen didn't kill others, others would kill him. There was no choice but to resist. Chapter 1803. After mastering the immemorial soul-refining chant, Fang Chen continued to practice the 7 stars falling in the sky with the help of the Golden Heart. As Fang Chen expected, the Golden Heart had completely integrated into his body, and his understanding of the Sword Tao had become even more abnormal. The 7 stars falling in the sky had a total of 7 moves, and he had only mastered 4 of them before. He hadn't been able to master the remaining 3 moves, but now, he had mastered the 7 stars falling in the sky to the extreme. After mastering the immemorial soul-refining chant, I feel that the heaven-grade divine technique is just SOSO. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. The commotion here had alarmed Star and Moon and the others. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Star and Moon, dressed in purple, walked over with light steps. Her body exuded a gentle aura, giving people a breathtaking feeling. As her cultivation improved, Star and Moon's temperament became more and more extraordinary. Coupled with her proud face, Fang Chen was even more stunned. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Seeing Fang Chen's eyes, Star and Moon blushed and lowered her head. Moon, you're so beautiful. Fang Chen pulled Star and Moon into his arms, and then gently stroked Star and Moon's face. Star and Moon's heart raced, and her face flushed. She closed her eyes. Fang Chen lifted Star and Moon's head and gently pressed his lips against Star and Moon's red lip. Brother Chen, Xiao Huang and the others are still here. Star and Moon resisted slightly and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Fang Chen paused for a moment, and then waved his hand. Immediately, the saint-level array surrounded them. Okay. Immediately, Fang Chen hugged Star and Moon tightly with both hands, and his lips kept sucking. Star and Moon's breathing was rapid, her eyes were in a mess, and her body went soft. She fell into Fang Chen's arms. After a while, the sound of delicate panting was heard. Endless spring. Outside the saint entering formation, the little mouse looked at the array in confusion and said, What is boss doing? He doesn't need to set up an array to cultivate. You idiot, Pangolin scolded jokingly. Rat Grandpa, have you ever loved a female rat? Xiao Huang asked with a smile. Scram. Little Mouse seemed to have thought of something and kicked Xiao Huang, sending him flying. Let's go. Don't see things you shouldn't see. However, just as the pangolin and the little mouse were about to leave, the sacred formation was deactivated. Fang Chen and Star and Moon walked out. He could vaguely see that Star and Moon's face was flushed red. Although he was doing his best to remain calm, his body was still somewhat unnatural. Boss, we didn't see anything. Little Mouse hurriedly explained. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken, but the moment he did, Star and Moon felt even more awkward. With his face flushed red, he lowered his head and left this place. Boss, did I say something wrong? Little Mouse waved his hands and asked. Fang Chen shook his head in annoyance. What sword technique did you cultivate? Was that movement caused by you? Pangolin asked. I comprehended it. Fang Chen said simply. This involved Gu Yuan and even the secrets of the cosmos gods. He did not wish to reveal it. The moment the apex experts in the deity world knew about it, it would definitely threaten his life. Those true god experts who stood at the apex of the deity world only had one goal: to become a cosmos god. If there was any news of them becoming a cosmos god, they would not let it go. Waka-ka, boss, you are too formidable. That aura just now even made my heart palpitate. Little Mouse excitedly shouted, Boss, how strong are you now? I don't know either. Fang Qin waved his hands. Why don't we have a spar? Little Mouse asked with anticipation. All right. Fang Qin gave a strange smile. Hong! Violet light appeared around Little Mouse's body. He immediately displayed his innate ability. Behind him, a violet rat illusion of several meters tall condensed. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. At the same time, Fang Qin took out his 7 absolute falling star sword. 7 stars falling sky. He executed the 7 stars falling to the sky. 7 dots of starlight shot out. Ho! Little Mouse tried his best to block, but he was blasted away by the 7 starlights. Boss, you are too strong. Defeating him in a single move was something even divine overlord experts could not do, unless they were heavenly gods. Formidable. He just broke through to the deity ancestor realm and already has the strength of a heavenly god. Pangolin felt his heart trembling. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Fang Qin said with a grin. Pangolin and Little Mouse rapidly escaped from this place. They did not wish to be beaten up. Using 7 stars falling sky at full strength should be equivalent to an ordinary heavenly god expert. If I use the immemorial soul refining art, I would even dare to fight heavenly god Lien Yi, Fang Qin said in a low voice. He had a new understanding of his own strength. The reason he could become so strong was all because of the golden heart. Gu Yuan was too strong, so strong that the entire god realm trembled. I wonder when I will be able to reach master's level, Fang Qin said softly. Although I am not strong enough now, revenge is enough. It has been more than a year. I wonder if heavenly god Lien Yi still remembers me. A trace of coldness appeared in Fang Qin's eyes. Of course, Fang Qin was not a reckless person. He would not take revenge recklessly. He had a plan in mind. I will take in 7 servants for the remaining 7 spirit-breaking fruits to increase my strength, Fang Qin said to himself. After more than a year, the situation in the god realm had not changed. For many years, the god realm had been in such a situation. The 7 top forces each occupied a region. Holy Light Religion's base. I wonder when the sect leader will come out. The 2 protectors discussed in a low voice. The sect leader is secretly plotting something important. He will not come out for the time being, the other person said. Recently, our Holy Light Religion has suffered too many losses. The 7 top forces of the god realm seem to be eyeing us. That's right. I've already informed the instructors outside to be extra careful. The big shots of the god realm have great means. If they follow the vine to the melon and find our Holy Light Religion's base, it will be troublesome. Some time ago, the Blue Wave Island plan failed, and Master Tian also fell. The fall of a saint-level array master was also a great loss for the Holy Light Religion. However, there was no other way. Don't act rashly. After the Hanhai City incident, the big shots of the god realm have been tracking our Holy Light Religion's traces. At this time, we must not reveal any clues. The 2 protectors discussed for a moment and finally decided that before the sect leader came out, the Holy Light Religion would enter the incubation period. Outside the Hanhai City, on the wide official road, an azure-clothed man was leisurely walking on the road with a wooden sword in his hand. From the outside, this person did not have any divine power circulating around him, as if he was an ordinary person. The wooden sword in his hand did not have the slightest deterrence. It's in this area, I can feel it, the azure-clothed man softly said with a touch of decisiveness in his eyes. Stop. At this time, a group of bandits suddenly surrounded the azure-clothed man. Robbery. The azure-clothed man looked at these bandits with interest. For so many years, no one dared to rob his things. There were 3 people who wanted to rob his inheritance, but they were killed by him instead. The leader of the bandits fiercely said, "Kid, obediently hand over the valuable things on you. Otherwise, we will take your life." Hearing this, the azure-clothed man raised the wooden sword in his hand and said, "The most valuable thing on me is this wooden sword. If you want it, take it." The leader of the bandits took the wooden sword and carefully observed it. What's so great about this broken wooden sword? However, before he could finish his words, the wooden sword seemed to have a spirit of its own and unexpectedly pierced the bandit leader's eye. "Ah, my eye, kill him for me." Poochie, the wooden sword once again pierced the bandit leader's other eye. Dong, the bandit leader softly fell to the ground and the wooden sword returned to the azure-clothed man's hand with a swish. The azure-clothed man licked his dry lips and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. "It's been a long time since I killed someone. I have almost forgotten what it feels like." With that, the azure-clothed man held the wooden sword and began a massacre. 88 Oh devil, you are a devil. Many bandits were terrified and started to attack. A moment later, on the official road, there were some incomparably miserable corpses lying in disorder. The azure-clothed man held the wooden sword in his hand and slowly walked toward the Hanhai city. On the tip of the wooden sword, drops of blood dripped onto the official road. Successor of the destruction system, I am coming. Chapter 1804. In truth, strength was secondary to Fong Chen's strength. Loyalty was the most important thing. Loyalty was the only thing that could truly help him. Fong Chen had only told Little Mouse about his idea. Who would have thought that the 3 of them would join hands and capture a seahorse alive? "Boss, what do you think of this seahorse?" asked Little Mouse as he pointed at the seahorse he had captured. "Although it's a little stupid, its cultivation is pretty good. It's at the Divine Spirit realm." Fong Chen was a little surprised, but he still nodded. He had seen seahorses on Earth before. Who would have thought that he would encounter one in the divine world? This seahorse was not something the seahorses on Earth could compare to. Simply put, this seahorse was already a divine spirit realm expert. "You have 2 choices. Submit to me or die," said Fong Chen. "You want me to submit? That depends on whether you have the strength to do so," said the seahorse malevolently. It was unwilling to submit. "Oh, so you're saying that if I defeat you, you'll submit to me?" asked Fong Chen with a smile. "We'll talk about it after you defeat me," said the seahorse. Fong Chen waved his hand, indicating for Little Mouse to release the seahorse. "Make your move." The seahorse's bloated body charged at Fong Chen with all its might. At the same time, a terrifying energy surged out of its body. The law of water has actually reached such a level. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Although the seahorse was only at the divine spirit realm, its usage of the law of water was even worse than his. Crash. The law of water was gentle and unceasing. The seahorse's attack was a continuation of the law of water's power. It was like the water of the East Sea, unceasing. However, Fong Chen was a divine ancestor realm expert. Dealing with the seahorse was easy. Bang! After exchanging a few blows with the seahorse, he threw out a punch and sent the seahorse flying. "You've lost," said Fong Chen as he stared at the seahorse. "Humph, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss," the seahorse said in a low voice. Fong Chen nodded and took out a spirit-breaking fruit from his chest. He handed it to the seahorse and said, "Since you have decided to follow me, this spirit-breaking fruit is for you." Fong Chen said. When the seahorse saw this, it was stunned for a moment before it was overjoyed. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. If he could consume the spirit-breaking fruit, he would definitely be able to break through to the divinity ancestor realm. The seahorse looked at Fong Chen in a daze, then nodded heavily. "I pledge my life to follow you, master." The seahorse took the spirit-breaking fruit and said in a deep voice. Then, the seahorse signed a contract with Fong Qin and recognized Fong Qin as its master. "Swallow the breakthrough spirit fruit first," Fong Qin said. The seahorse transformed into its human form and sat down on the ground with its legs crossed as it began to digest the effects of the spirit breakthrough fruit. At this moment, Xiao Huang came over to join in the fun. "Boss, let's call him Xiao Hai from now on." "Xiao Huang, are you still sad that I gave you this name?" Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang rolled his eyes and was speechless. Just like that, the three of them happily decided that the seahorse's name would be Xiao Hai from now on. With Fong Chen's help, the seahorse successfully broke through to the divinity ancestor realm and its aura skyrocketed. "Thank you, Master." The seahorse cupped its fists and thanked him. "You don't have to thank me." Fong Chen waved his hand. Suddenly, the seahorse seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Master, there's something that I don't know if I should tell you." "What is it?" "There's a divine Lord Realm Sea Demon in the sea near Jadewave Island. He's extremely powerful. This is his territory and we're all under his control. If you take me away, he won't let you go." The seahorse was a bit worried. After all, its master's cultivation was only at the divinity ancestor realm. Divine Lord Realm? Fong Chen muttered to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face. If he dares to come, he can forget about leaving. After breaking through to the divinity ancestor realm, Fong Chen's strength had increased tremendously. However, now wasn't the best time for revenge. Fong Chen was preparing to break through to the Saint Realm in the Tao of Formations and return to the easternmost land. That would be the time for his revenge. Finally, Little Mouse and the other three often went to the bottom of the sea to fight with the sea demons. Of course, they wouldn't just randomly catch some sea demons. It depended on the potential of the sea demons. The seahorse's potential was very strong. Not long after it broke through to the divinity ancestor realm, its natural ability had awakened and its strength was comparable to a divine Lord Realm expert. Time passed. Fong Chen accompanied Star and Moon while studying formations. This was the happiest time that Star and Moon had spent in the divinity realm. However, behind the peace there were always some waves. On a dark and windy night, the waves in the East Sea were turbulent. A strong gust of wind blew the waves onto the beach, stirring up waves after waves. A crescent moon hung in the sky and shone on Emerald Ripple Island, making it look white and flawless. Emerald Ripple Island was very quiet at night. In addition, Fong Chen had set up a Saint Realm formation. Even if someone approached, they wouldn't be able to easily enter Emerald Ripple Island. Splash! A wooden sword suddenly appeared on the dark surface of the sea. The wooden sword glided so quickly that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there was a man in green standing on the wooden sword. The man's eyes were deep as he stared at Emerald Ripple Island in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. "Has it finally arrived?" The man in green said in a deep voice, "Successor of the Destruction series, are you ready?" For so many years, the man in green had been working hard on his cultivation. Ever since he became a heavenly god and awakened his inherited memories, he had been paying attention to the movements of the other 5 successors. Through his tireless efforts, he had successfully found the 3 successors, killed them, and seized their power. Now, the 4th successor had finally appeared. Moreover, it was the successor of the Destruction series who was said to have the strongest attack power. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the wooden sword whistled and arrived at the edge of Emerald Ripple Island. When the man in green was about to step onto Emerald Ripple Island, he exclaimed softly. His consciousness had discovered the Saint Realm formation that enveloped Emerald Ripple Island. "I didn't expect the successor of the Destruction series to be a Saint Realm formation master." The man in green sneered. He took out a piece of rune paper from his chest. A wisp of flame appeared in his palm and instantly ignited the rune paper. Hiss! The burning rune paper floated in the sky, illuminating the surrounding sea. Whoosh! When the rune paper was about to burn out, a beam of light instantly shot into the Saint Realm formation. Buzz! A huge ripple appeared on the formation. The man in green put away the wooden sword and entered Emerald Ripple Island as if there was no one there. After seizing the power of the successor of the Destruction series, I can become the strongest below the true god level. The man in green licked his dry lips. He had a heart in his body that was exactly the same as Fang Chen's golden heart. Dong! The moment he stepped onto Emerald Ripple Island, the golden heart throbbed, as if it had sensed the successor of the Destruction series. At night, Emerald Ripple Island was very quiet. Fang Chen and the others had already fallen asleep. Dong! Suddenly, the beating of the golden heart woke Fang Chen up. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. His expression was grave as he looked inwardly at the golden heart. He didn't know what had happened, but the rhythm of its beating was extremely chaotic. I've never experienced something like this before, said Fang Chen. He glanced at the sleeping star and moon, then gently stood up and walked out of his immortal cave. Looking up, he saw that the crescent moon in the sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. The entire world was pitch black. Fang Chen jumped onto a piece of bluestone and sat down cross-legged, sorting out his chaotic emotions. It's a very strange feeling. He couldn't describe what he was feeling, but Fang Chen had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen. Fang Chen carefully sensed for a while. There was no problem with the Saint-level array. This meant that no one had snuck into Emerald Ripple Island. He shook his head and muttered to himself, maybe it's an illusion. During this period of time, he had been concentrating intensely, so it was inevitable that he would hallucinate. A cool breeze blew past, blowing on Fang Chen's face, making a rustling sound. After trying hard to calm down for a while, Fang Chen stood up and prepared to return to his immortal cave. Whoosh! However, at this moment, in the dark night sky, a sword light suddenly cut through the dark void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Almost at the same time, Fang Chen's figure disappeared, hiding in the void. Interesting. The man in green appeared in the darkness. With a thought, the wooden sword returned to his hand. Crash. Chapter 1805. Who are you? Fang Chen stared at the man. He could feel a dangerous aura from him. Even a divine Lord Realm expert wouldn't feel this way in front of him. Could this person be a heavenly God Realm expert? Most importantly, he could easily pass through the Saint Grade formation that he had set up without him noticing. This meant that this man should be a formation expert. This kind of expert should not be underestimated. The successor of the Destruction system is only SOSO. The man in green carefully sized up Fang Chen and grinned after a long while. The successor of the Destruction system. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was shaken, as if a storm was raging within him. He stared at the man in green with his mouth agape. He would be an idiot if he still could not guess the latter's identity. You are one of the 6 successors of Master Gu Yuan. Fang Chen's expression became very serious. The 6 successors were destined to kill each other. In the end, only one could stand at the top of the God world. Fang Chen did not expect this day to come so quickly. The green-robed man standing in front of him was one of the 6 successors. At this moment, Fang Chen came to a realization. No wonder he could enter Jade Wave Island without anyone noticing. Moreover, he could cause the golden heart to beat so violently. Master Gu Yuan is so affectionate. The man in green looked at Fang Chen with a smile. After today, you are not qualified to call Gu Yuan your master. For some reason, Fang Chen felt that the man in green's smile was very dangerous. So you are the successor of the creation system. Fang Chen regained his composure and said in a deep voice, the 6 successors would kill each other. This kind of thing would happen sooner or later. It would happen sooner or later, but it would happen sooner than expected. Since this was the case, they could only fight. But I believe that I will not die in this battle. Fang Chen said confidently. The man in green was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, as if he was talking to his wife, he said slowly, "Over the years, I have met 3 successors. They all said the same thing as you. But you know the result. The one standing in front of you is me, not them." Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He didn't expect this person to have killed 3 successors. In other words, including him, there were only 2 successors left. From this point, one could see the strength of this person. However, this was also good news for Fang Chen. In other words, as long as Fang Chen killed the green-robed man in front of him, he would be able to obtain the power of 4 successors at the same time. This way, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Presumably, Gu Yuan had left behind the 6 great inheritances for the sake of selecting a peerless genius from amongst them. "Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it myself?" the azure-robed man said indifferently, as if he didn't put Fang Chen in his eyes at all. Fang Chen shrugged. He had no choice but to fight. "You are quite confident," Fang Chen said. "If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't be standing before you." The green-robed man smiled. "I'm just afraid that things won't go as you wish." Boom! Fang Chen leaped and quickly shuttled through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of Emerald Wave Island. This place was far away from the cave where the star and moon rested. He could fight without holding back. Whoosh! The azure-robed man followed closely behind, holding a wooden sword. "Why? Are you afraid that our battle will hurt your little lover?" Fang Chen ignored the azure-robed man's teasing. His body rippled with a black aura, and the power of the law of destruction instantly surged out. With a thought, the 7 ultimate falling star sword appeared in his hand. The destruction element is known to have the strongest offensive power. I want to see if your attack is as strong as mine. As soon as the azure-robed man finished speaking, the wooden sword in his hand instantly flew out. The trajectory of the wooden sword was extremely tricky. With terrifying power, it instantly arrived in front of Fang Chen. So strong. In a hurry, Fang Chen swung his sword. A resplendent sword light blocked the trajectory of the wooden sword. Crack! The sword light instantly shattered, and the wooden sword continued to fly. Crash! The space-time book revolved, and Fang Chen's figure disappeared from where he stood. The azure-robed man hadn't expected Fang Chen to have such a method. Complete concealment. The azure-robed man spread out his divine sense, but he was unable to find any trace of Fang Chen. His expression became completely gloomy. "Do you think you can use such a method to fight me? You're too naive." The azure-robed man sneered and opened his palm. Suddenly, a golden heart broke out of his body and floated above his head. A dazzling golden light burst out, and ripples spread throughout the void. Dong! The azure-robed man used the golden heart to lock onto Fang Chen's location, and then he swung his sword. The wooden sword in his hand seemed weak, but its attack power was extremely strong. With a swing of the sword, it directly split the darkness apart, and a dazzling white light burst out. Fang Chen, who was hidden in the void, cursed inwardly. His figure changed his clothes and dodged the wooden sword's attack, but because of this, he was exposed. Dong! The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, and it broke out of his body uncontrollably, confronting the azure-robed man's golden heart. Exactly the same. Fang Chen said to himself. Whoosh! The 2 identical golden hearts instantly clashed, causing the sky and earth to change colors. Our battle will not be like theirs. The azure-robed man revealed a sinister smile. The battle between the 2 golden hearts did not distinguish between friend and foe. However, the 2 of them would not do the same. He wanted to use his absolute strength to kill the successor of the destruction system. Kill! The azure-robed man held the wooden sword in his hand, and constantly swung out sword lights. These sword lights formed a terrifying cylindrical force in the void. 7 stars falling sky. Buzz! On the 7 legendary falling star sword, 7 stars shone with dazzling light. In a breath's time, the light on the 7 stars connected, and then a powerful sword light shot out from the 7 legendary falling star sword. 7 stars falling sky, the pinnacle of cultivation, could strike down the sky. Crash! The 7 sword lights represented the 7 stars. Under Fang Chen's control, the 7 sword lights quickly merged into one. Every time the 7 legendary falling star sword was swung, it could cause the strongest sword light to flash. Strike down the sky! Fang Chen growled, and the terrifying sword light crashed into the cylindrical force. Dong! The earth trembled, and the dark sky was instantly illuminated by the starlight. Crack! When the two collided, cracking sounds could be heard. Cracks began to appear on the cylindrical force. At the same time, Star and Moon, who were sleeping in the cave, woke up instantly. Brother Chen. Almost at the same time as Star and Moon woke up, Xiao Huang and the other 3 also woke up. Oh no, boss is in danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Huang and the other 3 rushed over in an instant. What a terrifying aura fluctuation, Xiao Huang said in a low voice. Boss, let us help you. Little Mouse was about to help. Protect you or don't come over, Fang Chen roared. This was a battle between him and the successor of the creation branch. Outsiders couldn't help, and they couldn't help much. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The cylindrical force exploded, and the terrifying power swept through the entire Emerald Wave Island, causing the surrounding East Sea to shake. On the ground, cracks spread instantly. Boom! It felt as if the entire Emerald Wave Island had sunk a little. At the same time, Fang Chen and the azure-robed man each took a few steps back. The azure-robed man narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "It seems that I still underestimated you." The sword principle of destruction was known as the sword principle with the strongest attack power. The azure-robed man didn't believe it before, but after seeing it today, he finally believed it. However, he believed that he would be the final winner. 88. Oh, I overestimated you, Fang Chen said in a low voice. With the protection of Little Mouse and the other 3, Star and Moon would not be in danger. In this way, Fang Chen could also devote himself to the battle. The azure-robed man licked his dry lips, held the wooden sword in front of his chest, and sneered. Next, I will let you know what absolute strength is. Boom! The power of the creation branch spread around the azure-robed man in an instant. Wherever the power of the creation branch passed, the withered flowers and plants on the ground were instantly full of vitality. Chapter 1806. If one wanted to deal with the successor of the creation system, it was impossible to succeed with normal methods. Even if he used the immemorial soul refining art, it wouldn't help. Don't forget that this person had devoured the power of the other 3 successors. He had the 4 moves of the immemorial soul refining art. He was much more threatening than Fang Chen. Moreover, they were both successors of the ancient Yuan school. The latter had everything that Fang Chen had. In the process of fighting with this person, Fang Chen already knew that if he wanted to win, he could only rely on the Voidwalker system. A strong power of creation burst out of the man in a blue robe. This level of power to create rules was too shocking. The green-robed man's face was bloodthirsty. He stared at Fang Chen and said, "I'll let you see my creation energy." After saying that, the green-robed man opened his palm and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a rich power of the rule of creation surged into his palm. In the next moment, the wooden sword in the green-robed man's hand emitted a dazzling light. Fang Chen had always felt that the wooden sword was extraordinary. Now, he finally knew. The wooden sword was actually a heavenly divine artifact. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't know who made this wooden sword. No matter what, the blacksmith who could make this wooden sword was definitely a top saint-level blacksmith. It was obviously a heavenly divine artifact, but it looked so ordinary. It gave people the illusion that it could break at any time. Buzz! The wooden sword was surrounded by rich heavenly divine energy. Only heavenly divine energy could unleash the power of a heavenly divine artifact to the extreme. This sword is called Dragon Slayer. Can slay the world. The green-robed man raised his hand. The wooden sword moved with the wind, ready to attack. Boom! When the power in the wooden sword reached the extreme, the green-robed man suddenly flashed. He leaped and floated in the air. At the same time, he slashed with the wooden sword in his hand. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it gave Fang Chen extraordinary pressure. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chen recognized the divine art used by the azure-robed man. It was the immemorial soul-refining art that they both possessed. However, this person's immemorial soul-refining art contained a strong power of the law of creation. Swoosh, the sword light, which was completely condensed from the power of the creation law, was driven by the wooden sword and shot rapidly towards Fang Chen. The latter was not to be outdone, and he executed the immemorial soul-refining art. You're not the only one who has the immemorial soul-refining art. I have it too. With that said, Fang Chen pushed the 7 Absolutes Falling Star Sword to the extreme. Heavenly God's energy rippled as the immemorial soul-refining art was unleashed. The sword moves looked similar, but they contained completely different auras. Star and Moon and the others were shocked to see this. Too strong. Who is this person? Why is he attacking boss? The little mouse asked in shock. Did you notice that this person's swordsmanship is exactly the same as boss's? It's just that their auras are completely different, Xiao Huang said. The seahorse was experienced and knowledgeable. He said in a deep voice, Master swordsmanship is of the destruction series, while this person's swordsmanship is of the creation series. Destruction and creation complement each other, but they are completely different. Kill. In the dark night sky, the azure-robed man's wrist shook. The wooden sword instantly changed its posture and shot towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the azure-robed man shouted. All of his power was unleashed. The azure-robed man wanted to let Fang Chen know that although they were both using the immemorial soul-refining art, he could completely defeat Fang Chen. Crack! The 2 primordial sword lights collided fiercely with a deafening sound. Then, the 2 sword lights exploded. The black aura of destruction and the white aura of creation collided in an instant. It was like a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. At the same time, the wooden sword and the 7 Absolutes Falling Star Sword collided. Ding! The sound of metal colliding could be heard from the 7 Absolutes Falling Star Sword. The frightening power passed through the 7 Absolutes Falling Star Sword and into his body. The web between his thumb and forefinger was in pain. Fang Chen's expression was extremely serious. He used all of his strength to block the azure-robed man's attack. There is a difference between heavenly divine artifacts. The azure-robed man sneered. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Although there is a difference, I know more about heavenly divine artifacts than you do. Right after Fang Chen said those words, his consciousness suddenly entered the 7 Absolutes Falling Star Sword and communicated with the sword spirit. Boom! The 7 Absolutes Falling Star Sword exploded with unprecedented power and instantly suppressed the wooden sword. How is this possible? The azure-robed man, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly opened his eyes wide and cried out involuntarily. He tried his best to pull back his wooden sword. However, he was shocked to discover that his wooden sword was completely suppressed. He was truly unable to understand. His opponent's sword was at most a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, whereas his own wooden sword was a top-quality heavenly divine artifact. The wooden sword possessed an absolute advantage. Why would it be suppressed? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the azure-robed man's mind. He took a deep breath and said with a cold voice, You are a saint-level swordsmith. At this moment, the azure-robed man's expression finally turned completely gloomy. Boom! The destruction and creation elemental energies completely exploded and dispersed between heaven and earth. Bang! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen used the spacetime book and suddenly appeared before the azure-robed man. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he sent the azure-robed man flying with a punch. The azure-robed man staggered and stabilized his body. He tightly gripped the wooden sword in his hand. His eyes were scarlet red and filled with anger. "Brat, you are forcing my hand!" The azure-robed man's body was filled with killing intent. He had originally thought that killing a divine ancestor-level destruction elemental successor would be as easy as lifting his hand. However, it would appear that his thinking was too simple. The destruction elemental sword Dao was known as the sword Dao with the strongest offensive power. How could his successor be weak? The azure-robed man coldly stared at Fang Chen. He admitted that he had underestimated this person. Now, he was qualified to make him go all out. Glancing at the wooden sword in his hand, the azure-robed man's expression was ferocious. He said coldly, "Your strength is truly beyond my expectations. Fortunately, I found you early. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill you even if I had given you some more time." "You can't kill me now either," Fang Chen said calmly. The azure-robed man shook his head. Clearly, he hadn't expected Fang Chen to be a saint-level swordsmith. "Do you think that I only have the advantage of a heavenly divine weapon?" The azure-robed man sneered. Although the advantage of a heavenly divine weapon was important, the most important thing was that he had the immemorial soul-refining art sword moves of the other three successors. Fang Chen's heart was also very shaken. He quickly thought of a way to deal with this. This man was too strong and his wooden sword was too strange. If he wasn't a saint-level swordsmith, he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand in the battle just now. Until now, the azure-robed man had not used the immemorial soul-refining art sword moves of the other three successors. Fang Chen had been guarding against this. Voila! Fang Chen used the formation core and quickly set up a saint-level formation. "I've said that saint-level formations are useless against me," the azure-robed man sneered. Then, he used the same method to burn a talisman and easily penetrated the saint-level formation. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. "That's the formation-breaking talisman." Fang Chen's heart was very shaken. Soon after, he finally understood why this person had been able to easily penetrate the saint-grade formation he had set up without him even noticing. It was the formation-breaking talisman. Under normal circumstances, even heavenly gods wouldn't be able to obtain the formation-breaking talisman. The value of such a treasure was comparable to a supreme heavenly divine weapon. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with the formation-breaking talisman in hand, it was equivalent to having a chance to escape. As long as it was a saint-level formation, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the formation-breaking talisman. Fang Chen spread out his hands helplessly. Then, he put away the formation core. Since his opponent had more than one formation-breaking talisman, it was very unrealistic to use a saint-level formation to deal with him. It seemed that he could only rely on the space-time book to deal with this man. "I think you don't have any more trump cards, right?" The azure-robed man smiled evilly. "But I'm different. I still have a trump card. And I believe that as long as I use it, you'll definitely die." Chapter 1807. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the green-robed male's expression changed drastically. Fang Chen saw the subtle changes on his face. The 6 great inheritors, each of them were very powerful. Absorbing the power of 3 heirs was already very difficult to digest. And now, it was very difficult for him to display the sword technique he had absorbed. He had to accumulate power, otherwise, he could not display it. Being seen through by Fang Chen, the green-robed male did not hide anymore. With a flick of his finger, the wooden sword floated in front of him. In an instant, 4 different auras appeared on the wooden sword. Creation, time, space, reincarnation. The power of the four great rules gathered together and revolved around the wooden sword, emitting a shocking power. After killing you, I will have the power of the destruction sword Dao. Gu Yuan's inheritance will belong to me alone. I will eventually become a cosmos god who looks down on the entire deity world. At this moment, the green-robed male's face was filled with arrogance. His robe moved without wind. His body exuded an extremely vast amount of power. "Boss, be careful," Little Mouse shouted inwardly. He suddenly displayed his four great innate abilities. Immediately, a purple rat illusion appeared behind him. Roar! The purple rat illusion opened its bloody mouth and took a step forward, arriving in front of the green-robed male. Little Mouse's goal was simple. He wanted to destroy the wooden sword. "Don't even think about harming my boss." Little Mouse glared at the green-robed male and bit down on the wooden sword. "Don't!" The sudden scene made Fang Chen anxious. He roared loudly and slashed out with his sword in an attempt to block the green-robed male's attack. Amen, heaven-devouring god rat. The green-robed male had the inheritance left behind by Gu Yuan. He was naturally clear about some of the secrets of the deity world. He recognized the heaven-devouring god rat with a glance. His eyes revealed an excited smile. "Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. It seems that the heaven-devouring god rat is not bad to be my servant." The green-robed male laughed. "Dream on!" Little Mouse roared. Pa! However, a crisp sound reverberated across the entire Jade Ripple Island. "No!" Fang Chen screamed. He took a step forward and caught the little mouse who had been sent flying. His four innate divine abilities were shattered instantly. The purple rat's shadow was also destroyed. The little mouse spat out a mouthful of blood. Its face was pale and its aura was weak. It was heavily injured. "Help me look after him." He fed Little Mouse a few healing pills and then sent him to Star and Moon. "Don't worry, we'll definitely protect Uncle Rat," Xiao Huang said loudly. Star and Moon's pretty face was filled with worry. Her fair hands were clenched into fists as she prayed that Fang Chen would be able to defeat his opponent. Die! Finally, the green-clothed man's strength had accumulated to a certain extent. Facing Fang Chen, he let out a sinister laugh. Soon after, his right hand grasped the hilt of the wooden sword that floated in front of his chest. All of a sudden, the power of the four great rules went berserk. Primordial soul-refining art, create. The green-clothed man performed the four moves of the primordial soul-refining art in succession. The first move was creation, the second move was time, the third move was space, and the fourth move was fate. Space-time book. Fang Chen activated the space-time book to the extreme. The space-time aura surrounded his body, and his figure instantly disappeared. Whoosh! A doppelganger was separated from Fang Chen's body. "Go deal with the time and space moves." Fang Chen ordered his doppelganger to deal with these two moves, and he would deal with the remaining two moves himself. "Doppelganger, I'll destroy it as well." The green-clothed man controlled the wooden sword, and his figure shuttled quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 7 legendary Starfall sword performed the primordial soul-refining art. The destruction sword move collided with the creation sword move, and a deafening sound erupted. The destruction sword move broke the creation sword move. What Fang Chen faced was actually only the reincarnation sword move. Among the 6 great rules, the reincarnation rule was the most illusory. When the reincarnation rule was cultivated to the extreme, it could control a person's reincarnation. It was very terrifying. "Kill." Fang Chen's figure hid in the void. "It's useless. The reincarnation rule can seep into your primordial spirit. You can't avoid it." The green-clothed man sneered. Indeed, as the green-clothed man said, although Fang Chen hid, the reincarnation rule power still penetrated the void and seeped into his primordial spirit. "No!" Fang Chen roared and struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. His eyes gradually became blurred, as if he had fallen into the reincarnation cycle. At the same time, Fang Chen's doppelganger controlled the time and space rules, and tangled with the two-sword move. Damn it! He thought that the two-sword moves could instantly kill the doppelganger, but the green-clothed man was wrong. One person actually has 3 laws. How impressive! The green-clothed man couldn't help but admire Fang Chen's potential. However, potential alone was useless. Reincarnation, life and death. He held the wooden sword in his hand and constantly waved out sword light, trying to destroy Fang Chen's primordial spirit. On Earth, there was a child who had a smooth journey after making his move. When he was in his 20s and attending university, he was struck by a giant golden sword that fell from the sky and transmigrated to the ancient sword continent in a daze. On the ancient sword continent, this man had displayed astonishing talent. Step by step, he rushed out of the ancient sword continent and wandered the outer universe. Finally, he became the strongest person in the lower realm. Then, in order to find his wife, he entered the divine realm. He fought all his life, but in the end, he died in the hands of the Holy Light religion. Boom! Fang Chen's figure was shattered in the battle with the Holy Light sect, and his body and Tao dissipated. Dong! Fang Chen's primordial spirit suddenly shook. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Is this reincarnation? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He fell into the light of reincarnation and could see the past and the future. However, he was not sure whether the future he saw was real or not. No, I can't die. I still have a lot of things to do. Fang Chen's obsession was too deep. A terrifying murderous aura emerged from his heart. Suddenly, the power of reincarnation that shrouded his primordial spirit was shaken back. When Fang Chen's body and mind returned to reality, the man in green's wooden sword was already at Fang Chen's throat. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He used the time-space book and his figure instantly disappeared. The man in green did not expect that Fang Chen would break through the reincarnation cage so quickly. Damn it, I don't believe that you can hold on for long. The man in green continued to use the reincarnation sword move. The power of reincarnation law shrouded Fang Chen. Fang Chen desperately resisted, but every time, he would fall into the reincarnation cage. Fortunately, his heart was too firm, so he was lucky enough to escape. I can't go on like this. Now, Fang Chen could only use the time-space book to fight the enemy. Time passed. The battle between Fang Chen and the man in green entered a white-hot stage. The man in green's eyes were bloodshot. The dark sky had completely lit up, and then darkness shrouded it again. Just like that, the battle continued for several days. 7 days. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights. It was very time-consuming for the man in green to maintain the power of reincarnation law for a long time. Phew, damn it! After fighting fiercely for 7 days, he still couldn't kill this guy. Instead, it was his own consumption that couldn't make ends meet. Crash! Seeing the man in green stop attacking, Fang Chen appeared and stared at him. I'm really curious. You actually have such a magical concealment method. The man in green said slowly. Drops of tears fell from his forehead. If I'm not wrong, you should be cultivating the space-time cultivation system. Only the space-time cultivation system could be so traceless. You know quite a lot, Fang Chen said with a smile. In the realm of the gods, who doesn't know that the bone progenitor of the Sky Bone Palace is the creator of the space-time cultivation system? The man in green panted. Since you know, then you should know that with your strength, you can't kill me. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Even if your reincarnation law can stop me. The green-clothed man gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up. I admit that the reincarnation law alone can't completely lock you down. However,